Good morning, everybody. That's not what you're supposed to see. That's what you're supposed to see. Good morning. For the first time, it is actually morning where I am when we stream. It's we've been going for a few months, but we've never managed that. And of course, a happy new year to everyone. I think we've pretty much covered the whole planet by now. I haven't looked actually. Has everyone passed into the new year? I would imagine so by this point. So I hope you've all had a great evening and are all looking forward to 2021. I certainly am. It's been an amazing year, 2020, given what we've grown on the channel and the community we've built here. So I just want to thank you all so much for that. It's definitely down to you guys' enthusiasm and support right from the start, and then also all of your engagement with the community, whether that's watching the videos or chatting on the Discord or helping each other out in the chat. It's amazing to see. So thank you all so much for that. But we won't talk for too long about that now. We'll talk about all that sort of stuff as we go. We are going to need to get going because we are slightly against the clock today, because this is of course the longest flight we've ever attempted on the stream by a margin of about 4 times. So the flight time today, for those of you wondering, 9 hours 30. So let's start off. Of course, welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. Today flying the A350. I realise now, having looked at my thumbnail, I hope there's no confusion, I am a 320 pilot still. I am not type rated and not about to fly the A350, but this is just something for a bit of fun to try out. A lot of my viewers were requesting that we do this, so I have been having a go. I've had a very limited go at it, so prepare to see a not very slick operation of the A350 as I struggle my way through it. It's surprisingly different to the 320. I'm genuinely surprised. I feel like the 330 is the same, and this is just seems to be completely different, but there we go. Jumping into the chat, Time Walker, good to see you. Yeah, this is a 10-hour flight, absolutely. Co-pilot Kitten, she will be around. The cat will, I'm sure, make an appearance at some point. She's currently on the radiator keeping warm, but she has already meowed at me a few times, so I fed her to make sure she'll get through the first few hours in relative peace. And we do have a few extra camera views set up for the flight, we do. Just saying hello to a few others. Enrico, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Death, good to see you. As easy as it is to say that. Video man Chris, good to see you as well. I hope you're all having a great new year. Profit YouTube, Video man Chris, Peter Fitch. Great to see you all here. Eels 1880, haven't seen you for a little while. Eels, thanks for coming along. Yep, Santa was very generous with me. Bernie Powell from Australia, happy new year to you. Yeah, you've had, it's old news to you guys now, I assume. You're well into, are you in the 2nd of January yet? Ricky Rise, good to see you. Leonard, good to see you as well. Brett Maxwell, hope you're doing well. From Sydney, Australia, fantastic. Yeah, I absolutely love Australia. Desperate to go back when we're allowed to travel again. Mateo Chewy, good morning. Thank you for coming along. Mateo did some of the retexturing work in the cockpit, which we'll talk about when we get underway, and has also helped me out getting this 350 set up. So thanks for your help with that, Mateo, and for coming along today. One big flappy boy, good to see you. Pure synth music, Lucas. I'm not going to be able to keep up with the chat. There's far too many of you. I didn't think so many would show up at this time of day, but I wish I could get through all the names, but I can't get away with that probably. But yeah, thank you all for coming along. Lizzo5 as well, good to see you. Glad you made it up in time for this comparatively early start. Victor Tango as well, Raymond Noodles, good to see you. Right, I will do my best, guys. What we're going to do, because this is so long, I'm going to get the airplane set up, and then we'll come into the chat and chat and have questions and so on like normal. So we're going to start off. I may ignore the chat a little bit more than normal, just because I don't want to, the stream can't go over 12 hours, and I've easily spent half an hour taxiing around on the ground before. So yeah, we need to get ourselves underway, otherwise YouTube will boot it all off. But Time Walker, that's very kind of you. Welcome to 2021. Let's get waxing beauty on the wings. It's very kind of you, Time Walker. Thank you so much for your knock 202.10. Yeah, very good. 2021. Yeah, thank you so much. Very kind of you. I really appreciate the support, Time Walker. You've supported this channel so much over the last few months. And as well, Chen Timothy in with NT. That's a new one to me. NT dollars 100. That's very kind of you. Happy New Year. 5 p.m. here, and that's quite early. Stream compares with others. Yeah, good. I'm glad. It's fun when we get to sort of have other parts of the world join in as well. So I'm glad that the different time. I've always said I should mix up the times, but thank you so much, Chen. That's really appreciated. Thank you very much for your support of the stream as well. It's really kind of you. Right. That's very kind, you guys. But let's get started. So I'm going to show you where we are. We are here. We have a VLC. Who's VLC? I forget which. Is that Alpaca? It can't be Delta. Is that Delta? Anyway, we have some aircraft around. I don't know if anyone's flying with us today to the Maldives. I've put the route up on the Discord if you guys would like it. Let me know in the chat if you need it. It's a cold, gloomy day here in London, as you can see. It would be de-icing weather, but we aren't going to deal with that today, luckily. Or we'll say the airplane was de-iced before we got to it, because that's quite normal in a place like Heathrow. I don't think in Heathrow they like to de-ice out on near the runways. That's not ideal for a congested airport like this. So anyway, we will not get distracted. We will not get distracted. We will make it through. So into the 350, and I've got a little checklist helper from... What on earth am I hearing? What is that noise? Can you guys hear that? What is that? What is that meant to be? That is the most confusing thing I've ever seen. The Flight Factor do this. Their 757's the same. It's full of noises that just sort of play. Right, well, let's turn it on and forget about that. So 4 batteries on the A350. They are up here, and I'm going to go through using Mateo's. That is a really strange sound. I don't know if you guys can hear that. That is really odd. It does sound like a mouse, yeah. Yeah, bizarre. So Mateo's done a condensed cold and dark takeoff, and it's surprisingly similar. So lo and behold, just like in the A320, you get into the flight deck and you've got to do a preliminary cockpit prep. So before we power on, we check the airplane's secure enough. So engine masters 1 and 2 need to be off. Engine mode select to norm. Landing gear lever is down. Both wipers are off. As ever, we don't want to scratch that windscreen. Oh, excuse me. Batteries are all on. So let's go. Oh. We don't have to check the voltage, it seems. They don't seem to show it. So a battery, an emergency battery, battery 2, emergency, sorry, and battery 2. There we go. So batteries can all go on. And now we can just set up some lighting for ourselves. I don't know where the overhead lights are on here. They probably condensed it. What is that noise? That is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. That's really bothering me. Is it a... Yeah. I specifically loaded this up in advance. I was hoping when we powered on it would go away. Anyway, we got the airplane set up roughly in here for what we want. So I'm going to go to ground service, ground equipment. Let's put the plane at the gates. Auto config. Give us some ground power units. We don't need stairs. There we go. Okay. Well, I'm not flying. There's two GPUs, I should say. I'm not flying for this long with this noise on. Is it a glitch, do we think? Yeah. Well, that's a bad start. That is a really bad start. Okay, guys. Stand by. That's hopeless. That is absolutely hopeless. It didn't do that yesterday. So let me reload the game. Very odd. Very odd. I've never seen that before. Anyway, don't worry, guys. We'll be back in very soon. Very soon. We've got the flight plan saved as well, hopefully. If not, we can redo that pretty quickly. Oh dear, what a start, what a start. Only 8 minutes in, don't worry, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. Thank you to Andy H1302, I don't know if Andy's here. Resume last flight, ignore, okay. Yeah, I don't know if Andy's here, but he stopped me from updating my the Navigraph library because apparently that completely corrupts this airplane as well, which would be perfect. Can we make this a quick startup aircraft? No, yeah, exactly, yeah. It wouldn't have it. Good to see you, Darren Naho. Thanks for coming along. Hopefully that is a glitching sound. Hayden J. Robbins, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Bacon Warrior as well. Co-pilot's coded. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Flight Factor had some clever sound effect because it's -1. Maybe it's meant to be ice on the outside. I don't know. Or rain. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. No, I haven't flown in VR yet, Brett Maxwell. No, VR is to come. I don't have a VR. Just the PlayStation one. There you are, Andy. Thanks for coming, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good night. Not too cold. Right, let's let it load. It's here. Loading special effects. Loading fly-by-wire. Ah! I just heard that noise again. Okay. Okay, this is good. Let's see if I can redo that flight plan. Ah, yes. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. That was the start. So, welcome to this live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot, as we head to the Maldives. We're starting now. Oh, dear. Right, let's just get this thing powered up before anything else happens. So, batteries are going to come on. Everything else should be in the same position as we didn't touch it. Good. Let's go over here. Settings are on. Oh, that's so much better. How strange. I had other glitches with this airplane yesterday, so I wish I'd spotted that sooner, really. 2 GPUs, so let's get those on. And now let's go back to Mateo's checklist. Thanks for the advice, guys. Definitely the right idea. Right, batteries on, lights are on. Oh, yes, ground service equipment, both GPUs on. We've done. Ground equipment auto config, we've done that because we had a jet bridge. Tick plane at gate of a jetway. Yeah, there we go. So we've ticked that, and that tells the sim, because Flight Factor won't let you load passengers and fuel unless you tick all the right things. They're very fussy like that. Right, doors and hatches loading config. Let's do that. Right, external power 2 and then 1 on. We've done IRS on. Yeah, let's get going. And as Mateo said, I should have loaded in a Lua script for this. This is not how the airplane would be found. No Airbus would be turned off to this extent overnight. But let's get these ADIs aligning. All of this stuff would be on. I mean, yeah, that's just silly. I'm going to leave that on. I don't know what that is. Crew oxygen would probably be off though. That's pretty realistic. Definitely you wouldn't fiddle with the cabin altitude or pressurization. I'm going to just leave all of these on. The packs would be on. I'm sure the hot air valves would be on. The engine bleeds would be on. I don't know what NSS is. Oh no, we don't want ground hydraulics on. Ventilation, that would all be on. The hydraulic pumps, engine pumps at least would be on. Lots of pumps on this airplane. We'll talk about that when we get going. I'm sure this stuff would all be on. Bus tire, yeah, ridiculous. No airplane would be left like that. What's the point, as I always say? And we're going to turn on the crew oxygen because we're here now anyway. Okay, anyway, now back to the checklist. Yeah, nav lights need to come on. So the default plane comes with all scratch textures up here, but Mateo's done a great job sorting that out for us. So annunciator lights test. It's funny, it's not something that we actually do much on even the little Airbus. Although in the little Airbus it lights up the fire lights as well, but there we go. Lots and lots of lights. Nice flight deck though, it is a nice flight deck. I can see why people like it. Radios on. Are they off? Looks like they're on. Perfect. This little radio panel has taken me a bit of time to get used to as well. So we're going to have VHF 1, that's what we're going to transmit on. We're going to listen to it by clicking that, similar to the 320. And we'll have interphone to listen to the other pilot. Shouldn't need to transmit specifically on the interphone. That'll do for now. Transponder, to do the transponder you go to Squawk, set that to master, and we want the mode to auto. There we go. I need to get my Squawk from air traffic later. Right, back to getting our loading done. So to show you guys what we're doing today. So you guys are in for a treat. This is going to be a huge stream. We're going to be here for hours. So I can't believe it. So many of you coming along. And I do apologise to those of you in the chat. I will get back to you once we get into flight. But yeah. So this is an ETOPS flight. How exciting. I've never done an ETOPS flight ever before. We are the version 30 kilo for 30K subscribers, which is why we're celebrating with this, as well as the new year in A350 900. I know Virgin and Atlantic don't have any of these, but there we go. This is Flight Simulator. This was issued last night. You can see I had it done last night. I think it's still going to be valid for now. I'm sure there are strict rules about how long you can do that for. But anyway, let's get loaded up. 0 fuel weight. We need 167 tons of fuel. Not fuel, of weight. So let's go to, it's not ground service. It's going to be airplane. And passengers. And I was watching Mateo. So let's have 10 crew. First class 20. very lucrative flight, all going off to the Maldives for their holidays. Business class, how many can we get into business class? 50? Looks full. No, it doesn't look like it worked. 50, 40. Why is it amber? What's the maximum? Just guesswork at this point. And economy class. I think I had about 200 passengers, so let's put in 150 into economy. Let's see where we're sitting with the weight. We've got a total payload weight. Leaf Leverbrink, very kind of you. He says, congratulations, 320 Sim pilot, for finally being a real pilot, mastering the A350. Thank you very much, Leaf. That's really appreciated. That's very kind to support the channel. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you, Leaf. I hope you're doing well. I presume in Sweden, but thank you. Very kind. And yeah, becoming a real pilot. That's it. We can't have a real pilot until we've flown the A350, surely. Right. Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. So let's get these weights up. That's 215 passengers, 0 fuel, 165.7. But that gives us a terribly aft CG. So we're going to put in some weight at the front. I took this advice from Matteo. There we go, 29%. Matteo's done a great cold and dark setup video of this airplane. So actually we need to lower these passengers. Let's drop that to 130. Right, 0 fuel, 170 tons. That's almost there. Let's drop that to 20. We've still got a decent CG, and 169 tons. There we go. That's got to be it. 0 fuel, 167.8. That'll do. Close enough. Excellent. Implement. Not in loading configuration. I told you to be in the loading configuration. See what I mean? This is the most fussy add-on in the world. Open. Just open everything. Passenger bus. Stairs. It won't take stairs. Luggage loader? Is that what it was missing? There we go. Well, thank goodness. Right, so that's loading. Like I say, they are incredibly fussy, these Flight Factory airplanes. It's amazing. Right, fuel. Time for the fuel. Let's get started. Victor Tango, £10 donation. Very kind of you, Victor Tango. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You've been supporting the channel so much this year as well. And yeah, very kind of you. Happy New Year to you. I hope you're doing very well. I'm sorry if the stream bot hasn't alerted it yet. But yeah, thank you so much. It's really appreciate it, Victor Tango. And thank you for being part of the community and putting in your time. Right. There you go. Here, lots of ding-dongs in the cabin. That's probably the cabin. They do call us. Well, we won't worry about that just yet. Yeah, very kind of you, Victor Tango. Thank you so much. Right, destination fuel. So this is going to be our trip fuel. A figure I've never seen before. We need 52.8 tons. I usually take off at a weight not far from that. 52,800 tons is our trip fuel. Alternate fuel, which I believe is in Sri Lanka today, is 6,100 kilograms. Amazing. Contingency fuel. They're giving us 5%, which is 2.7 tons. I've rounded up some of those, but I can't round them all up. APU time, well, let's give ourselves 40 minutes on the APU, just because I'm going to sit here for a while. Let's give ourselves 30 minutes taxi time. I'm being very generous here. Final reserve fuel is our to remain fuel. It wants 2,200 kilograms, which is nothing. That's only double what the 320 needs, really. I mean, the 320 is about a ton, so that's, well, even 1.2. So that is amazing. So let's have 2,300 final reserve fuel required. Gives us a, let's see, can we see fuel on board 65.5. This expected 64.2. So there's a bit of rounding up there from my part, because I've done extra fuel for taxi, no doubt. But I'm actually going to cheat. I'm going to give myself a bit of extra contingency fuel, because I don't know if the weather is loaded even remotely right. So instead of contingency fuel being 2.7, I'm just going to put in something silly. I have no idea what numbers are normal on long-haul planes. I don't know what long-haul aircraft would take for a flight like this. So instead of 2.7, let's make that... What do you guys think? Let's give ourselves another few percentages. Let's just make it 10 tons. No, don't do that. Not 10 minutes, please. Oh dear. Come on. I'm touching the wrong buttons. Oh, it won't even let me do that. Okay. There we go. Right, 72.9. Should have had 64.2. So we've got a fair bit extra fuel there. I think that will cover us. Yeah, absolutely. Profit. YouTube. I do notice you. Thank you very much. And then thanks again, Victor Tango. Right, okay, there we go. So that's definitely enough fuel. I don't want to run out of fuel for any reason. I can't be bothered with that, especially for a flight like this. I'm sure they don't do that in real life. No need to take that much extra. Right, implement, please. Why is it not in the loading configuration? Fuel aboard 53 tons. Okay. So let's just go back to ground service, ground equipment, fuel truck. It wouldn't let me do that earlier. Oh dear. Right. Implements. There we go. Okay. Coming together. Fuel's going on. Good stuff. Right. Let's get back into the checklist. So I've got that over here. Right. Fuel is loading. AV5. I mean, that wasn't supposed to take that long. For those of you interested, flight time. Cost next 160, so we're going to go pretty fast with 4,800 nautical miles to cover and a ridiculous flight time, 9 hours 26. Right, 20 minutes, come on, we've got to keep going, we're going to get this. Right, AP fire test perform. Seems to do all of the fire tests all at once, which is quite clever. Why wouldn't you want to test them all? So there we go, that's done. Hope that turns off. Please turn off. Please turn off. Oh dear, thank goodness. Okay, if you ever do this, just press it once, don't hold it. I was holding it like you do in the little Airbus, but I don't think it wanted that. Let's get the AP up and running. That was heart stopping. Get the logo light onto auto. Let's have it on. We're in a nice looking airplane. Strobe lights can be in auto. Anyway, I should really run a flow around about here, which is what I'll do shortly. So we can see the APU. It comes up automatically, this lower ECAM page. Captain Shark 21, $5 US donation. Very kind of you, Captain Shark. Thanks so much. It's a great way to start off the new year. I appreciate what you do for the community. I've only had my new PC for a week to run Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm really enjoying it. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your support, Captain Shark. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you to say so. And yeah, enjoy Microsoft Flight Simulator. We had great fun on our last stream. And yeah, I'm glad the videos help. You're very kind. Thank you so much. Right. Okay. My heart's still going fast from that APU fire test. But yeah, no, thank you very much, Captain Shark. Great name as well, Captain Shark. Right. So 1 minute load list and then on. So we've got to leave that AP running for a little bit before we put the AP bleed on. All very similar. Let's have cross bleed to auto. I'm sure that's where it should be. Airflow to norm. Especially these days, we don't use low airflow because we want to keep as much ventilation as possible. Set the temperatures. I definitely don't want it cold in the cockpit. I'm sure we'll get complaints from the cabin. They do answer sometimes on that. Anyway. External power 2 can go off when the APU is available, and that's interesting. I didn't know they did that because maybe it just speeds things up. Yeah, let's get the APU generator online because for some reason that was off. So the APU is now available. Let's get the APU bleed on. Give it a bit of time. Check oxygen pressure. Door SD page. So that's just like ECAM, not dispatch door. There we go. This is a great add-on. They've got loads of things in here. So there's our cockpit pressure. I don't know what the cabin pressure is. Do the cabin crew have their own supply of oxygen? I mean, that's pretty low, 1200 psi these days. And then that's fine, but the Neos carry more than that. So, but anyway, there we go. And then oxygen, oil, and hydraulics. So same as the 320. Oil looks good, 18.4. Hopefully, won't burn through that. Hydraulics page in these little green areas, very similar looking. Only 2 systems it seems though, is all that we see here, yellow and green. And I noticed on the pumps as well, we've got yellow, green, yellow, green. There can't just be 2 hydraulic systems, can there? We've got 3 even on the little Airbus. Anyway. Abby Man, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Happy New Year to you. Thanks so much, Abby Man, another streamer along with Dougal, that runs the Simwings support group. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Abby Man. Happy New Year to you. We'll see you soon. Might see you when we land. Have a good night. Right, yeah, we're definitely not going to be in the right time home for the American audience. Door SD page, hydraulics, engine SD page. Oh, we need to raise the interphone audio. Oh, is it cabin?
The passengers are unhappy in the dark. Why don't you turn on the lights back here?
He wants the lights on. Now we can do that. There we go. Is that better? Does that show up outside? We've got some cabin views. Well, it seems lit up now. They can't complain. Very good. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks for that tip. Electric hydrostatic third system. Oh, this is what I mean. This is so different. I'm genuinely surprised at how different this is. Right, spoilers, check agreed position, parking brake set, spoilers are down, retracted, parking brake is, get rid of that armrest, parking brake is on, that's all good. Flap lever agree with the PFD, yep, flaps are at 0 and 0. Finally they show it on the PFD here, and does the FO get it? Yep, get it on both sides. Captain and purse as required, all white lights off, cruise supply on, strobe and logo auto, seatbelts on, no smoking on. Okay, so this is now the normal flow, so we've done most of that one. I'm not sure why passenger data can be changed on or off, we'll leave that alone. Seatbelts can go on, the fuel's on, no smoking can go on please. Emergency exit lights need to be armed, should have done that before we boarded passengers really. But there we go, wing lights, landing lights, nose light. I like that there's only one landing light switch, because why would you ever want one side landing light only? Also, I suppose these lights don't retract, they do on the 320, so perhaps it doesn't matter so much. Probe window heat check auto, probe window heat's here. Auto just means the lights out. Air conditioning panel we've checked now, pretty much set up. Fuel pumps are all on, maintenance panel, all lights off. I think we're getting there. Let me go and do a slightly better view for you guys and for myself. Maintenance panel, ground, hydraulics, pumps off. I mean, it seems strange to turn them on because that would presumably power the hydraulics. Cargo air conditioning, all lights off. Electric, yellow and green pumps checked on and guarded. Okay, well that suggests they should be on. Okay, well they're on and guarded. Attitude, heading, air data, FMS center position. That's going to be down on the console here. Normal, or auto. Auto, that's pretty clever. So does it switch itself? I know, I will talk about some of this really clever 350 stuff later. You'll notice Toliss made the avionics for this, it seems, or big chunks of it. Anti-skid should be on. Surprised that was off. Landing gear gravity extension closed. That's down here, I think. It's simple enough on the 320, but it's even easier on this airplane, so that's closed. We won't accidentally pull that. Thrust levers and reversers idle, stowed. Weather radar can go on. Can it? Hopefully that doesn't actually do anything, because you certainly wouldn't want the weather radar on at this point. I might leave the weather radar off. So it seems to think it wants it. We've done a transponder, TCAS, TRA. Okay, so now back into Squawk. Oh no, surveillance page on the MFD. This is where it gets really confusing. So if you go to surveillance down here, you get this. So we can adjust it all here. So let's put our Squawk in of, we'll do 2000. Have that set to auto. TCAS, I mean, this is normally stuff you do probably on the taxi out, but I'm not sure. Maybe they don't on the 350. We'll do the weather radar as we get out there. I'm a bit more nervous about that. Let's turn on all the tours stuff. And we'll put the rest of that on as we get out there. Okay. FMS init page. Right, here we go then. I did load the route in. Don't worry, this won't take long. Got about half an hour. We need to take off in an hour. I wanted us to airborne in an hour. Right. Route select, there it is. Apply. That was a great tip from Matteo's Golden Dark tutorial. VIR 30 kilo. And alternate of Victor Charlie Bravo India. Again, anyone just joining the chat, apologies if I missed it talking. It goes on because all automatic stays off of the gate. Okay. Mateo's pretty confident. Let's put them on. It's in the FCOM set. I'll straight away. Okay, cool. Thanks. We'll do that. Right, cruising at. I was hoping it would save all that, but obviously not. Flight level initially 370, so we'll change that later. Cost index massive, 142, which I was hoping we could improve on. Sorry, 160. What am I talking about? 160. Trip winds. No. Let's see. Can we download the winds? Insert history winds. Normally you do all this through ACARS, but it doesn't seem. Company wind request. Aha. Well, let's hope that's good enough. The overall component, it's not a headwind of 200, I hope. it's plus 42. So we'll do that, just give us a slightly better chance. Okay, right, now we'll go IRS. They're all aligned, so that's good. So we'll return. Then we'll go departure. Now, let's check the weather for Heathrow. For those of you who missed it, we had to restart, so that's my excuse for not being fully ready. So 27. Is there a controller here at Heathrow yet? No, Gatwick gets a lot of controlling, but we don't. Okay. So first of all, let's do 1228. Nope, that's not how you do that. And swap them over. And I reckon... doesn't seem to matter. Let's go for 27 left. Slightly, ever so slightly closer. No, 27 right. We'll do 27 right. Let's do 27 right. So we're going to depart from 27 right. Our expected departure today that we want to fly is the... I believe it's the Detling. Detling 2 Foxtrot. There it is. No transition, temporary flight plan, and inserts. And then we would check through all of this, but I'm going to check through the first few bits and then carry on once we're en route, or we'll be here all day. So Detling, Dover, Upper Lima 9 to Conan, Upper Lima 607 to Remba, there we go. And then direct Lursu, direct Ritsu, direct Radar, all seems to have loaded through, so that's great stuff. So that's pretty much a flight plan. And we can select our arrival here. I have no idea what it would be. Let's do an RLS Zulu. It says Lima 3 Alpha. It doesn't seem to be too happy about that. Anyway, I'll insert that now. We'll fiddle with the arrival at the other end. Good. So back to a init page. Sam AD, very kind of you. Is that Australian dollars? $10. Very kind of you. Thanks so much. Happy New Year to all. Happy New Year to you, Sam. Thank you very much for coming along and supporting the channel. I really appreciate it, and that's very kind of you. Again, apologies for this, the bot not working. 363 viewers, my goodness. You guys are watching me struggle through this. It must be absolutely painful. Oh, there's the bot. It did wake up. Good stuff, good stuff. You need to press Align RS on the init page. Align, available in 0 minutes. Align. There we go. Now that's interesting, because the 320 these days will do that automatically, as long as it has a GPS signal. It seems strange the 350 wouldn't, but there we go. Navigate, I'm going to leave it auto-tuned. I've got some questions about that when we get underway for the 350 experts on board. Right, let's get some fuel loaded into it. Good morning, James Monks. Happy New Year to you. Good morning to Raspberry Ray. Good to see you as well. And DMT Donuts. Hope you're doing well. Right. Now this is a little bit tedious to transfer across. Go with 0 slope. Take off flap 2, I think should work. I have no idea why I think that, but it seems to have a calculator on it. Michael Demail, hopefully I got that right. Sorry, Michael. Your $10 donation, very kind of you. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. I really appreciate it. It's far too generous as we start this new year. So thank you to Sam and Michael. That's really kind. And I hope you both had a very happy new year last night. And hopefully you have a good 2021 as we get going. Right. Yeah, very kind of you guys. Thank you. Let's see if we can figure this one out. So, what was I doing? I need to put in our 0 fuel weight, which I can do in passengers. 0 fuel weight is 167.8. So this is effectively our init B page. Our 0 fuel weight CG of 25, nice and forward. That's good. Doesn't like it when you click away. Block fuel now, we have 72.9. Come on, you can do it, airplane. You can do it, airplane. I believe in you. 72.9. It reckons 500 for the taxi, a trip fuel of 57.8. So what I'm going to do before we get going, and I embarrass myself by running out of fuel halfway over Dubai or something like that. Let's check the trip fuel. 52.8. This reckons 57.5. So it's definitely higher than we originally planned. Maybe that's the carriage of the extra fuel. I don't know. So finals 2.2, 30 minutes, landing at 182 tons, minimum fuel at destination 8.2. We've got an extra 1 hour and 27 of fuel, 6.1 tons on board. So that's pretty good. We'll take that, I think. Route reserve. Not sure if we need that. Goodness me, I don't know what that's talking about. Is that talking about contingency fuel? Anyway, there we go. So we have some idea. 10 hour 24 flight, it reckons. Let's hope it's not that long. We'll see if my wind calculations are all nonsense. That could be the problem. Okay. Fuel unloading we've done. So that's effectively an IT B. Don't know why it doesn't have a CG. Are we missing something here? Matteo, do you know? Do I need to have anything written into route reserve to make these fuel and board figures work for us? I'm surprised about that. And then finally, takeoff performance. Now this I can do because we've already got it here. Performance calculator, flaps 2, taking over 240 tons. Yep. So gives us 165, 165, 167. 165, nice high speeds. 165, 167. Flaps 2 takeoff, 39% trimmable horizontal stabilizer with no takeoff shift. There's our standard thrust reduction and acceleration. All looking good. Right, that's the init bit done, I think. No need, says Matteo. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So, we've done an FS init, we've done IRS, we've aligned them, we've done the departure, the arrival, fuel load, takeoff performance, it's complete. Flight plan on the ND, let's check it. Yeah, let's start making this look like we expect it. Let's have constraints up here. I don't want VORs or ADFs. I don't know why I want to look at those at this point. Let's have ARC, which is our normal map view. There's our departure loaded in. I do want terrain. I think that's quite nice. Don't need weather at this point. Traffic I do want. Don't need the VOR or ADF on that side either. We can have several at once. Well, we might have some airports up for our departure. Why not? Flight directors don't seem to be able to be turned on or off in the same way as they can in the 320. So there we go. We're going to put 6,000 feet as our stop altitude for that departure. It's coming together, guys. We're nearly there. Great. FO probably be on ARC as well. Right, I like this little vertical display. That's really clever. Shows you where the terrain is beneath you as you head off. Not much terrain on this departure, as you can imagine. Gross weight and fuel on board we've checked. Loudspeaker max, QNH set 3 times. Yeah, let's bring up the actual weather. So we're using real weather for this flight today, which is a little bit unusual for me these days, but QNH should be 1011. For some reason you scrolled on all of these dials, but this one you have to click. 1011, about 80 feet above the ground, seems about right. Temperature's warmed up a bit, it's 0 degrees. Great. Let's check a few more things. Arc, constraints, speed and heading dotted, flight directors on, initial altitude set, external power disconnect, closed doors, ground equipment dismiss. Okay, yeah, we're getting there. We're going to be underway. I think we'll make our 1 hour takeoff time. I'm pretty happy about that. Please stay on. The AP generator is on. Off. Okay. Oof, nerve-wracking moment. Ground service, ground equipment. Let's just take one last look outside. I think it shows it all. It's quite a nice add-on. Yeah, it is. Look at that. Really good. Really cool stuff. Oh, we've got a few around us. Excellent. I don't know if everyone's coming, but I hope so. So, passenger bus, fuel truck, luggage loader. Don't need those ground power units. We're not. Let's get rid of that. I don't know what that does at this point. Close all the doors, please. We're not going to use the inbuilt pushback. We're going to use better pushback, of course. This is exciting, eh, guys? Look at us in our ridiculously heavy plane. I think he might need to move from the engine before we get going. But fingers crossed he will. Right. So, again, Matteo, thank you so much for your sort of abbreviated checklist. It's great because I've purely used Matteo's checklist, and now the eCam looks pretty much clear, so that's good stuff. Again, we'll talk about loads of these systems on the way, or you guys can tell me about them. It's more likely what's going to happen. But yeah, right. Pushback request. Just let me check there's no air traffic control here. No Heathrow has arrived. Okay, so we're on stand 327. I'm just going to do a broadcast. Make sure we get the call sign right. Version 30 kilo. And are we on the right frequency? Yeah. Oh, we're not receiving though. What am I doing wrong there? Am I missing something? VHF1? It says I am. That's strange. Heathrow ground version 30 kilo, pushing back from stand 327. We'll work that one out as we get underway. I'm sure someone else can help me with that. Mateo has a checklist, Victor Leon Romero. So, Mateo, if you are happy to share your checklist, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be greatly appreciated, I'm sure. Right, beacon goes on. Similar things now to normal. Let's check those thrust levers are at idle. Oh, before I hit the microphone out of the way, I think that flight deck door locked. I don't know how it works in the 350, and I think we're pretty much ready to go.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Oh no. Oh no, I've never had that. Why is that happening? Oh no. Oh goodness me. Well, let's just hope I can get this right. That's strange. I've never seen that before.
Ground
Oh, there we go.
please show me where you want to go.
I want to go here. There's only one way out of this cul-de-sac.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
So I apologise if those of you next to us are flying along. I am flying on VATSIM, Hi Champion, absolutely. We did hear someone transmitting, so that's pretty optimistic that works. Let me just go onto my VAT map and see who's on there. See who's with us. I apologise. This is a bad cul-de-sac really for a group of us, because some of you will have to wait, but I'm sure we'll manage. So who's in the corner there? Yeah, coming along. Enrico Bianchi, good to see you. Come flying along with us. We've got Speedbird 61 over there. It's coming along. Excellent news, guys. Brilliant. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, I see. I've missed my chance. That's no good. Okay. We'll wait for the 777 to taxi out then. Version 30 kilo. We'll wait for the 777 to taxi first, and then we'll push back from stand 327. I think it's a 777. It is an impatient sounding pushback voice. I agree with that. Yeah, there's probably a better way around it actually. It's better if we go from this end out. I think that'll work out nicely. I hope we've got enough fuel.
Sir, the passengers are complaining about the heat.
The heat? What's wrong with the... Oh, okay, let's turn it down a bit. Oh, and...
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
No, I will not release parking brake. I will wait. Now, cabin announcements. Here we go. We're going to be a proper airline today. Heliwizard 36, €5 donation. That's really kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. With a great little pear dancing emoji. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Heliwizard. I hope you're having a good new year. Happy 2021 to you. Good morning, Richard V as well. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, very kind of you, Heliwizard. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Oh, we've got 380 next to us now. I'm sure these planes keep changing. Exciting, isn't it? It's exciting being poised for such a long flight to come. Heli, are you flying? Did I hear someone on heli on the chat just then? Oh, Virgin 5 over there. Where's Virgin 5 going? Yeah, you guys are far too kind. Oh, Virgin 5 going to KMIA. Is that Miami, I assume? Okay, Enrique wants me to go first. Alright, let's do... I don't want to stop. Enrique, if you go first, because my pushback's already planned, and I'll push back into the same area as you. So yeah, if you go first, I'll catch up. We're going for 27 right, so I'll follow you out once we push back. Oh no, we've lost someone. Disaster. Taking too long to get started. I think that'll work out best. Darren, I hope enough you know that's completely fine. Well, we've definitely got enough according to our plan. It's just I just don't know what sort of extra fuel you carry on flights like this. 72.8 we've got. Which is a lot more than we planned. Yeah, a lot more than we should have needed. So fingers crossed. I know why actually. It's because we haven't put in the step flight levels. That's why. That would make a big difference to the way these work.
Traffic on A350, taxiing runway 27 right.
Excellent, excellent. It's all coming together. Video Man Chris, $15 donation. Very kind of you, Video Man Chris. Thank you so much. Video Man Chris says, Happy New Year. Love the content, love the merch. Excellent. Thank you so much for supporting the channel with the merch as well. Love the channel. Cheers to 2021. Excited for the flight today. I really appreciate Video Man Chris. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for supporting the channel so much and so enthusiastically. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. And yeah, happy 2021 to you. It's really kind. Oh, thanks, Chris. Right, here we go. This is all going to work out. Version 5 over there. That is a 350, Richard Reed. That is a 350. Oh, I think this is a 350 behind us as well, actually. But obviously my models don't have that. This should work out. I reckon once we put in those flight levels into the FMGC, the step outs, then things will all start to look a lot better, which we could probably do in the flight plan page. I don't know where they would hide it, but we'll sort that out once we're underway. Don't want to spend too long fiddling, but that will make a big difference to fuel burn on a long flight like this. So we could probably save a fair few tons like that. Right, let's go doors to auto. Oh, this is fun. Oh, we can't hear it. Let's do... is it PA? They can start their safety demonstration. We just need to release our brake. Once Enrico moves, I think there's a bit of lag on that internet connection. Happy New Year to you, Arab Singh. Good to see you. Brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Oh, this is exciting. Right, we may start engines. Let's do it. Same as the little Airbus. I think we start engine 1 first, though. 1, then 2. So that goes to ignition. We get pressure. Starting engine 1. It's working. Good news. You can see the packs have all turned off automatically. Magic of the Airbus. I've got some wing views ready to go. Oh, this is serious long-haul aviation here. Flight 24, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Flight 24, this is back. Pre-long-haul anticipation, working out which films to watch, what's for dinner, when to read, when to sleep. Love it, yeah, absolutely. That's what we'd be doing, sat here. Clicking through every film on this screen before deciding on one that we've already seen before, most likely. I have got, as well, a tail camera view. I think Time Walker suggested that before the stream started. Anyway, we should watch that engine start. It looks like it's started. Let's start engine 2. I don't know what this screen... I assume they have charts on this screen normally. Which reminds me, I should probably bring up at least one chart on here. So let's have... We're going to need to figure out our way out. Airport. That'll do. And let's have a departure chart, which is a Detling departure, wasn't it? So I've already, like I say, already looked at all this in preparation. So Detling at 6,000 is what we're going to do. And our route out here. Is that Foxtrot Bravo?
Parking brake.
Parking brake on.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
There goes the tow. Time to fly the world's longest flight from Singapore to New York. Yeah, there are much more hardcore flights out there even than this. This just feels ridiculously long to me. Right, there's that engine started, so tows going away. Engine mode select to norm. APU bleed off. Engine anti-ice as required. Yeah, well, let's have it today because we got that 0 degrees. Turn off the APU. Ground spoilers armed. Just seems to go forward in this airplane. It's very strange. Flaps set for takeoff. We were flaps 2. Auto brake RTO. Took me ages to find this one. It's that little button there. Not very well labelled. Flight controls check. We're going to do this like long haul pilots before we even get going.
Disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
Oh, look at that. It's a great looking airplane, isn't it?
We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Okay, so this is great. Right, flight controls. I'm just going to move it. There we go. Full left, full right, neutral, full down, full up, neutral, rudder left, rudder right, neutral, and of course the other pilot will do that as well. Nicely modelled on this airplane as well, all very smoothly animated. Brilliant. So yeah, looking pretty reasonable now. Oh no, pitch trim. We've got to do the pitch trim. It says 27. Is that what it wants? It wants 27. There we go. Oh, I hope that's right. Dear. Takeoff config test. Check. How do we do that? I think that's down here still. Yeah, they didn't fiddle with that. It's a good system. It's in blue. Does it turn green? Does Matteo, does it turn green? The left screen. Alexander Pasuto. Thanks, Alexander. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Alexander 777 pilot. It's the onboard information system. It contains the EFB technical performance weights chart. Yeah. Windows 10 is installed too. Oh, there you go. Windows 10. Excellent. Right, but I don't know why the takeoff config isn't letting that go green, but we'll worry about that as we get out to the runway. Let's get runway turn off and taxi lights on. We had a wave off from the ground crew. Right, let me rearrange my desk. Always something I don't have ready in time. Just because it spent so long setting up. Right, let's get going. We've got to go and follow Enrico out. So, glorious. We're ready to go. We got the fuel. Exciting. Brakes off. Oh, our colleagues have all given up. Taking too long to get going here. Except for Enrico. Shot in the Dark, 20.99 Canadian dollars donation. That's very kind of you. Thanks so much. Shot in the Dark says, expat Englander here. Happy New Year from Alberta, Canada. Sadly, it's past my bedtime, so I'll have to catch up later on. Great channel that you've taught us all so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good night's sleep. Happy New Year to you, Shot in the Dark, and thank you. That's incredibly generous. 20.99 donation. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good night's sleep and a good New Year. Right. Yeah, no, very kind of you, Shot in the Dark. Again, supporting the channel so much. Right, there's Enrico, so let's follow out. Hopefully he hasn't burnt all of his contingency fuel waiting for me. Long-haul airplanes, I do notice, taxi incredibly slowly, so I'm sure this is too fast. I like there's a Virgin 5 over there doing the Miami. That's good fun. Just a bit of a, let's do a taxi camera view. There we go. I wonder if the passengers get this view. That looks a bit fast for a 350. Oh no, too much. They've dampened all of the controls, you'll see. So even if I go full left or full right, flight factor doesn't let it happen straight away, which is a good thing, I think. A little bit more realistic, but I must remember that. What's that metal dome in front of the panel? This is, I think this is a mouse, so you'll put your hand on that and then use, there's a little cursor switch there. Maybe it's a ball like those old mice, or maybe it's a touchpad, I'm not sure. It does not turn green for takeoff and landing. Okay, fair enough. I assume it would warn us if there was any other problems. Good afternoon to Gazala. The view is on the passenger screen. There we go. Oh yeah, this is great. Now that taxiway is a little bit narrow. I'm going to swap over to the one that they're all onto. Doesn't look too confident that the 350 would fit along here very well. I think we can leave the cabin lights on for takeoff. It's pretty light out, if a bit gloomy. Oh, there's our tail logo light. So this add-on, this is the Flight Factor 350. It's had a lot of changes recently, or over the last sort of few months. And I remember it wasn't, people were a little bit unfinished at times, but Matteo has been a big advocate of it on the Discord, and yeah, it's really good. It's got loads of features. I mean, every button I press pretty much seems to work for us, which is great. So yeah, just a few bugs that happen, as we've seen. So performance page, strobe, landing lights, nose light. I think we're pretty much ready to go. That's all on. The transponder was all on. We turned all this on. Should these be in auto? Auto feels better to me. Are we overtaking Enrico? Enrico? No, not yet. And that will be CPDLC, I suppose. Wilco standby unable. Yeah, we'll talk about that once we get going. So then, we got our departure. We're going to take off, make our left turn round. If I go to plan, we'll get a better view of that. We're going to climb up to 6,000 feet, heading out over to Detling. We've got brake RTO arms. That's cool. Climb that blue 182. 6,000 feet is where we're going to stop. We've got flap 2 out, which seems sensible. Trimmed. All those wheels. Still, imagine what the 350 1000 looks like. Yeah, so that's pretty much goods. I'm not going to race. It's tempting though, it is tempting. $494 watching, and if you like to support. Yeah, amazing. Thank you also for coming along and watching. That's an amazing number. I hope you're all doing very well this new year. Happy New Year to all. Yeah, 496, amazing. So if you're enjoying the video, do please like the video. It helps us in the YouTube algorithms to not be demoted out of the recommended areas. So yeah, if you're enjoying the video, do please like. I mean 10 hours of streaming a Flight Simulator, what's not to like, eh? Nice tie livery, yeah. I think BLC is an alpaca though. Alan Story, good morning, happy new year to you as well, Alan. Alan, the big supporter of the channel, active Discord member. Good to see you, hope you're doing well. 13 knots taxi is realistic with a big one. I think in a straight line 13 knots is realistic enough. There's a Speedbird 14 Whiskey, little Airbus. So I would imagine they would go in front of all these heavies, or they'd have to wait for all of the heavies to depart. Do you know you can have your AviTab in the OAS? Can you? I did not know that. I've tried a few different things. Oh no, he's. Well, I'm glad we stayed out of that chaos up there. Right, well, I don't want to get too far behind now. I want to get up behind our colleague, the 652. Now, they probably wouldn't turn at 20 knots in a heavy aircraft like this. That isn't realistic. That's pretty fast. Alexander Pasuto says, when I'm flying my triple, whenever a 350 comes along, everyone looks at the nuke on the block. Yeah, I bet they do. It's a nice looking airplane, the 350. It is undoubtedly a nice looking airplane. I definitely think the seating position is a bit higher. I think it'd be something like that, because that's where the headrest is, and then we can see down a bit better. So it's got great big windows for the pilots. I really like that. Right, how are we going to do this without getting kicked off of VATSIM? That little Airbus is trying to beat us. I'm going to go.
Traffic on A350, line up to turn right.
Slow down. Heathrow traffic, Virgin 30 kilo, lining up after the 777 for 27 right, Detling departure. Stop sliding. That's 11 knots, yeah, so even 11 knots is probably a bit too much. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're not going to make it around that way. We're going to take the next intersection. If not, we'll just catch up. We're much faster than the little A320 when we get up into the cruise, no doubt. No rotating on the taxiway is doubly so when racing traffic on Alpaca when you're on Bravo. Here we go. Come on, we've already called it. We've already called it. So we were talking the other day. Yes, we win in Heathrow. Or we're talking about big airports. It's not always the case.
Traffic 106 right to A350 taking off 27 right, departure to the east.
Air traffic will expect you to cross the line in order to keep the spacing. It happens at places sometimes. There's, I think, is it in Charles de Gaulle? There's some other big airports that do a similar tactic. So anyway, so let's check that the approach is clear. Let's not go any closer. Let's get those lights on. So yeah, if you watch Big Jet TV on YouTube, I'm sure lots of you know who that is. You'll see things like this all the time. Now, I perhaps wouldn't put my nose this close behind a 777. You should get a lot of jet blast, which isn't designed for that way. But here we go. Right, I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let's go back to ARC. Seats for takeoff. Oh, look at this. Do a bit of oversteering. Get our nose over that centre line. Now, because we're going on the same route, there would be a little bit of separation, so I'll wait for the Alpaca to get into the air first, and maybe I'll give it about a minute before I head off, otherwise we'll just constantly get in trouble with other air traffic control stations. Oh, we didn't get that right, even that. Should have done more oversteering. The biggest I've flown is a 321 NEO, so you do oversteer on that, because it is a long plane, but obviously this is much bigger. Right. Okay, here we go then. Let's go to the Maldives. Exciting. That's what long haul pilots say, isn't it? Let's go to the Maldives. So, I'm going to announce it. And Heathrow traffic, Virgin 30 Kilo, taking off 27 right, deadling departure. Start the clock.
Heathrow traffic, British 14 Whiskey, lining up behind the departing Virgin A350.
And there's the speedboat behind us. Okay. We'll go toga, obviously. Man toga, SRS runway. Auto thrust is armed and blue, looking good. $80 to 100 knots, releasing that side stick. Can use a fair bit of runway to get up to 165 knots. My goodness. There's another Speedbird long haul over there. Wow. The V1 and rotates. V1. Oh, it cools it out. Very good. Positive climb, gear up. And don't keep pitching up, because it's a heavy aircraft. It doesn't do that. Nav. Yeah, slightly amazing. It's definitely a lower nose attitude in these heavy airplanes. Yeah, we didn't put a flex temperature in, did we? That would make sense. That's why we got off the runway in half the runway, I suppose. They probably derate these engines quite a lot. Modern engines do, like the Dreamliner. It's good. We'll get there quicker. 555 of you watching. That's amazing. Thank you all so much for coming along. Right, we're through our acceleration altitude. Let's lower that nose. Mateo's helpfully added this line. Thrust climb, climb, auto thrust. This is all just like flying a 320 now. Fantastic. Above the clouds already. That's my favourite thing to do. It's the best thing. Oh yeah, above F speed. Let's bring those flaps to 1. Is when you depart and you get above that cloud layer. It's just a joy. Out into the sunshine after a gloomy, cold morning where you've been in the dark and you're trying to get ice off the airplane. And above F speed, then flaps to 0. Let's get a quick wing view of that.
Heathrow traffic, British 14 Whiskey, taking off runway 16, correction 27 right.
And away we go. That's us then. Start the movie. Right, we're above the cloud. Let's get rid of that engine anti-ice because that will burn fuel, and we want to save all the fuel we can for this long old flight. And there's still no air traffic control, so I said we're cruising at 370. 370, there we go. It's got out magenta, 6,000, but we're going to say we're cleared now. So, pull, thrust climb, open climb, out blue, 37,000. Click that, out blue flight for 370. Already got a tailwind, look at that, it's all coming together. Right, thank you for your startup checklist, Matteo. Been a big help. So thank you for that. Let me finally get a look in at the chat. Thank you for your subscriptions. There's been a few subscriptions I missed. Andrew Campbell, Salahedin, Ian, Mark. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Did he just say British? Yeah, I think the speedboat did say British. Happy holidays to Fly 24 as well. Alexander Pasuto, Jerry. Yeah, Jerry is Big Jet TV. So if you ever see Big Jet TV on YouTube, I think his name's Jerry. I've requested for him to film my departure before, and he did. Oh, that's very kind of him. That's good. We are running Vulcan, the Harmony. Yeah, this is Vulcan. Did feel a bit like a race. Yeah, I agree. Oh, we got TCAS working. Excellent. Oh, that'll be good for this flight. May as well wind the range up. Oh, it goes further. 320 and then 640. Much longer range. Oh, the 320 can't even display that many things. No chance. No chance. Right, let's do a climb PA. Lots of PAs for this flight. 20 degrees. Let's warm it up. I think 21 would be ideal. Right, departure shots. Did we make it? We did. Just about. We made it within an hour, including with a restart. Hopefully my frame rate holds on. I had to disable the scenery in Geneva that we used for my last stream because that was really hurting the frame rates. Thank you all for coming along. Yeah, amazing. And let's see how many people can sit through the next 10 hours. Things will be a different pace for this video for sure. So I will be in the chat answering as much as I can. And I will be here, and then we obviously will take some breaks, but if I do take a break, I'll put a timer on the screen to show you when I'll be back, so that way if you guys want to check in on the stream throughout the day and you see the timer, then you'll know when I'll be back. Are we there yet? Yeah. Do you think long haul pilots say that to each other as soon as they get in the air? I wonder, is that a joke that they make every day? 10,000 feet, let's get rid of those landing lights. They don't, as I said, they don't actually fold out on this airplane. They're built into the wing. They've got a nice big wing root here to do it. So maybe that's why there's only one switch, but there we go, that can go off. Gear went up, so actually these should go off. And of course it's still an Airbus, so we can disarm those. Seatbelts are no smoking. I think the seatbelts can go off. Everyone can start running around. They've got, better start stretching their legs. Put on, is that Game of Thrones? When I disconnect the ground GPU, then the left cockpit CDU and PFD gone out. So for Heo Bliss, that probably means your APU generator. Turn on the APU and make sure APU generator up here is on, because for some reason it's left off. This is on VATSIM, yes. Fly 24, beautiful. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Away we go. So we're going to take everything at a nice slow pace today. We'll do all our fuel checks. 10 hours now, that's dedicated. Yeah, well, you know, we said we'd do a long haul for 30,000 subscribers, which we passed quite recently, and I didn't want to do long haul but make it sort of like 5. I wanted long haul, and we said it would be in the 350. So the 350 doesn't do 5-hour flights. We had to do the real deal. I think we can do some sort of mid-range flights using the 321 NEO, but the 350 it deserves the full deal. And I thought about even longer, but YouTube doesn't let you. I think the videos get cut off after 12 hours. Is the VS adjusting automatically? No, thrust climb open climb, so it will target the new speed. So it's going to target climb thrust. This is very similar to a 320. All of this, the setting up is quite different in some regards, although now it's all done, it already starts to make more sense pretty quickly. But Yeah, there we go. We didn't put the flex temperature in there. That's why we had to go toga for takeoff. It's still a good way to start the flight, I think. But this PFD is almost straight out of a 320. It's so similar. It's so readable. It's nice. This feels very familiar. If I just look at this and ignore the bottom half, I have no concerns. Sven says, in the last stream you're talking about alpacas. What is this call sign? What for? Alpacas is the call sign of another streamer, Flight Deck to Sim, and they use the alpaca call sign and livery. So I think we are following an alpaca today. I think Enrico's in there. Alpaca call sign. Shantam, it's got to go. See you later. Thanks very much for coming along. Thanks for watching the departure. Alexander says you need to disarm. Yeah, thank you. yeah. It's funny, I don't know why they changed it. I quite like the lifting up mechanism, but these ones seem to go forwards. Pretty fast speed. So we can always slow down if we want to save fuel. I imagine changing the Costa Next makes a big difference on time of arrival. So you guys are going to see that little blue bar at the top of the screen barely moves now. Yeah, Fly24 in the chat did the music for the channel, so do please check out his channel. He's got loads of great tracks on there. Oh, we're out climbing our colleague, I think. We've got a ridiculous Costa Next and a more modern aeroplane. Yeah, I think we're out climbing them. I wonder what's faster. I don't know. Alexander Pursuit I know. Is the 777 or 350 faster? Darinaho says, auto feeder for my cat, so he'd stop waking me up for food at 5 AM. Now he wakes me up for games at 5:30 AM. Excellent. Walking dog. I used to strictly fly long haul in Sim. Ah, there you go. Yeah, Bliss, you're very welcome. Always, the community here is always great for answering. Victor says, not alpaca, Valencia. Ah, okay. What would it like today, chicken or beef? Yeah. Yeah, do join the Discord for Mateo's very helpful checklist. It helps you get the airplane up and running. Mateo's spent a lot of time working on that to make it feel a bit more realistic, because I'm not sure if these are used in the real airplane, but to tick through each one of these, they're really long and it's quite tedious, and I'm not sure that's what you do in the real aircraft, because a lot of these would be done as flows and then you would just do an abbreviated sort of checklist. So I'm not entirely sure what the 350 people actually use. Near the barber poles, yeah, we are really screaming along. Oh no, we're getting outclimbed again, 400 feet above us now. This is the best TCAS I've seen in any simulator. Very good. I mean, we're already doing that's all. Oh, why has the speed come back? I don't know what it's doing. That's very strange. What is your most difficult approach? So some difficult approaches out there would be obviously Funchal is a difficult approach, Innsbruck a difficult approach, Gibraltar has a difficult approach. Same for the Dalmatian coast, so you've got Croatia, so Split and Dubrovnik both have challenging approaches. But we had a fun one on this stream. I haven't done it in real life, into Reggio Calabria. That was great fun, and that involved a sharp turn at the last minute onto the runway near a volcano as well. Richard Reed, the A350 is the fastest big twin aircraft in the world. There we go. So maybe we will outpace. I cannot wait for the A350 in Microsoft Flight Sim to pilot launch. Is there going to be a 350 in Microsoft Flight Sim? I haven't seen any news of it, but that would be very good if there is. Oh, beautiful. There we go. Frank TV says, open the table. Yes, we should really. Now, 1 hour to getting into the air is bad for one of my normal short-haul flights on these streams, but does it open? Oh no, don't tell me there's another add-on without a table. That's a shame. Let's get some lights on. That's better. That looks a bit nicer. Oh, we've got our own little heater. Heater high, heater low. Yeah, fantastic. Sim for flight, they're making one. Great. It says optimal level is flight level 351. Would you not do step climbs every couple of hours? So we're flight planned from optimum 35, recommended max 392. So we were flight planned at 37. I mean, I don't fly long haul. In this situation, because the 37 there's a good space between my aim and my max. So as I get up to flight level 370, the flight level optimum will rise as we burn fuel, so it comes up to meters anyway. You could go to 3.5, but as soon as you're at 3.5, that's going to be going above you, so you're not going to be there for long. So in this case, I'm purely guessing, but what I'm going to do is go straight to 3.7 because I can see the max is higher. What we will do is put in some step outs once I figure that out. There we go. But I'm not going to do that till we're in the cruise. As I said, we're going to take everything slowly today. Total fuel used. We've already used 3.8 tons. Yikes. Oh, I don't like the way those numbers count down. It doesn't do that in the 320. It doesn't continuously tick like that. That is a bit unnerving. Oh, how's the cabin? Beautiful. Lucky passengers off to the Maldives, eh? Wouldn't that be great? What about the toilets? Don't worry, Bacon Warrior. All in good time. Only the left table works. Yeah, I can't get the table to work. CRJ is coming. Yeah, there'll be a CRJ in Microsoft Flight Simulator very soon. There you go. I could just leave it on that view, and we can you can all pretend you're flying to the Maldives with us, looking at your TV screen. Oh, we can see the 777 in front. I don't know why it's changing its target speeds so abruptly. How's this working on TCAS? Well, we're 1,500 feet above our colleague. So I think we're going to overtake above. But it's not going to work if the speed keeps accelerating like that. That's a bit silly. So, this is something long-haul aircraft do as well. They end up, if they're in uncontrolled airspace over sort of parts of Africa and so on, they may end up separating themselves as well by reporting where they're going to be and so on. It does happen. They've all got TCAS, of course, but what I'm going to do is just to stop it doing what it keeps doing, I'm going to pull the speed, keep the speed back, climb up behind, because we are too close, really. Free bar on your flight, says Herbert. Yeah, I suppose this is a pure premium flight to the Maldives. We're all going to celebrate with their open, free drinks cart. Do you think Microsoft Flight Simulator will be the future of simulators? I can't see why it wouldn't at this point. I was concerned when it released because the graphics were incredible, but there was some core functionality that wasn't really working too well, and I was worried that it was built into the simulator. But when I see what the fly-by-wire team did with the 320, where they even managed to change the pitch attitude on approach, it's made a big difference. So I think if that's already happened from people just developing it outside of the core team, hopefully it can improve a lot. Note that. There we go. So I think we'll probably find we'll have, as we have now, X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Simulator running together. I don't know about P3D. The thing with Microsoft Flight Simulator is some of the aeroplane stuff it tends to not yet be very good at, but they can fix that. Where it is so good is just the lighting, the weather in it. It's so immersive. It just feels amazing. And as we know, the scenery as well. But the scenery's great, but you can get really good scenery in X-Plane. But it's the lighting and the shadows and the clouds being lit up from below and the rain clouds with rainbows in it. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. I believe Fly-by-Wire are working on A380, and the team behind the livery pack is making a 321. Oh, there you go. So there's loads of things coming out for it already. Victor Tango, I'm looking forward to X-Plane 12 and see if it will step up to the game and compete with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, let's hope it does. That would be great news for us. That would be really good news for us if we can sit here with both of those simulators being just top notch. Now I assume we don't turn the landing gear off in this airplane. I know you do in some of the big Boeings. Oh, that side hasn't gone to standards. That's no good. There we go, standards. So yeah, independent screens as well. It's good stuff. Good stuff this head-on. I like it. Bacon Warrior, I'm off for a bit. We'll check back later. See you later, Bacon Warrior. Thanks for coming along. I'll be here. So for anyone wondering, speed is selected so that we can not catch up with our colleague in front, because for some reason the airplane keeps targeting different speeds. So we'll climb at the speed up to our cruise and see where we get to. Only the right table, I mean. Click the first officer's table. Don't think you disarm the spoilers. I think I did. I thought I had, but obviously not. Ah, I see. Yeah, because it disappears off there. Thank you very much. God, it's a sensitive thing. There's the FO's table. Oh my goodness! Don't tell me you can click every key. I don't even know what that keyboard does. Can you click on this and then type on that keyboard? How do you? Does it have a cover? How do you put your food on there? That's my first concern. Being a 320 pilot, I expect this table to be fully operational for food. I mean, what if you spill your food on that? I've wiped down the table many times from all the food I've spilled on it. Shame this one doesn't work. Richie Reed says, are we there yet? Nearly. Just. Yeah. Really? 10 hours to go? Oh boy. Oh, there's so much here. Look at this. And we'll talk about equi-time points when we get a bit closer along. It's a very long haul thing. Okay, colleague in front. It's 1,000 feet below now, becoming proximate traffic. The white diamond fills in when they're a concern to the TCAS, just to draw your attention in. There is a cover to put over the keys and it disables the key. Oh, there you go. Good. I was going to say, yeah, you definitely need a cover for that. That would be asking for trouble. Especially if you're in turbulence or something like that. Victor Tango said, speaking of scenery, I bought the add-on for the Faroe Islands from Aerosoft. It's amazing, and the runway is the correct slope. Highly recommend. Ah, very good. We'll have to go back to the Faroe Islands then. Is that on sale at the moment? I know there's a big sale on X-Plane scenery. Let's put our seat position a bit more realistic. Yeah, there's a big sale on scenery on Steam at the moment. Yeah, that's a better view. I think the default view is just too low. Looks almost like a 2D cockpit. That seems better to me. Purely guessing. Again, I haven't flown the 350. Mateo says you can increase the cost index. Yeah, we'll get up in the cruise and then see where it goes. It may be, actually that time may be related to my selected speed. So let's give ourselves, we'll get 10 mile spacing from our colleague, who is presumably on the same route. There they are. Fantastic. This is a mission and a half. I think 10 miles would be enough. 25% discount, says Victor Tango. Excellent. Must be nearly time for a coffee, says Benny Powell. Yeah, guys, I mean, I didn't get a cup of tea even before this stream. Oh, look, it tells us our minimum fuel temperature. Oh, it's slightly bugged, but there we go. Minus 26. Is it? I wonder what that means. Does that mean that the coldest part of the fuel tank? That seems very cold to already be at minus 26. That can't be right, can it? I suppose it was 0 degrees on the ground, but still, to be minus 26 already. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not what the video does. Rotate around in the cabin. So many buttons. CCAS above. Leave it on above, I suppose, for the climb. So 2024, it reckons, will be in Mali. But if I, just out of interest, push the speed, does that improve the situation? Not really at this point. Michael DeMille, a $4 donation. Cup of coffee time, yeah. Very kind, Michael. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the stream. I hope you're doing well, and I hope this is entertaining for you guys. It's oh, look at that, glorious. Yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Michael, and thank you for supporting the channel and coming along again. Too generous, too generous. Happy New Year to you. Let's play PC games. Happy New Year. Currently watching a YouTube stream on one monitor and have VatSpy on the other to give me the idea of where in the journey we are. Yeah, I should have put up a window to show that. But we'll be able to do it in AviTab. That's not good. My headset's already starting to ache. Parasim says, do you think the VR hype is here to stay or will it go away? Not sure if it's worth getting. I love VR. The times I've used it on PlayStation, I think it's amazing. I really do. It doesn't work with everything. I don't always use it, but stuff that's designed to use it, I've had some of my best sort of video game experiences in it. And I've also used someone else's VR on DCS, which was amazing. So I think it's definitely here to stay. I think it should be here to stay as it develops. What I would say for now is, you know, we're on the verge of a new... I mean, what generation of VR headsets are we up to? We must be up to like the third, at least, generation. You've got the Valve Index, but that's been out for a little while now. You've got the HP Reverb G2, that's the latest one, but it seems pretty hard to get hold of. So, with VR, I want to get VR. I'm just waiting for the right headset, the right price, and the right simulator. And the other problem with VR for me is I don't really see a good way to use VR for videos at the moment, because it would just involve a really shaky video of my head looking around in a small sort of aspect ratio, because it won't fit onto your screens very well. So Dave42 says, when the flight attendant starts serving you can get your tea. Yeah, oh I will, don't worry. So like I said, definitely taking breaks, but we're going to get up into the cruise, do a few systems checks.
I have nothing to say, sir. Is there anything you want?
I have nothing to say. Let's do our level off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain...
I was thinking we should get one of those passenger sort of simulator things for this one,
However, we always recommend to
but I didn't want to add anything to the simulator that might destabilize it, because it's bad enough as it is. So I was really hoping it would work out. So yeah, bit of a tailwind. Great news, and yeah, we'll up that cost next. Mr. Espresso says, do you ever have to do your own visual separation in real life with other aircraft in front? Not like this, no, not in Europe. But I think if you go further afield to places without radar, it could happen. Over the Atlantic, they have very specific set start points and reporting points, so I don't even think it happens there. No, so certainly not visually. Matthew Wolster, £10 donation, very kind. For 100,000 subscribers, maybe recreate this flight in the PA-28. Might need to take a couple of weeks off work for that. Yeah, we'd have to do a round the world stream using a single engine piston aircraft. That's very kind of you, Matthew. Thanks so much for your £10 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind. And Happy New Year to you. Yeah. Mac Outstar. Alan Story as well, £10 donation. I hope to be there with you as much as possible, but 10 hours may be a stretch too far. Yes, no, absolutely. You're very kind, Alan. Thank you for your continuing support of the channel. I really appreciate it. Really too generous. So thank you. And yes, everybody, there is no obligation. You are all welcome to come and go from the stream. Don't worry if you just leave and come back again later. That's fine. I understand. We all have lives. I say we all. You all have lives. I'll be sat here. Very kind, Matthew and Alan. Thanks so much to both of you. Crying Baby Simulator. Well, there is a simulator out there, isn't there? There's a game called well, let's do some level off stuff. 37,000 feet. That all looks good at standard. Routing looks fine. We've got our separation. We outclimbed our colleague. Excellent. We win. Good news. So let's follow them along. I can't believe there's no air traffic controllers out there. They're all still in bed from their yeah, there's no controllers. They're all still in bed from their new year. Let's do a systems check. So this is cool. You can press dispatch, and I assume it would show you anything that could affect your serviceability as opposed to just actual status. More, I don't know what that does. I have got the manual, so we will read that as we go. I assume they do a full check of these systems, just like we do in the 320. Is there a way to do... What's cruise do? Oh, you can bring up the cruise page. Ah, interesting. You can't do that in the 320. It's just there by default. Engine page looks good. Doors are all closed, as you would hope. Wheel page, fine. I assume that's pressure. There's quite high numbers there. Not temperature, I hope. Fuel, yeah, we'll do a fuel check shortly. Electrical AC supply. How many generators? We've got loads of generators here. 4 generators. You need 3 generators to go E-tops. I found that yesterday. So 4 seems adequate for that. All working fine. And then presumably there's electrical DC. There it is. Emergency generators are off, or emergency batteries, sorry, are off. Seems reasonable. I wonder what's DC supplied on this airplane. Hydraulics haven't gone anywhere. 5,000 psi. It's higher pressure. The 320 family runs at 3,000 psi. So this is a higher pressure, certainly. Flight control should all be down. Oh, there's the electrical third system. I don't even know what that is. Someone can explain that to me in the chat. As I say, this is not my expertise. APU used 140 kilos of fuel. Yeah, so quite a big APU. That's quite a lot for... I know we were on the ground a little while, but not too long. Oh wow, that's a complicated conditioning page. That is really complicated. That was like cargo. I don't like seeing amber. See, this is amazing. They've done a lot of work here, because I don't know. I've never seen the 350 in any simulator, so this is a serious add-on. They've put a lot of work into all those systems, no doubt. Jumping into the chat, just seeing if I missed anything. Diode42 says, I've got a question. Tried it Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It's incredible, but it's definitely going to get better when they incorporate hand controls. Oh, the VR, sorry, the VR, yeah. It does sound like it works well with Flight Simulator 2020. Can we get a cockpit tour? Yeah, we will. We'll have a look around the cockpit soon. Did you remember to turn the gas off before you left? Hopefully. Bald Neo says, hi Sim Pilot, are you really going to sit on your computer for 9 hours? No, not quite. I will have to take breaks. You wouldn't do this in real life, not 9 hours, without another relief crew. So you'd all get a chance to go into the cabin at some point and relax. So yeah, I will be doing that as well at times. But as I said, if I do, I'll put a timer up on the screen. Glorious. Although, I mean, it will get dark pretty soon actually, although we're going south, so hopefully we're getting sun for a significant amount of the flight. But I can imagine it would get a bit tiresome if you were trying to fly overnight. But this is probably, if I was flying long haul, you know, I would definitely want to do a flight that sets off at 9 o'clock in the morning and flies sort of southeast, because then I don't even think there'd be any jet lag, particularly with that. You're just going to arrive and you're slightly further ahead, but only a few hours. So this seems like a pretty good route to do. Mark Smith says, the controllers are all watching and enjoying your stream. Excellent. Yeah, I hope they are. Alexander Psuto says, would you ever want to fly a Boeing in real life? If only I could hand you the controls of the triple. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to fly a Boeing as well. No doubt. Like I say, I fly the 757 on this channel relatively regularly. And I think it's great. It's a shame I'll never... Yeah, we won't see the 757 again available to fly for airline pilots, so that's a shame. But yeah, the 777, 787, all look like great airplanes. The 737 Max is obviously making its reappearance. Let's just listen to that air traffic. Jones says, unfortunately, the feature is not available in your region for the donate button. No problem, Jones. Thank you very much for the thought, though. Really appreciate it. What is ETOPS? ETOPS, Roddy, is extended twin engine operations. So when you take an airplane like this with only two engines and you say, I want to fly it over the ocean a long way, you're going to need to get ETOPS certified. Low FPS, give you all those clouds. Anyway, here we go. Let's hope this doesn't crash. So we're rear routing down here. We're going to go all through Europe. Pretty standard stuff. That's Athens there, and then we're going to route. I think we go. I think we go south of Cyprus, Saudi Arabia, and then as we come out over the coast here into the Indian Ocean, we end up well out of range of airports. So that part of the flight, we need to be ETOPS certified, which means the airplane has to be certified for it, as do the crew. It's not something I've ever done in real life, so I can't talk with much authority on it. I can tell you a few things about it. You definitely have to check your airplane doesn't have any defects that could limit it. Things like you need 3 generators. So if for any reason one of those generators wasn't working and you dispatched with 2, then you couldn't do your ETOPS flight. And there's different levels of ETOPS, so different time frames. So it's anywhere. The definition of ETOPS is over 1 hour on one engine flying from an alternate airport, suitable alternate airport, in still air, that is, because of course with a tailwind it could be a bit less, a bit more. So for us in our 350, I don't know what the single engine cruise speed is, but whatever that is, at whatever altitude we have to descend to if we lose an engine, because if we lose an engine we're going to have to descend and slow down. The plane won't stay this high and fast on one engine, obviously. So once we get down, it's wherever we can reach within 1 hour. If we're within 1 hour, then we don't need to be ETOPS. But if we're over an hour, up to sort of like 180 minutes, for example, is one version of ETOPS, then we need to have all the extra certification. Yeah. That was a very bad explanation of something I don't truly understand. Tony Corbett says engine turning or passenger swimming, ETOPS. Yeah, exactly. ETOPS is nearly always over the water, because there's not many parts of the world where there aren't some airports within 1 hour. And over Europe, look at it, we've got endless airports we could divert to. We could fit into most of these. I say most, lots of these. We've got all of our French airports over here. Who are we going to route over? We're going to route over loads of places we've flown already. It's Dusseldorf already. It's going to be good. Good tailwind already. Okay, let's have a work at our cost index. Let's see what happens. So we're arriving with 15 tons of fuel. And we need to arrive with 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 9. So we got 6 tons extra as we expected. So what happens if we increase the cost index? There goes our speed. It cost us 3 tons of fuel. Saved us 20 minutes. Gives us 3 tons spare. But we can improve that again, because if you increase your cost index, normally in the Airbus, that would then mean that your where's it written? That would mean your recommended maximum altitude would reduce typically. It's in perf. There it is. So optimum is 3.5, max is 3.93. Okay, that's still the same. Right, let's get the step altitudes in, because once we do that, we'll start to get a much better idea of actual fuel burn. Because as the plane burns fuel, it's going to be lighter, so it'll be more efficient for it to be higher up. The only reason we're down here is because we're too heavy to go higher. Happy New Year, Sat Guy 141. Been watching for a while. This good evening. I have a question. What is the beeping sound? It will drive me crazy. Is there a beeping sound? Oh, I don't know. I can't hear it actually. Unless it's the crew.
Still here, Captain. And still no new information for you.
Oh, we don't have the wing lights on. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, Sat Guy 141. Yeah, I suppose the ETOPS would be for deserts too. The Lima 888 airway over Tibet. Yeah, good point. No, I'm sure you're right. It's not just a water topic. It's just that's where it's most commonly used. Obviously over sort of Pacific and Atlantic. I want to say the levels for ETOPS are 60, 90, 120 and 180. So 180 is the highest. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my microphone and seat for this extreme long haul flight. I seem to remember there's a 360 rating too. Yeah, there could be. I mean, imagine that. That's a long way on one engine, but that'll be to get across the Pacific on 2 engines, presumably. And the magic of 4-engine aircraft is they don't have any of these concerns. They just carry on. Irish Aviator says 350 sim pilot. Exactly. Away we go. Great looking aeroplane, it really is. We are running Vulcan, the Harmony. Yeah, absolutely. Michael says you should do a VAT sim in America to teach them. I should have. We've been talking about it. I said I'd do a long haul when we got to 30,000 subscribers, and we reached it much quicker than I expected, actually. So I've been meaning to do a flight over to America, and then to do some flights around there, because I'd never done it before. So I thought it'd be good fun, and I'd learn a lot from doing that, I'm sure. So that could be very interesting. Yeah. I don't know how we'll get there yet. I don't know if we'll use a 757 to go there. We could just make it up, couldn't we? We don't have to strictly keep our aeroplanes in all the right places, I suppose. Lennon, this is indeed my first long haul live. Absolutely. First long haul flight I think I've ever done in any simulator ever, actually. I've never done a long haul, even when I was using flight simulators before I became a pilot. I used to do sort of 3-4 hour flights at most. But I know people on the Discord do this quite regularly, so to them, they're probably thinking, no big deal. Good frame rates on this add-on. It's not bad. It's a bit worse in the cockpit, but it's not bad at all. Jaden says, I love flying long haul. The longest flight I've done an X-plane was Frankfurt to Tokyo. Oh, here we go. We're being interrupted. Are you going to say good morning? There you go. Good morning. The cat has arrived. She normally sleeps in the morning, but obviously not good enough today. Just to come and say hello. Sam AD, is that another $10 donation? Very kind of you. Thanks so much, Sam. Thank you for coming along to the stream. I hope you're doing well, and again, I hope you have a happy new year. It's very kind of you guys. It's really appreciated. It really helps the stream, you know. When we've got the 350 from because everyone wanted it and very kindly donated towards it. So that's why we're here doing it. But thanks so much. That all goes towards the channel. Thank you, Sam. I really appreciate it. Very kind. Yep, co-pilot's here. We are at altitude. Is my overlay working? Hopefully the overlay can show you that. Let me check. What is the range of the A350? Great question. I've got it here. 15,000 kilometers. There you go. Which, to you and me, is... I wrote it down. I did write it down. thought I wrote it down. I think it's in the region of 8,000 nautical miles. Goodness me, I should know that. I never ever use kilometres for anything, ever, at work. So it's just a figure I'm not used to using. Cat always on board, absolutely. Yeah, she's now here, ready to stay warm. Look at the contrails. Yeah, it's a shame we don't have contrails yet in Flight Simulator. But here they are. Matthew Worcester says, some guy at the FAA said he never wanted twins to fly over the Atlantic. It was only when he retired that ETOPS came in, since engines aren't unreliable turboprops anymore. Now, I have to provide my own opinion on that. I don't think turboprops are inherently unreliable, but I assume, obviously, we're talking about the older style turboprops, the original sort of ones back in the day, because modern turboprops are obviously very reliable. But yeah, interesting. I could believe it. How do you like the A350 compared to the A320? I like it a lot. I imagine, this is true, most airline pilots prefer the airplane to be heavier. So the most comfortable of the small Airbus family that I actually fly is the 321, because in turbulence it's a bit better, it doesn't rattle around and so on. It's just got that heavier, more inertia, more weight. Now it's got its own problems because of that, but it's nice to fly as a result. One problem being you don't want to go up quite as high in it, or you'll get into coffin corner on the speed. But the 350 is really nice from what I've seen. But what I can imagine is, I imagine the flight deck is very quiet. I know the 787, for example, its biggest thing the pilots always talk about. And if you ever speak to a 787 pilot about the 787, you will definitely find out that A, they fly the 787, and B, that it's very quiet. They will make sure you know that. But yeah, this is nice. I mean, it's an interesting thing they've done with the PFD. We get these full width PFDs now, which I've never used any aeroplane in real life, but I don't really like it in the simulators I've tried it in. I quite like this style PFD, but that's probably just because I haven't used the new style, like the 737 MAX or 787 PFD, which is all the way across. I quite like this one, but I'm just used to it, so that's probably why. I quite like this system so far. I've used it a couple of times now because I tried a practice flight yesterday. Seems pretty intuitive. I don't know how moving the mouse around, I mean, I've obviously got a mouse at home, but how would you do it using this thing? I don't know. I don't fully understand this either. This ECAM system seems much more complex than I'm used to. Must do our step outs. Look, we're gaining time. Although it's given up showing us the fuel. 11. There we go. Doing alright. That is pretty fast. That does seem pretty fast. I mean, decimal 871, that is really fast actually. That's much faster than the 320, no doubt. Let's wait till we get a bit higher. Kevin, yep, this is the 350-900, and you're absolutely right. Virgin Atlantic do not have the 350-900s. We have had to make do because there is no 350-1000 in X-Plane 11 yet. Cats can bring a cup of tea. Yeah, if only she would. I've already fed the cat, like I say, so she's probably quite content and had breakfast. I have had some porridge to get me through the morning. Heating's on, and I say the heating's on, my computer now will be pumping out hot air for the rest of the morning, so that will probably heat up the room it's in. Turbofans are even more reliable though. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I don't know what the statistics are, but I don't imagine there's, well, in fact there are turboprops that can do the Atlantic. I imagine military sort of cargo style things. The A350-900 ultra long range has a range of 18,000 kilometers. So the ultra long range is capable of flying 20 hours non-stop, so that's up to 9,700 nautical miles. There you go. I don't think this is an ultra long range version though. How many fans does your PC case have? Because I know with my PC, after 3 hours of simming, it would overheat. My PC case has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fans. Only 3 of those are pushing in cold air. The other ones are just sort of exhaust. And there you go, 3,500 to 1 failure rate in regards to jets. But is that turboprops, Darian, or is that piston? Because a piston engine, I agree, is definitely not as reliable as a turbine. I mean, but turboprops are turbine engines. They are effectively jet engines. So they have much less moving parts than a piston engine. Because they are essentially exactly the same thing. I suppose the downside of a turboprop is the fan on a jet engine is just a fan, and it's just attached to the turbine at the back, so it just spins. In a turboprop, you've got propellers, you've got propeller adjusters, governors, overspeed governors, things like that, which can all leak and go wrong. So I suppose, yeah, that could complicate things. Matthew said, I'm daydreaming about you increasing the cost of the next further and having to glide between thermals. Yeah, we won't do it any further. In fact, what we will do is climb and hope that that improves our situation. Otherwise we'll be gliding. And there's not many alternates. Our alternate is, like I say, in Sri Lanka. Coffin Corner is not a place you want to visit. No, indeed. Michael says, do you do short or long routes? I do short routes in real life. I've never done a long haul flight. Short routes for me means anything from just under an hour to 4 or 5 hours, longest I've ever done. Mark C, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Graphics card is an RTX 3080. Yeah, the specs are there for you. Kevin says, are you using yoke, and also where are we at now? Also, are the engines Rolls-Royce? Good question. I think thrust percentage N1. Great question. I think these are Rolls-Royce. I think they're the Trent XWB, which would also make sense because the N1 is the secondary gauge, whereas on most engine manufacturers, N1 would be the primary gauge. I think, anyway. Yeah, I'm very underprepared for this stream. I do apologise. So, I think this thrust is probably some ratio of EPR, but they've realised EPR is not very easy to use, and it's perhaps they've got rid of it for this and come up with this thrust percentage, which is quite a good idea actually. But it's probably very closely related to N1, which is your fan speed at the front. So a lot of airliners will just use N1, like the NEO. Geez, that's an expensive PC. Yeah, the PC was a bit of an investment. I built the PC so that when Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, that we could have it ready and running for the channel. So we got some good deals on some of the parts for it, definitely. Because when I built this PC, when I built it in August, computer parts were not as difficult to come by as they are now. If you try and build a computer now, all of those parts have gone up in price since even I built it, even though they're older. So yeah, so it wasn't as bad as it might seem if you tried to build it today, which is a really strange situation for computer parts to have that the case. But yeah, it was a bit of an investment. Mark C, you're very welcome. Lauren. What's going on? I'm getting half the conversation here. I do apologise. Sky Ranger says, one question. Do you find the cockpit concept in the A350 better than the A319 2021? Great question. Probably is. I mean, they did an incredible job with the 319, 320, 321. There's no doubt about it. It's completely revolutionary, especially when you compare it to what came out at the same time. It's so ergonomic, I think. I know not everyone agrees, but I think it is. It has this, the way you can change altitudes and just pull one switch and it does it all. You don't have to press 3 different things. Really good, really simple. So this is, the QNH is in the same place. This FCU is almost identical. there's not much to change there. The only thing that's really different, I suppose, is the MCDU, which previously we had this one, which I know and love, so I'm very used to that, and now they've got this screen. But I can see an advantage, which is I used to have to go through my acronym diff script to set it up, whereas in this one you go to an it and it just guides you through it. So yeah, I can see you getting used to this pretty easily. But I hear that this is, I think this is the same type rating as the 380, or I think you can fly both, so I imagine the 380 has something similar, but I believe it's quite slow to set up a 380. I've heard, but I don't know why that would be. But it seems nice. I really like the setup of the 320 anyway. I don't have many complaints about it, to be honest. Long Wee Flappy Boy alternate is EDDI. Oh, where's that? Sam says, would you ever do long route? Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah. Mitchell Scott says, how many short flights would you do on a normal shift? On average, obviously, it would change based on the routes. So, that depends massively on your airline, because it would depend on what your airline's routes are. So, I've worked for an airline where I've done 4, sometimes even 5, or maybe even 6 flights in a day. That was rare, though. 5 was not uncommon. 4 as well. 4 was sort of normal. So, doing 4 flights in a day on short haul is not uncommon. And that can be quite a long day. I mean, we're talking about this today, you know, as long haul, and it's a big deal. But the reality is, the times I'm flying today, I could easily on a short haul day have gone to work at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I could work until 9 o'clock at night, no problem. 12 hours and do 4 flights. That's not unusual, especially when you start at such a normal time. If you start really early, if you started at 6 o'clock in the morning, then no, you wouldn't be able to do that. So this is not. I've thought about doing a stream. I don't know what you guys would think of it. Obviously, I can't do it when I'm busy with work, because I have to rest in my rest time as well. But I've thought about doing a day where I stream a real sort of flight crew day on short haul to show you guys what it would involve. And like I say, we could end up doing 4 2-hour flights, no problem, back to back, with half an hour on the ground in between. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's what it is. It's just funny that this long haul flight, where I'm now sitting here watching the engine, would probably have 3 pilots. I think it would have to, actually, and we'll have all sorts of rest requirements. But the main reason being, obviously, we're going to change time zones and so on. But on short haul, it would you'd easily do this length of day. Yeah, it's just not a big deal. Is that thunder or glitches in the clouds? I think it's glitches. I think the clouds are glitching slightly. They do have a habit of doing that. The cat's leaving. She's had enough. Gonna go find somewhere even warmer. Yeah, I think it could be interesting to do a full day like that. Maybe not stream, but a normal video would be nice. I don't think I'd be able to make a video that long because I'd have to render it, and the file size would just be massive. Doing 3 to 5 back-to-back simulator flights, it's less strain on the pilot and more strain on the CPU, GPU. Yeah, that could also be the case, Lauren. Yeah, absolutely. A day in the life. Yeah, a day in the life. Okay, that's interesting. I wasn't sure if people would want to do it. Again, it would be a case of people going and coming back, but it might give a bit of context on, you know, it's easy to assume things, like I don't know much about long haul, so there will be tiring things about being on an airplane for this long all in one go, obviously, compared to a short haul flight where you get to land and there's half an hour the airplane isn't switched on, because as long as you're flying, your brain has to be focused on that. It's not like you can sit in the cruise and completely switch off. So there's all sorts of different things to it. But yeah, I thought it could be interesting, because most people who talk to me, when they find out I'm a pilot, they don't really think you do that much flying. They think you'll do 1, maybe 2 flights in a day. Happy New Year, DG27. Thanks for coming along. DG27, been hugely supportive of the channel. Been here right from the start. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you. Thanks for coming along. Sam says computers are worth it for investment. Yeah, this year, I mean, the reason computer parts have gone up is because everyone's doing things like this. Yeah, see, old Mark says maybe the boredom of a long haul makes you fall asleep, whereas for short haul keeps you busy. No, there's no doubt short haul keeps you busier. There's no doubt about it. And you're not changing time zone, so you won't do 4 sectors starting at 8 o'clock at night, finishing at 8 o'clock in the morning, whereas a long haul pilot will almost certainly have to fly overnight regularly. That's a huge difference. That is a huge difference. Kevin says, what was the best approach you've ever done and which airport was it? So I've talked about Addison. I really like Addison's. I think that's very pretty. And I definitely want to go there in Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's lots of other nice ones out there. It's really hard to say. A typical spectacular, beautiful approach will be somewhere with terrain, which is, so they're usually the more challenging approaches. Funchal is quite stunning, spectacular when you go there. And then you've got the coastal ones like Nice and so on. They're pretty good. Genoa is pretty cool. Yeah, okay. I'll think if I can get a day in the life done at some point. Victor says, does your airline allow it? Does my airline allow what? Sorry, I missed the part of that is what that question was. Nicholas says, ever thought about flying a shared cockpit with a viewer? I haven't. I don't know how to make a shared cockpit work, to be honest with you. And also, it's incredibly nerve-wracking to run the simulator with anything to make it more complicated, the risk of it failing. Let's do it. Drinks and light meal. Very kind donation there. Thank you very much from Alex UK. Alex says, yes to a day in the life and Happy New Year to you and the cat. Thank you very much, Alex. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and coming along. I'm glad you can make it today. And Happy New Year to yourself as well. That's incredibly generous. £20 donation. Thank you so much. Again, it makes a huge difference to the channel, but it's not required, obviously. It's just, you guys are just so generous. Thank you so much. Yeah, Happy New Year to you, Alex. Very kind. So it's always humbling to see the support. I mean, I can't believe we're sat here with 420 viewers. So 420 viewers, guys, is I think until recently that would have been the most we'd ever had. If it wasn't for that Microsoft Flight Simulator stream where we really, a lot of people came to watch that one. The first time we'd done Microsoft Flight Simulator on the channel. But yeah, 428 now. My goodness. I mean, I hope you guys enjoy it. But yeah, thank you for the donation, Alex. Very kind. Let's do a flyby. It's been a while. Oh no, contrails, don't leave. Oh, that was disappointing. We've got to do that again. Excellent. Some nice clear sky here. I thought about getting X Enviro for this flight because I've seen it being used by some other streamers. Avioman has it now, I think. I know he used it on his last stream, and it did look really good and had some really nice sun effects. Like you can see here, those pilots are getting that sun in their face, or from the side. And actually, it's a bit worse from the side on short haul anyway, because it's quite hard to block out the side windows on the short haul aircraft. I imagine on the long haul there are better systems in place, although I can't see any blinds. Whereas in front, I can just put the sun visor down. There seems to be a HUD here, but I don't think the 350 always has that. But anyway, yeah, I can't believe you're here to watch. Lauren says, I prefer concise, tailored videos on particular topics. What happens during a turnaround is definitely something of curiosity to me. Okay, yeah, the turnaround video idea has been floating around. I've had a few people ask me about what a turnaround, because it's not something we see really, because we just do individual flights on the channel. You'll hear me rustling paper as I try and find my video ideas page. Here we go. Yeah, turnaround. What do we do on a turnaround? Yeah, I think that could be an interesting video. Absolutely, I'll definitely put that in the list. Siberian Reality says, feel free to step away for a while, taking breaks is important. Yeah, I will, don't worry, I will. Tom says, love the content this year. Great. You're talking about 2020 or 2021? Because this is a good start to 2021 if you're already enjoying it. Can you do a video on how to read and understand charts? Yeah. Okay. Charts, people want more interpretation of charts, we can do that. Yeah, there's the route. It's a long old route today. Raptor says, have you ever flown into Nice? Yes. Michael, I'm glad you're enjoying the video. Thank you so much. Very kind. Would you want to do long haul should the opportunity arise, says Jay Collins. Yes, I would do long haul if the opportunity arise, definitely. I've never done it. I love aviation. And yeah, everyone wants to try out things they haven't done. I've done short haul for a fair few years now, so I love short haul as well, don't get me wrong, but I would also like to try long haul, definitely. The NEO says, would you take the opportunity to learn to fly Concorde in real life and in the sim, of course, if it was still flying in operation? Oh yes, yeah, I imagine getting to fly Concorde would be incredibly difficult, just because there'll be every pilot in the country would want to fly it, no doubt. But yeah, absolutely, I'd love to fly it, no doubt. Again, something different, isn't it? Happy New Year to Massimo Della Penna. Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for coming along. Hi Champion says, can you try the 737 Zebo? Yes, I will. I must do that. I keep putting it off. I've tried every other aeroplane, but yeah, that's definitely on the plan. I'll have to watch some more flight deck sim to try and absorb some 737 information. I find the 737 the hardest thing. I've loaded that once or twice and I struggle. I really struggle. This just makes sense to me. The overhead panel on the 737, every switch is a mystery. Let's talk about give them onboard entertainment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start our onboard entertainment program.
Jamie FH says, just found your vids. I just got into Microsoft Flight Simulator. Looking forward to diving into vids. Yeah, enjoy. Loads of videos about Microsoft Flight Simulator. They're available for you. So it's yeah, definitely. I hope they help. Make sure you get if you're going to fly the 320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator, Jamie, definitely get the fly-by-wire mod. The link's in the description to the videos. Lauren prefers the 359 to the 35X. Now that's surprising. I've never heard that. Most people prefer the larger variant. So the 777-300 is almost... Everyone loves that more than the 777-200. I don't know what Alexander Pasuto thinks if he's still here. But yeah, I'm sure... I'm guessing the pilots prefer the 300, just like I like the 321. Although my favourite's probably the 320. It's probably the 320, which is a bit unusual. Most people prefer the 21. Mateo says, did you like the cockpit textures? Do you personally prefer more worn-out cockpits or fresh or factory ones? I really couldn't stand how worn-out this looked. Yeah, so Mateo has done a fantastic job. These textures are all personally provided. Not personally provided. Mateo has very generously provided them and worked very hard to update them. When you download this aircraft from the store, you have scratches all over the place, and the one that I really remember, it's like there were scratches around these switches, and Matteo didn't like it and prefers cleaner looking flight decks, especially on new airplanes like this, which I completely understand. So he's very brilliantly updated it, and it must have taken a huge amount of work because any sort of texturing in Flight Simulator is almost impossible. So yeah, amazing job. And I much prefer it like this. I didn't like the textures it came with too much because, for example, the scratches were around these switches, and it's weird to me because I know I've flown Airbuses that are old and new, and stuff does wear out. Paint comes off this sort of switch really easily because these are lit up. They're sort of translucent, and then they're painted, and then they leave a gap where the light shines through, so you can see where it's pointing. And that side of switch on the overhead panel would be fine, but the more commonly used ones like this one, the engine start selector switch, they tend to wear out and have to be repainted. We also have these EFIS ones. These are used a lot by pilots on short haul aircraft. We are constantly zooming in and out and changing the plan and so on. So anyway, I would expect this area to be worn out, but I wouldn't expect these areas behind these switches to be all scratched like it was by default, and it didn't look very convincing to me either. Now having said that, I really like properly worn out textures in airplanes. I can understand why in the 350 you wouldn't want that, but there have been add-ons that have used worn-out textures, which I think look really good, because they do wear out. The paint does go, and the airplanes can be flying around for 20 plus years, so you wouldn't expect them to look like this forever. But I think Matteo's right. On an airplane this new, you wouldn't see, or I don't think you'd see it worn out to the extent it was. There you go. There's my review of the cockpit textures. That and Alex's donation about to disappear. So thank you very much, Alex. Greatly appreciated. What have I missed? What have I missed? If you do ask a question, I'm trying to get round to it because we have enough time today. There are a lot of you watching, but if you put something into the chat, I'm trying to scroll through it in order. But yeah, it's so I may be delayed. So stick around. Lauren says the 1000 just feels too narrow. The 777-300ER looks proper beefy. The 777-300 is a huge machine. Yeah, absolutely. See, I actually prefer the 350-1000. I think this is too short, and my main reason for saying that is the tail disappears so soon. Like if you look, you get the full fuselage to about here, and then it disappears up. I think the 350 that works a bit better, but each to their own. It's entirely personal preference, obviously. Let's get a nice view. I love the shark pits. I think they are amazing. It's such a great piece of design. I mean, I don't know if they do anything. Well, no, I do know they must be aerodynamically superior to the previous types Airbus have used, but these are definitely the best looking. No doubt in my mind. Simon says, I think X-Enviro is very heavy on FPS. Yes, that's what I've heard, and that's why I didn't install it for this stream, because this stream I just needed things to work as smoothly as we can possibly manage. How long have we been going? 2 hours 18. It's nothing, is it? We've done streams longer than this. Raptor says, what is the worst airport to taxi at that you've flown into? Wow. So, depends what you mean. If you're talking about the complicated routings, there's a few classics out there that we've been to. So, for example, Amsterdam has very good taxiing instructions, I think. Very clear taxiway layouts, even though it's such a complicated airport. Oh, where are we going over? That's a big airport. That looks like... No, that's not Frankfurt. What's that? Munich. Are we already at Munich? Wow. See, that's amazing to me. I didn't think we'd already be at Munich, but we are cruising so much faster than I'm used to. I mean, our true airspeed is 500 knots. Yeah, doing decimal 87. Let's just check we still have enough fuel to get there. 11 tons, okay. Yeah. So we're already zooming over Munich. No problem at all. These machines are amazing, aren't they? Amazing. Yeah, so Munich's a very simple airport. But then there's really complicated ones. Frankfurt, it's pretty complicated in its layout. Madrid's pretty complicated in its layout. We went to Madrid on a stream, I think back when we started. Yeah. But I don't want to insult any airport, you know, so don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's anyone's fault. It's just some airports end up with a more complicated setup. The reality is pilots who are based in those airports will know it and they'll think it's great. So yeah, it just depends what you're used to. I mean, I can't imagine. I see the American videos of ground controllers talking to pilots. You know, there's lots of videos of that happening in New York especially, and the people getting confused, and I'm struggling. I'm listening to it, struggling to work out what's meant to be going on as well. Hi Champion, if you put in exclamation mark specs, you'll get the PC specs from the cloud bot. Which is the i7-10700 RTX 3080. Yeah, Mark doesn't like the 350 textures, prefers the flight factor 7.5 and 7.6. Yeah, and I can agree with that. The 7.5, 7.6 textures are really good. Diode 42 wants a turnaround video for your stream. Yep, I'll probably make a video for a turnaround, a concise sort of packaged video for that is how I would predict doing that. But if I was to do a full day in the live, I would obviously have to do turnarounds as part of that. What is the worst airport? We've done that. Yep. Alexander Beck, good to see you, Alexander Beck. Good morning. Even though it's 12 o'clock here in Germany, today it was a long day. Yeah. Happy New Year to you, Alexander. Hope you're doing well. And thanks for coming on. Thanks for joining the stream. And Alexander Beck, I meant to say, Alexander Beck, thank you for your messages about DCS, and I will get back to you on that. I haven't had a chance yet, but thank you. I meant to say that. I just realised I haven't replied to your message on Discord. So everyone watching, if you're not part of the Discord, do join. There's lots of it's a great community. I'm so proud of it. I'm really chuffed. I didn't know when I started all this that such a community could form spontaneously using the internet, but there it is. And yeah, it's been brilliant. It's helped me. It's helped so many people using their simulators and figuring out different aeroplanes and solving problems. So do feel free to join the Discord. Everyone's welcome, and there are some rules you have to accept when you join, just about being civil to everyone and keeping it a nice place. And then yeah, it's if you've got questions, it can be a big help. So yeah, thank you, Alexander, who sent me some great messages about potentially doing some digital combat simulator group flights as well, where we could have a bit of dogfighting. So that's something that might happen, where I can attempt to dogfight some viewers in DCS. I don't know, that's a long way off. I've got to work on that, but that could be one option. And I say dogfight, it will probably involve me getting I'll be in my F-14, which is the only plane I can fly in DCS, and I'll probably not even see the opposition. Parasim says, thanks for answering the VR question. Are there any manuals available? If you buy a payware aircraft, Parasim, often they come with manuals. Yeah. For example, this one does, which I can show you in a second. Getting a bit over the mountain shortly. Yeah, we'll be getting up to our over the Alps, get some higher MSAs, but nothing that this airplane can't handle. I mean, we'll be able to glide over the Alps and back again. I'm pretty sure. Right, and there we go. Actually, that's cool. That is cool. We can see the terrain beneath us now. So I can see that I can go down to flight level 200. So if we lose an engine, we can go down to flight level 200. More importantly, if we have to depressurize, that's the problem. So if we lose an engine, we'll be fine, because I'm sure this airplane can fly on one engine at flight level 200. I'm pretty confident. But if we depressurize and we want to go down to 10,000 feet, which is generally the altitude you go to if you have no oxygen in the cabin, we'd actually need to get away from those hills. So we'd need to start having a plan. Ljubljana over there. Ljubljana is a very pretty airport. Yeah, that's another one I must say is really nice. Slovenia, Ljubljana, yeah, really nice. And there's Vienna. A long way away. What's going on in the cabin? I really don't know if this is what this does. Ah! Oh, goodness me. Makes me jump. Door. If you press it again, does it change? Cabin. No. Yeah, so we'll be over that terrain, and then no problems. So step outs, that's what I need to do. That is what I need to do. Get some, because this prediction is probably quite a bit out. We'll probably save a bit of time and fuel by cruising a bit higher later on. In it. No, it wasn't in it. Is it flight plan? No, it wasn't flight plan. Was it perf? It was perf. Cruise. Step out. I don't want a speed constraint. I don't want a speed limit. What? this is going to be difficult. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Michael says doing a visual approach. Is that I'm not sure what you mean, Michael. Are we doing a visual approach into the Maldives? We won't be, because it'll be dark when we get there. And it'll be out in the middle of the water. But we will be exploring the Maldives a little bit more in a future stream. I will say that. Ollie says, I'm just rewatching the startup takeoff and we'll join you live soon. Excellent, Ollie. Great. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm getting out of sync with the chat now. I do apologise. Wooding says F-18 and the F-8 for fighter attack. Yeah. Did you say the oceanic crossing will be ETOPS? Yes, this is an ETOPS flight. Which I think will be represented on here. Let's see. So many pages. Those are our winds. There's our route. It was shown nicely on the website. It showed you all the range rings of the ETOPS section of the flight. Apologies, this is not very neat. I don't think the flight factor has failures like the Toliss built into it. Oh my goodness, come on. Presumably all the NOTAMs for all the en route diversion points and alternates. Oh, this must be entertaining. There you go. There we go. Right. Right, let's write down that page number if we have to do that again. Page 117. Got my notepad here, which is completely full already. Okay. So, these are our ETOPS alternates. So there's our first one. There's an equal time point where it's the same time to go back as it is to go forwards. And there's our next one, where we have an option of VOML. See, I'm not familiar with all these codes. I need to do a bit of research. So where's OOMS? I mean, I'm so far out of my depth at this point. Muscat, there you go. I'm sure a lot of you guys would have known that instantly. It's funny, isn't it? So yeah, so we'll have to start being a bit more careful as we get over there. Simon Clark says, how much fuel will you burn on this trip? Oh dear, no, that's not right. That's not right. We are going to burn trip fuel 52.8 plus the taxi fuel 500. So yeah, we're looking at about 54 tons of fuel, and we're probably going to burn more because we've actually sped up a bit to try and get through the flight in a reasonable time. I didn't realise how long it was actually going to take. Well, I did. I thought 9:26, but then it seemed to turn into 10:26 when we got into the air. So yeah, climb there, speaker straight. No, I don't want to. I don't understand. Out, climb, out constraint, at. Here we go. So let's choose our step, and it's really easy to do actually. At Medux, we're going to go to 390. Medux is coming up. Well, that's not working. Flight 390. Oh, step out. There we go. Oh dear, making this really difficult. I'm totally guessing here. This is not how you do it in the 320. 320, it's dead easy. So we're going to go to 390. It's at 12:08 in 375 miles. There it is. Right, does that change our arrival time? Yeah, saved just a bit of fuel. There you go. So we gained another 2 tons. So this is working out now. We're probably going to have our extra fuel on board. Let's put in the next one then. So in the little Airbus, which we have here, it's even easier. Hopefully this doesn't break if I do this. You can just select it, and then oh well, it's not modelled here then. And there's a step out option anyway, and then you can just type it in. I'm sure this system is easy if I was half decent. Can I select the waypoint? So the next one is at Canet 410. No, that's the wrong way. Always got to remember it's like a scroll wheel. There's Canet. So can I just put step out? I can. No, not really. Now sometimes the flight plan will give you altitudes you can't actually make, so we'll have to check this as we get there. Also on the there we go. On the little Airbus, that's not made much difference to our time or our fuel. On the little Airbus, you can not put in the waypoint. You can just put in the flight level. So you can say, right, well, we're at 37. The next one's obviously 39 because we've got to stay at odd flight levels because we're heading east. So what you can do is just type in, okay, so 390, and it would just spit back at you when it wants you to do that climb. What we've done here is we've done literally the flight plan. Step outs. So I don't know if there's a way to do that. Let's try. Let's. Can I clear this? So we're at 37. Let's put 390. No, it's not that clever. I'm sure the real airplane would be able to do that. I'm sure. So just out of interest, let's go back then. So what's that? No difference on the time, but 2 tons of fuel. Yeah, so we're saving 2 tons of fuel just to do that. Definitely worth it. Sorry guys, I'm missing the chat now. I'm a bit totally absorbed by this, trying to work out this screen. Right, let's go back. Where was it? Perth. Step outs. Yeah, I'm certain there's a way for the airplane to calculate these things for you, because that's the most efficient way. Good. Right, not much to do. Let's have a look at our fuel page. How are we doing for fuel? Minus 28. Okay, it's not getting too much colder. Still got 25 tons in each wing and 11 tons in the middle. It's interesting, it doesn't seem to be burning out the middle. I mean, in the smaller Airbus it does. Straight away you drain the centre tank and then go to the wing tanks, but I wonder why. It's unusual because often in airplanes they'll put the weight in the wings. You keep the fuel in the wings, and I think it's a structural thing because that way the wings are sort of lifting their own fuel weight, whereas if you have empty wings and all the weight in the fuselage, there's obviously more strain on the joints. That's my understanding anyway. Any reshades for your X-plane, says Dan? No. This is all standard. All completely standard. Like I say, I've been very worried about fiddling with it, so I've done everything I can not to accidentally mess it up. There you go, that's the Alps passed. Would look a little more snowy and white at this time of year. Michael says, when you're cleared to visual and using autothrottle, how do you respond? You can do a visual approach using autothrottle. Yeah, in the Airbus it's quite common to fly without the autopilot but use the autothrottle. No problem at all doing that. You can also take out the autothrottle. Yeah. Michael says, visual approach for A320. Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe a video on that. Yep. Yeah, I don't know if I've done a visual approach tutorial actually. That's a good point. Mike helped me out with the step outs. Yeah, thanks for that. Victor says, I do not recommend to climb more the Valencia traffic. Yeah, good point. Can we do more GA group for cool things? Yeah, we will do more group flights in Microsoft Flight Simulator using general aviation. Don't worry. Yep. Yep, that will be planned soon. We did our Christmas one. Doesn't feel like too long ago, but I suppose it's already been a week or so. Nathan says, is this a payware aircraft? If so, where'd you get it? Good evening from Sydney, Australia. So yeah, another Australian. Thank you for coming along. The aircraft is the Flight Factor A350. I got it from the xplane.org store. It's the unofficial sort of store. Yeah. Enrico says it actually does have random failures. I once lost both engines and depressurized and on through. Oh, please don't say that. I was hoping that was not true. That could make the stream a bit more difficult. Morning and happy new year, Bath McNabb. Good to see you. Great, thanks for coming along. Guessing that only showed 1 hour and 2 hour rings. I'll have to have a closer look at it. Again, I don't do ETOPS. It's a mystery to me. You guys will know more about it than I do. Chickpoint says, did we already find out if there's toilets? No, we haven't done the toilet search yet. Might have to have a break before we go and do that. There's a mod for the A350 Avitab that implements the Avitab in the EFB screen. Wonderful little mod. Shame you didn't add it. Yeah, I didn't know about it. I didn't hear about that. That would have been useful. You can actually bring up some charts on this OIS, but it does glitch the simulator slightly, so I'm not willing to try it. Lauren says, I'd imagine taking extra fuel is much more concern on a 6+ hour flight, considering it takes more fuel to carry more fuel. Yeah, so it's all the more reason not to waste it, not to just take fuel for no good reason. Because if you're going to if you want to take a ton of fuel, I don't know what it's going to cost you over a flight, but it could probably cost you half of it in fuel burn, you know. Wow, here we go. Air traffic control 1353. And I was just about to take a break, but no. I like go to this. 1353. There we go. Oh, that's my fault. I've had all that time with no air traffic.
Air control, hello, EC21 Romeo Lima with fuel 370.
EC21 Romeo Lima, Euro West, hello, radar.
What is your favourite food? That's a good question. I think we have talked about that before, but I'll enjoy talking about that again. I'm starting to get hungry.
Aero control, very good afternoon, lot 318 with you, flight level 370.
Where's my call sign?
Lot 318, Euro West, hello, radar contact, continue.
Lot 318.
Where are we going? Go over. Aero control, good morning. Virgin 30 Kilo, flight level 370, Golva.
Virgin 30 Kilo, Euro West, hello, set squawk 1000, please.
Squawk 1000, Virgin 30 Kilo. I've been asked that before. Am I doing that
Air
wrong?
control, good morning, Valencia 652.
Oh, it is Valencia. Yeah, that's our colleague in front of us. Squawk.
Avalanche 652, Euro West, hello, radar contact, continue.
So we see very professional of us. We've managed to separate ourselves.
Control, good morning, Valencia 652. Fellow 390, tracking direct Obuti.
Valencia 652, Euro West, hello, radar contact.
Yeah. So it looks like Valencia's faster than us. They're beating us, no doubt.
Virgin 30 Kilo, Euro West, hello, radar contact, continue, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Thank you, Virgin 30 Kilo. Excellent. Very nice controller. Dan, good to see you.
Aero control, hello, this is Iger 601, inbound, Bravo Lima Charlie, passing flight level 220.
Tiger 601, Euro West, hello, radar contact, continue climb to flight level 380, proceed direct to Berta.
Continue level 380,
Right.
Berta.
Sorry guys, I'm getting confused in the chat now. It's been moving so fast. I can't believe there's still 400 of you guys here. So thank you all so much for sticking with it. I mean, we're gonna. I'm trying to get through a really big first chunk before I take a break, and you guys are making it very easy. So right, what's Lauren asking? The cockpit philosophy doesn't seem too far off the 350 from what little I know. From a passenger perspective, it's phenomenal, even though I've only been on it for maybe 45 minutes.
Q switch, Unicum 122, the simulate, Happy New Year for you.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the philosophy in here is very similar to the 320 philosophy. It's just this screen is, as far as I can tell, is the biggest change, and having some extra situational awareness with this. But otherwise, you've got the same sort of eCams, just loads of extra features, loads and loads of. I mean, some of this stuff is probably just long haul related anyway. That I maybe would know more about if I was already flying a long haul aircraft. So perhaps the 330 has a lot of these things that I just didn't realise. You know. That's also possible. Oh, some high-level clouds. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. We're still above them at 37. Potato says, press those two buttons below the standby instruments. You can move that screen to the left of the PFD. Oh.
Serbia 61 Kilo, Euro
Ah.
West, scope 1.
I wonder if that's what they do. And you can swap them around. There's a checklist. There's that. I see. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps that is a better way to have this set up. Slightly disorientating just because these buttons are down here. I wonder if that's what they do in the real aircraft. I have no idea. Let's swap them around. Yeah, curious. Thanks, Mateo. Perhaps that's the trim tanks, says Chan. Oh yeah, so I'm way behind on the chat. Yeah, so... Oh, I see, I'm going to immediately look in the wrong place. Oh no, up here.
Serbia 61 Kilo, Euro West, hello, radar contact, continue climb to
yes.
level 390.
I'm surprised there's only 3 tanks shown. I thought there'd be more. Would have trim tanks in the tail and all sorts. There's probably a very automated system knowing Airbus though. What's on the overhead panel? Fuel, main, standby, center tank. Doesn't seem to have a trim tank, but I can't believe that's true. Does anyone know? Andrea Franzoni says, hello sir, Happy New Year from Italy. Happy New Year to you. We have plenty of Italians in the group. In real life, which Airbus do you fly? 319 or 321? Both. Yep, and the 320. Oh, I should say, I have flown all of the Airbus. Aaron says, late to the party, Captain. Wish you and the channel all the best this 2021. Same for you. Happy New Year to you. Thanks so much for coming along and saying so. Casper, hello from Sweden. Good to see you. Hello from Sweden from us. Or hello to Sweden from us. I hope you're doing well. Thank you guys for coming along. So many have come along today. Really kind. Really nice. Right, I'm catching up. Willing says, if you're going to do DCS dogfighting session, as you said earlier, I'd recommend doing it before January 5th. But of course, no pressure. Yeah, January 5th. So at the moment, if any of you are into your digital combat simulator, there's a free trial of all the modules available, but I don't think I'll get round to it in that time. I'm just not good enough at it yet. Every time I hear those 3 beeps from VATSIM, I panic, says Chickpoint. My headset has the same beep when the batteries are empty. I panic just because I think I've been in trouble as many times as it's been an innocent message. Ozaridisha says, are pilots allowed to, especially on long haul, burn time by playing games or watching shows on their phones, or do they have to monitor non-stop? So I'm not a long haul pilot, but no, you can't play or games or watch shows. No, not when you're sat here. Now if you're on your break and you're back into the cabin to rest, then that's different. Then obviously you're not operating at that point. Well, you are operating, but you're not there's nothing you can do. So I'm sure you're allowed to, I'm guessing you're allowed to watch a film and so on in the cabin when you're not part of the crew, but then there'll be 2 pilots on the flight deck anyway. So there'll be 2 pilots who are not going to be sitting here playing games. No, you'll be doing something useful, whether it's paperwork or something, and someone will be monitoring always. Oh, loads of messages. That's all we need to do. Good. Passengers should be happy. Robo21 Blue says, my wife is listening and loves your voice. Excellent. Yeah, my voice comes up so often. I really didn't expect that when I started the channel. No one likes the sound of their own voice, of course. So yeah, that's great. I'm glad she's enjoying it. Joan says, 7:33 p.m. right now in Indonesia. I calculated plane will land at 3 a.m. so I'll miss the approach and landing. Sorry, Jones. Yeah.
Speedbird 61, Euro West.
Yeah, it'd be pretty intense to stay up to 3 a.m. Ryan Videos 94. Hello, thanks for coming along. SM says, I know of captains that don't even allow their FOs to read the newspaper.
Speedbird 61, Euro West. Hello.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you wouldn't find both pilots sitting here reading the newspaper, but I wouldn't be surprised if one pilot did whilst keeping another eye on the instruments, but not watching films or playing games. No. Kai, hello, you could see Kai says, I slept in, totally forgot it was a long haul stream. No problem at all. We'll be here for many hours. No worries.
Yeah, you're right. Добрый день, airport 2013, passing 220 and 250.
I hope you have a Happy New Year, Kai, as well. Happy New Year, Ryan Videos 94.
Contact, report your next weapon. Say again, airport 213. Airport 213, report your next waypoint, please.
GT11RS says, have you ever done the Innsbruck circle to land in real life? No. No, I have not done the circle to land. Victor Tango says, guys, quick question on liveries. How hard is it to create your own? Yeah, I hope someone in the chat has better luck, because I found it really hard when I did mine, and I still need to try and... I want to get my Manta livery set up. There's a few things I want to fix on it. I want to get it as well into Microsoft Flight Simulator on the 320. That would be really good. And I also want to get it working with the new Toliss Leap engines, but because we did the livery a while ago now, and I've almost completely forgotten how I got it to work. So yeah, liveries aren't instinctive, put it that way. Michael says take a break. I will soon. I'm sure we can't have air traffic control for much longer. I can hear the controller sending people off. Oh no, there's quite a lot of control actually. So many people on that sim, it blows my mind. Can't even find where we are.
No, I'm controlling only above flight level 245.
Oh, there we go.
But if you need any help,
Following the Valencia, Enrico. There we are.
No, you now continue with me.
Oh, we've got Speedbird 61 is coming to the Maldives as well. Is Speedbird 61 in the chat? Just looking at who's flying along. That's great fun. Oh man, when I click on the flight and I see how much further we've got to go, it doesn't even fit on my screen. Oh dear. Baf McNabb says there used to be 3 ETOPS distances, 1 hour, 2 hours and 3 hours and 6 minutes, though I think there are newer longer range. Yeah, probably could be.
Lot 318, proceed direct to Babok.
Direct to Babok, lot 318.
Willing says, follow up to my first DCS message. Also, if you don't know or don't want to set up a server, I can host one. That's very kind, thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely consider it. Like I say, it probably won't be too soon. But I do want to... I'll probably do another couple of streams in the F14. Just because I'm learning a few new things with it. And then... and I'm thinking about the F16. I've been trying out all the free modules. And I've tried most of the modern jets. So the F14 I love. I still love the F14, and I love flying it. It feels amazing. The way it spins and so on. If you get it wrong, it's just great. It really keeps you flying it. I tried the F18 and I tried the F16 and the Harrier. The Harrier is good fun. Really hard, but super fun to get it into the hover. And the F16 is really nice. I really enjoy the F16. I'm considering the F16 for the channel as well, but I think we need to get on top of the F14 before we do anything else. Yeah, makes sense to move the screens that way. I can see that. You can check your flight plan against the ND without having to move the camera. Yeah, makes sense, Matteo. Good point. Welling's also from Sweden. Excellent. Bull NEO says, if you hadn't become a pilot, what would you have become? Good question. I would have probably tried to become an aeronautical engineer of some variety. That was my hope. But you need a degree for that, and you need obviously as well as the degree, you need to do it very specifically. You need to be up to date with that sort of thing. So chances of that happening now are, if not zero, very close to zero. Yeah, that's the one thing about being a pilot, is that after a few years of being a pilot, we're very trained and skilled in the job we do, but you don't have any other qualifications really.
Labscare 8802, you're leaving my airspace, 23 Uniform 1 to decimal 8, bye-bye. Uniform and Happy New Year to you, Labscare 8802. Happy New Year, bye-bye. Easy to 1 Romeo Lima.
Video man Chris says, what are these lines? Are these defroster lines? Yes. So I'm surprised they're so big actually. That seems a bit silly for such a modern airplane, because even in the 320 they're not quite as obvious. But yeah, these windows will all be heated. All of them will be heated. And you see these on the 320. You often see them around here along the bottom edge. So yeah, oh, there's a line there. Maybe that's related. I don't know how they work properly. They're double laminated, and then there's a layer inside that can be heated, and they get really hot, and that's what these are for. Yeah, very strong windows. I mean, there's 2 layers, and even if one layer cracks, the other layer can hold the pressure. It's no problem. Yeah, it's great stuff. Tango says, how about playing cards? Yeah, I don't know if that goes on. I'm sure not. Anything that takes too much of your attention away wouldn't happen.
Starfoot 2030, Евровест. Приветствую, с Новым годом, Radar Contact, continue.
Betsy says, don't they have 2 flight crews on the 10 plus hour flight so they could watch movies while not at flight? Yeah, exactly. So that when you could be sent to the back, they'd probably sleep. But maybe on a flight like this, all in the daytime, maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they would do something else. Ozeredisha says, also, don't struggle to read out my name, it's German. I always try, unless I really don't know where to start. But yeah, that must be wrong then, if they're saying that. Do you usually fly with the same captain / co-pilot, or does this switch quite often? Depends on your airline. There's no rule, so there's no requirement to fly with the same people. No, you can swap around. It just depends how big your airline is. At a small airline or in a small base, for example. So some airlines will have lots of airplanes, but they'll put 2 or 3 into each airport, and you'll be based there. So you'll fly with the same people regularly, not every day, but regularly. It will never be the same person over and over, unless you're involved in sort of private jet flying. But in the airlines, that won't happen. And if you're in a massive airline with one base, you'll fly with different pilots all the time, because there'll be loads. Yep. What's the W button next to the LS? Says Alexander Beck. Yeah, great question. I was wondering for ages. It brings up the flight path vector, the bird as we know it and love it in the A320. I don't know why it's black and not green. Perhaps they think it's easier to see. And I don't know why it's like that. But yeah, W for some reason. Because normally this would be flight director and LS, I say normally, in the sort of short haul. But for some reason, they've swapped it around. I have no idea why it's a W. What does that mean? It's called the flight path vector.
Happy New Year, Alex, bye-bye. Turkish for Charlie X-ray.
Oh, talking to his friend. What do we have next? Ryan Video says, have you looked at the new Canary Islands Orbeck scenery? It's so awesome, I can't stop eyeing it. Ooh, well now we have done the Canary Islands before. I have not looked at their new scenery. No. I have to be careful with scenery in X-Plane, because it's quite expensive in X-Plane, and it has 2 issues, which is you only get to see it for one arrival or departure, usually on my streams. And also it does have quite, the impact on frame rate can be a bit of an issue, because for streaming I just need those frame rates to stay solid, otherwise YouTube gets upset at me as well as Vatsin. But yeah, Orbeck stuff is good. We have Orbex in Scotland, so we do use that. So I suppose being the Canary Islands, the whole area, we could do something fun around the Canary Islands for sure. I didn't know they'd released new Canary Island stuff. They're quite spectacular islands as well, so that should be good fun.
Sierra Lima Juliet.
Checkpoint says, I wish to make my own livery, but I have a lot of trouble making it even in Blender. Yeah, it's really hard. A340/330 says, have you ever flown to Mauritius? I have been to Mauritius, but I have never flown an aeroplane there. I don't do long haul, and I'm based in the UK. So, being that your username is A340/330, are you somehow involved with Air Mauritius by any chance? Who happen to have the 340/330, or are you a fan of that airline? I've been on Air Mauritius 340. Very quiet. It was with the little engines, the 340-300, I think. Lauren says, how did the manta livery come to be? I know the vague story behind the alpacas, but I love the smiley manta ray, and I think you make a fun mascot. So the manta was, we were just coming up with our own livery, and we wanted to use the channel colours, and a manta is just something. I'm a big fan of aquatic creatures, so going snorkeling, scuba diving if I can. I haven't done that for a long time obviously now, but yeah, it's just something that I enjoy experiencing. So going snorkeling in a reef or anything like that, it's just my favourite thing to do if I ever get the chance. If I end up in a new town, I nearly always end up going to the aquarium just to see what sort of wacky prehistoric sharks or anything they have. It's amazing what different places have. So yeah, so we just thought the manta would be good fun to have on the tail. Just sort of a personal preference thing, really. That's all it is, and it's just become our mascot, as it were. We have it on the Discord as well, and our emojis, kindly done by Matteo, I think, although there may be some other contributors to those as well, but I know Matteo's worked hard on those emoji. Bjorn pilot flies 350, and apparently they have power naps on long haul while sitting in their seats, and the pilot next to them will do the flying monitoring. Yeah, that could be possible as well. But they won't do that if they're playing video games on their phone or anything. That's not what that time's for. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, Bjorn pilot's been posting videos again, I believe, which is good news. Felix says, how much did it cost to train to become a pilot? That's a question it depends where you are in the world. It's a lot of money. It's a big loan. It puts you into a lot of debt if you do it all in one go. So I don't even want to guess what it costs at the moment. But it's a lot of money. Yeah. It's an expensive starting point for sure. Michael says, it's 4 AM here, make it happen. Excellent. 320, sorry, Kai says, why do you think the 350 looks so complicated? Is it because it is, or, I don't know why it looks so complicated. It's just got so many extra systems for flying these long haul routes, I suppose, to make it qualified. Something that's great about 350 is if you lost all of your airspeed information, and I don't have all the details on this system, I wanted to, but I just don't have access to the 350's full manuals. But my understanding, I read it in an article years ago, is that even if it loses all of its airspeed information, it has so many backup systems that it can fly pretty accurately, you know, within a few hundred feet and a few knots, even without the pitos working, which is obviously a great thing after we all know that 330 that sadly suffered from that, and it's unreliable airspeed is a big. It's incredibly rare. I've never seen it, thank goodness. Touch wood, I won't. But there's a very strict procedure to get through an unreliable airspeed incident, because effectively the airspeed is just critical, obviously, to us staying in the air. But the 350 has so many good systems and angle of attack monitors and so on that it can just calculate all these things for you. It's amazing. So that'd be one reason why. It's just got lots of redundancy, lots of extra systems, which will also help the airlines, because if they want to fly this airplane long haul, you know, they need it to be able to work even if one or two things aren't quite right with it, and they need to be able to dispatch it when it isn't perfect. So the more systems you have, the more chance you have of dispatching. The downside obviously being extra weight and so on. So I'm sure it's all a big balancing exercise by Airbus and the airlines. Pink Manta Airlines, yeah.
All station, Eurowest technical break, 2 minutes.
There we go. They're on a technical break, 2 minutes. I think what I'll do is when I go for a break up, we'll do a slightly longer break. So we'll stick with it for a bit longer. Velocity vector. Ah, thanks, Matteo. VV is velocity vector. It's not W, it's a VV. Oh, there we go. Alan Story's got it as well. Sorry, guys, I'm way behind it in the chat.
All station, give ready standby.
Goodness me, I'm way behind. I can't believe so many of you watching. Thank you so much for coming along. And yeah, I'm missing the questions. Alexander Beck does not like the F-16, F-18 and A-10 are the best. Okay. Long haul flight would be fun, they said, exactly. James says, is there a rule of thumb for landing distance calculations? Just landed back in Bristol from Geneva in a 738 Zibo and went right to the runway. Yeah, so a heavy weight, I mean, Bristol, if you're flying a short haul airplane like the 787, and the runway's shorter than sort of 2,200 metres, then you're going to need some serious brakes. That would be like in the Airbus, medium water brake. I don't know what the equivalent would be in the Zibo, the 737. So the rule of thumb is a bit tricky to say. It just depends so much on your weight and your flap setting and so on. But if you're in a short haul aircraft like that and the runway's shorter than 2,200 metres, I would just go for a higher auto brake setting and maybe even maximum reverse. Yeah. Do you not need a degree to become an airline pilot? No, you don't need a degree in Europe, Seth. No. Liam is currently in the final stage of a PhD in aerospace engineering. Fantastic. Wishing I had chosen the pilot route instead. Well, the pilot route will be available for you in the future, I'm sure, Liam, if you choose to go that way one day. Sven says, where are we? Yeah, good question. I think we're going to have a Ljubljana. Oh, we're way out already, yeah. Over Sarajevo. We've been to Sarajevo. We weren't supposed to, but we have been to Sarajevo in a group flight.
Control, Happy New Year, Turkish 27 Mike Delta, Happy 360.
So how long is that taking us? How long have we been streaming? 3 hours.
Continue. 27 Mike Delta.
Taking us 3 hours to get here. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Kai says, do you have random failures on? I thought I didn't, but someone has since told me that there are failures in this add-on, which would concern me. So I was hoping not to, but we could find out at some point. But yeah, that would make it very difficult. Very difficult. So Lauren's saying, in the US, it's generally expected you have an engineering degree, but flight hours are the main qualification for license, not formal education. Yeah, and also the US have a lot more flight hours required before you can sit in an airliner. They need, I think it's 1,500 hours, which is a lot of hours to build up in small airplanes, yeah. Mike said, I went to school to be a pilot, but got my CPL, but I ended up getting a job at a tech company after graduating. Well, that's probably a good thing at the moment. And then again, if you got the CPL, who knows what you could do in the future? Yeah, definitely. Robert says, how significantly has COVID reduced the number of flights you are doing each week? But that depends a lot on what time of year we're talking about, because it's changed all over the year. It's been going up and down. I won't talk about it too specifically, just because it's not really... I can't be too specific, but at the moment there's a lot less flying than there was in the summer, definitely. And so this is a bit more like sort of March, April, May time when it was all very quiet. Yeah, yeah, a bit, but not quite the same. There are still some flights. Baff said, did you hear what happened to the early F-22 flights trying to fly from Hawaii to Japan?
Yes, again, please,
They crossed the international line. All confused. I did not hear about that. My goodness, imagine that.
It was a message for another airplane. Don't worry. Okay, thank you. No problem.
Board in the air says, hey, do you have Instagram? If not, will you make one soon. I don't have an Instagram, no. I don't know if I will make one. I don't really know what I would put on an Instagram, to be honest with you. Jonathan, in the Discord, you need to go to the Cats Behind the Aviators, I think it's called. Oh, I'm so far behind. I really apologise, guys. I didn't think there were 400 viewers at this point. I thought we'd have about 10. I'm trying my best. I am trying my best. Captain Bagoff says meow 1215. Yeah. We need to listen to VHF2. Does it? There we go. Maurice says, there may be, but it's probably just me being so far behind on the chat. I do apologise. I was trying to catch up, but it's just not happening. So I'm going to have to I'm going to join later down in the chat, and I apologise if I missed any comments or join-ins or questions. It's not my intention. And hopefully I'm not missing the controller. Lyrics Jesus, hello. Happy New Year, Tom. Do you have aspirations to fly long haul? Yeah, I hope to one day. I like short haul, but I would also like to try long haul. I've never done it. A340-330 is from Mauritius. We've put the A340-300 for sale. Only 2 left in the fleet now. I do love the 340, especially the 300. Such a majestic and elegant plane. Yeah, and it's so quiet. It's so quiet, the A340-300. I really, really like flying on it. I would say it's quieter than the 350 in my... I've been on both, but only once, so it was quiet. William G4, yep, doing very well. I hope you're doing well. Sorry guys, I'm not supposed to leave the camera on that screen. I'm trying to keep changing it around, but I partly because my monitor will probably burn in. I'll get stuck with a permanent image of that PFD, but I'm just reading through the chats. My goodness. You guys are so active today. Thank you all for coming along. Okay, I'm going to jump down to late a bit. "10 years ago, the requirements weren't so high," says Lauren. Yeah, no, I remember the requirements weren't so high, but America has, I think it must be some of the highest hours requirements in the world. But I don't know how much flying a PA-28 teaches you about flying a 350. I don't know. It's not my area to talk about, I suppose. I'm from the UK. I'm based in the UK. Let's play PC games. I was thinking of joining you partway through, fly along to the Maldives, but my kids won't let me. So settling for a short hop from Newcastle to Nice. Fly-by-wire, A320. Excellent, enjoy that. Nice must be good scenery in Microsoft Flight Simulator. If anyone is thinking of joining, feel free to take off in front of us and climb up and fly with us. No problem at all. I will tell you which airport we're near now. If anyone is thinking of joining us now. We're coming up to a climb at the waypoint Medox. We're near... Oh, goodness me, these airports. I'm going to need an airport Google search ready in the left. Is that Papa Papa? Let's do Lima Alpha Kilo. You guys probably know these. It's called Kukes International. It's in Albania. It's got a 1800 metre runway, so I don't think anyone's going to be taking off from there to join us to the Maldives. Oh dear. A bit smaller than I expected. I suppose we could probably get the 350 in there if we needed to. Surprised it showed up. How are we doing on fuel? 13 tonnes still. 1957, that's good. That's a much more reasonable arrival time. We'll stick with that. How's our little purple bar? Blue bar. Oh yeah, the blue bar's creeping along. Excellent stuff.
4, yes, I told you you were ready to contact and I did just when you
Video Man Chris says, well, it's 4 AM here in San Diego. Well done, Via. Thank you so much for coming along. I feel like I should get some sleep. Definitely do. Thank you for answering my questions. You're very welcome. Happy New Year to you, Video Man Chris, if you're still here. Thank you so much. I'm live now. Good departure. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the departure, Charlie. Thanks for watching it. Litchfielder says, you're becoming noticeable, becoming bigger. That's interesting. That's very kind of you. Very kind. I mean, I can't believe where the channel's at now. If you're talking about my channel, I may be misinterpreting the comment, but yeah, you guys, it's all you guys put in the support and enthusiasm. Really appreciate it. I mean, I can't believe we're sat here doing a long haul stream. I never thought I'd be doing this when I set up those first videos on YouTube. Matthew says, I wonder how the step out climb is handled. Does it light an annunciator or does it just affect fuel calc? It should affect the fuel calculations, and then in the little Airbus it would expect me to then request it, so I'd have to then go and do it myself. Yeah. How it's going to work here, I don't know. It would normally bring up a message on here. Oh, there you go, step now. There you go. And if we fly through it, it would just say step deleted. So I'm going to ask for a climb. Well, it seems a bit early. I mean, the Optimus 3.6, I don't know. Where's that traffic? That 777. I wonder if that will be available. Are they too close to us? 10 miles. You can see the dashes there. I like this vertical display. This is really cool. Really cool. Happy New Year to Kieran J. Smith. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like the videos. Happy New Year. Thanks for coming along to the stream. Hello, Van Veen. Thank you for coming along. I'm glad you like the airplane. It's been fine so far. We had a slight restart at the beginning, but we made it. We're on schedule, getting there about 8 o'clock UTC, which is the plan. So I will get to eat dinner tonight. We've got a bit of extra fuel in tanks, which is great news. Yeah, loving it. Having great fun. It's exciting. I mean, to set off like that from the Heathrow in our 350 with all the passengers and fuel on board, we can go and see. You'll see some of our passengers here. This is the business cabin. Oh no, first class. I think there's more passengers than this is showing. It's the only add-on I've ever seen that adds in the passengers. Doesn't bother in economy though. So as you can see, 3 seats by 3 seats by 3 seats. Hence this is the A350 extra wide body. Because previously it would be the normal width would be 242, which would be 8 seats, wouldn't it? 8 seats across, which you have in the 330, 340, which I actually really like. When you're a passenger, if you're just travelling as 2 of you, it's great to have an airplane that doesn't have 3 seats across. So in that respect, the 340 I think is a bit better for passengers. Nice West, good to see you. Nice West, if I haven't said hello, says becoming a pilot is difficult these days. The Lieutenant's Flight Academy next door just cancelled the education for lots of students. They've taken out and need to see if it's yeah, it's a shame. Is X-Plane the biggest sim in Europe, Michael, compared to what? I don't know if that's true or not. I think there's lots of P3D simmers in Europe as well. I see a lot of them on YouTube. The glass. Oh, just lost audio for a second there. That was heart-stopping. Beautiful scenery. And this is just default. Right, I'm having audio issues now. That's concerning. That is concerning. I need to make sure I have an idea of where we are, so that if anything happens to the stream, we're going to restart at the nearest airport and get back in the air. Maybe it was loading in some weather. Gain some tailwind there. 0.88. Seriously fast. Seriously fast. Lauren says, in the US military, if you're a pilot, you sign for 8 to 10 years and you only need half hours a civilian pilot needs for an ATPL. There you go, so the military seems like quite a good route. Bath McNabb says, we have close to the maximum number of passengers of this plane, yeah. Adam Story says, when you're a passenger going on holiday, yeah, we do actually, yeah, we have 420. I think this plane can take up to sort of 350. I can't believe so many of you come along, but thank you very much, guys. And again, apologies if I'm missing your messages in the chat. Alan says, when you're a passenger going on holiday, do you relax or are you picturing what the pilots are up to? No, I relax. Yeah, I like being a passenger. It's I think it's fun having a bit of an idea of what's going on, but I have no trouble relaxing as a passenger. Not at all. Which airplane do you like to fly the most? Well, I really like flying the Airbus, obviously. The short haul Airbus is what I fly mostly, so that's what I find the most natural at the moment. But I do enjoy flying the 757 a lot on the stream as well. I really like flying that, as my long-term viewers will know. 350's been fun though. We'll see how it goes for the approach. In how many hours is that now? 8 hours to go. Goodness me. Is it really? Yeah. 8 hours to go. Are we going to have enough? 8, 9, 10, 11. Are we gonna, when did we start? We started at 9. Okay, my goodness, we're going to be close to the 12 hours, so we need to be a bit careful that we don't run out of stream time. Yeah. Michael says, so is X-Plane better than Flight Simulator 2020? The aeroplanes in X-Plane are, for sure. That is true. Victor Tango's off to lunch, are they? Yeah, great. Enjoy lunch, Victor Tango. Thanks for coming along. See you in a bit. Matthew says, I keep thinking the Maldives are where Madagascar is. Sri Lanka would be one hell of an alternate for that. Must be thinking of the Seychelles. Yeah, the Seychelles are nearer to Madagascar. The Maldives are closer to Sri Lanka. Yeah, on the other side of the Indian Ocean. Seychelles was one option for today. There's some nice scenery available for it as well. Tick Point says, have you ever celebrated New Year in the cockpit? Good question. I don't think so. No. That's more of a long haul pilot thing to do, where they do the night flights. On short haul you tend to do less overnight flights. Yeah. Yeah, if we could, if you guys are enjoying the video, do please hit the like button. I think we're doing all right with likes at the moment, but if you're new, do please make sure if you're enjoying the video, it does the channel a lot of good. This one landed in the Maldives on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Great scenery on my trip around the world in the A320 NEO. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator probably does have a bit sharper scenery ready to go. 7 hours to go. That's it. Where in the Maldives will you land? We'll land on the main island, so the main airport next to Malé. It's next to Malé Islands. Do you have to ask for the climb? Says Matthew. I mean, obviously you don't just climb, but would that be listed in the route section of the flight plan and you just do it, or is that just if no? Well, you'd ask for it if you wanted it. You'd ask for your climb. There is a chance air traffic might look at the flight plan and see where you plan to go, and they might say, okay, do you want to climb? But you're allowed to say no, or you say what you actually want to do. It's allowed to be different from your flight plan. Of course, this is all talking about in controlled airspace. There's different rules if you're going transatlantic. They'll have very specific flight levels they have to maintain and so on, depending on what they were cleared to do.
Valencia 652, you're leaving my airspace 23 Uniform 122.8. Bye-bye, Happy New Year.
Lucas, good to see you. Says, I love the A350 flight factor, so nice. Flight deck, I'm learning how to pilot it. You had installed new copy textures for it? Yes, texture link is in the description. They're from Matteo Chui. Oh, Matteo said that, thanks. Good morning to Phil Norbeck. Thanks for coming along from the US East Coast. You're doing well. Early morning for you there. Thanks for coming.
652, Mountain Unicom 122 is late. Thank you very much.
Oh, there we go. I think we're about to go on to Unicom.
Virgin 30 Kilo, you're leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom 122.8. Happy New Year, bye-bye.
122.8, Virgin 30 Kilo. Thank you very much. Happy New Year. Goodbye. Right. What do I do? Not that. That. Back onto Unicom. Okay. Right, let me just see. I'm just going to see if I can tick up a couple more questions, and then I'm going to have to go for a break. Mr. Dylan FM is keeping on top of the squawks. Apparently there's already been a 7700. Very good. I haven't tried the Flight Factor A320. No, I have the Toliss. I like the Toliss a lot. I haven't tried the 350, the Flight Factor one. But I like Flight Factor products. I just hear their 320 is quite bad for frame rates. But I like their 757 a lot. So I'd like to try the 320 one day. I should do that. Is your colleague who took off you still with you? Yep. Amazingly, Enrico is in front of us, above us actually. Oh, a bit further ahead of us now. Starting to get the creep ahead. So yeah, no, they're with us. Sky Ranger says, long haul was really boring in my opinion. How do you manage to get around the long time in cruising reality? Oh, well, I don't know, because I've never done it. What was that? Oh, that's a message. How long to the Maldives? How long to the Maldives is a good question. We're getting there at about 2000 Zulu, so that is 8 hours. 8 hours. 8 hours. I don't understand how it can be 8 hours. Oh, I suppose we've only been in the air for 2. I can't believe it. I'm sure by now we'd be like 4 hours into the flight. Excellent. Well, this is my... yeah, I can't complain. I mustn't complain. The flights are full, I end up in cargo hold, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are doing well. 400 of you all crammed onto this. Which aircraft do you want to fly in real life? I like the Airbuses. I'd like to fly... Wouldn't mind having a go at 340, 600. The 380 would be fun. 350, obviously. 787. Yeah, I'm not too fussy. All these modern airplanes are fantastic. Greetings from Seoul, South Korea. Steve, greetings. Hope you're doing well. PokeFan 1000 as well. Hello to you. Are the frame rates reasonable in the 350? I'm getting 40 frames a second inside the flight deck, and I'm getting... If I look away from the clouds, 80 if I do that. 60, 42 again if I do that. Yeah, I don't know, pretty reasonable. I would say compared to... It's no worse. Well, it is probably a bit worse than the Toliss short-haul Airbus, but it's not any different really to the 757. It's pretty good. 38 frames a second now. We've lost the speedbird pilot was behind us. Ah, that's a shame. Thousand likes by the end of the stream. Can you imagine 1,000 likes? That would be huge record. Huge record. Richard V off to lunch. Thanks very much for coming, Richard V. I'm going to take a break. So, guys, thank you all so much. We will be back soon. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the timer on. Let me see if I can get this right. I tried to set all this up yesterday. Right, when are we going to be back? Guys, I'm going to make it a slightly longer break, so we're not under control. I will be checking back in to make sure we don't get in trouble on VATSIM. Let me just check on that map, see where we are in the world. We're going to pass through a little bit of airspace soon. I'm just going to give myself a 20-minute break now. So this is going to be one of our shorter breaks. I'll probably break slightly later again for lunch. This will just be a sort of snack for me, just in case any of you are worried about my food. Oh yeah, we need to talk about food in the cruise. So I'm going to do 12:40. Oh, careful. Okay, guys, I'm going for a quick 20-minute break. Matthew says climb to 390 first. I think I'm going to climb when I get back, just because the optimum is still set to, if we go to Perth, optimum's 361, so it's still beneath us, so I think we can delay it slightly and we'll be alright. And the step got deleted, there you go, because we flew right past it. Right guys, let's go to, which view do you want? Which view would you like for 20 minutes? Any of you sitting there? Is that a nice one? So I'm going to have a quick snack, a cup of tea, then we'll do this, then we'll probably, after, do a bit of a late lunch in a couple of hours, and then another break in the afternoon. So, see you guys in 18 minutes, and let me see if I can be clever and bring up the break screen. Okay, see you guys soon. Thank you so much for coming along. Hello, hello, hello everybody. Sorry, slightly laid back by about a minute there. See if I can get the right broadcast. There we go. Right, we're still in the air. Fantastic. Looks like we've headed out over the water. The cat has done a fantastic job getting us here. And yeah, slightly laid back. Yeah, that's terrible. Oh, you're gonna get an echo for a second there. Okay. Right, the you know, things have been restored. Everything's a bit calmer here now. There's a cup of tea on the desk. The cat has successfully navigated us to. Let's see where we've got to. Actually, let's check VATSIM. Looks like we haven't been told off, so that's a good sign. Excellent news. Back into the flight deck. How are we doing? Nothing too concerning. Good. Good. What a relief. Right. Fantastic. Thank you guys for sticking with it. So yeah, onwards and upwards. So what we'll do is we'll probably run for maybe another hour and a half now before a lunch break. But yeah, Andy Bryant, I'm back. Been out to fetch a sandwich and some milk. Yeah, excellent. Everyone, feel free to go and come back all as you wish. This is all for fun after all. Let's not forget. I'm the only one that has to be punished by actually sitting through it as much as possible. So what have I missed? Richard V, you're back. Excellent. Good to see you. And yeah, Lauren, I agree. I can't wait for the fly-by-wire team to get more access into Microsoft Flight Simulator. They'll make such progress with it, I'm sure. Darian, now who fell asleep. What did you miss? Nothing. Nothing at all. Don't worry. Our colleague is still ahead of us. Enrico's still flying along. Yeah, pretty smooth sailing. Not been too much turbulence either. I know X-Plane does have a habit of severe turbulence every now and then. Still a tailwind, which is great news. We won't be doing the leg back anytime soon. I can tell you that. Can you not see? Yeah, we're on the VATSIM map, absolutely. If anyone looks into VATSIM. Looks like southern Greece. Where is Greece? Greece is off to our right, yeah. We're just about to go past Athens. So how long has that taken us to get to Athens? When did we take off? We took off at 10, 11... So 2 hours 40. I mean, 2 hours 40 to get to Athens. That's not bad, is it? I'm really impressed. That's my favourite thing now, is just the speed of this thing. I didn't really consider it. But yeah, the cat's been flying the plane. Peter Fitch, good to see you. Yeah, we should appear on VATSIM. If you go to any of the VATSIM tracking websites, I use VATMap. It's an app on, certainly it's on iPhone, that does well. Right, just... Oh wow, so many people joined the chat. Thanks Lizzo5 for moderating there. Good stuff. Yeah, we'll keep the chat in English if we can, please guys. It just makes it more inclusive for everyone, if we can. It's just the sort of the default language that we use on this channel. But yeah, thanks for coming along to watch. I appreciate we have everyone from all over the world here. It's great fun. It's so kind of you all to come along. Boring. Yeah. Well, I don't know what we expect really. It's going to happen over this length of a flight. I noticed the cabin altitude only 7,400 feet. Not too bad. It's normally 8,000 in the little airplanes up here. What else have I missed? Is X-Plane best sim or flight simulator? Depends what you want, Mustang. I think Richard answered this already, but X-Plane for airliners for now. Microsoft Flight Simulator for scenery and weather, no doubt about that. I like the X-Plane weather. I just think the Microsoft one is just too good. Please press clear info on the FMS. Very good. That was a heart-stopping moment for me. This is what I mean. This is so different to what I'm used to. Normally, of course, if that was on the little one, you just press clear, no problem. But I wasn't sure that was just going to delete the whole thing. Anyway, yeah. So just before we went, Michael was suggesting that I should climb straight away because we had our step climb to save the 2 tons of fuel, which is absolutely right. But as you can see, the Optim is still 363, so I don't think we're going to suffer fuel burn wise. Let's go to flight plan. Too much. Still 13 tons, even without that step, because we're actually at the optimum. It's just we can't stay at 3.7 for the whole flight. So even with if we just stayed at 3.7 all the way until we step up to 4.1, which is quite a way away at 16.27. So we still got about 4 hours until we do that SC step climb. we'd still actually save the fuel. So it might be better and advantageous for us to stay here for a bit. Another thing is it's going to help us. We know this is a smooth flight level, so I'm going to stick it out as we know there's no turbulence here. Happy New Year to Leif. Thanks for coming along. Hello from Malaysia to Volts Place. Good to see you. Thank you for coming along. Oh, I'm on the wrong window. That's why I missed the tags. Yeah, great to see you. Be cool if you could put a built-in DVD in the cockpit. Mustang Motive. Yeah. See, wouldn't it be good if I could just play a film for you guys, or if we could sit in the cabin and I don't know what we have on offer here. Can't read that. Oh, fancy little remote. So if we could get sort of a view with both in and then play a film, that would be good, wouldn't it? That's the magic of flying long haul, isn't it? Especially in daylight flights. I absolutely love it. I'd love a seat around about here. Got the great view of the wing, so I can look out, I can see down, see the terrain, and then go back to whatever film you want. And these seats, oh yeah, the toilet search. Did the toilets work? It doesn't look like they do. Which airplane was it we were in that did the best job of that? Was it the A300? Yeah, sadly not. But yeah, the seat looking out. Although obviously, let's face it, the real way to travel would be to get one of those forward-looking seats near the front. Not quite as good for the wing view, but I think I would take the extra legroom and the bigger TV. There we go. That's not bad. That's a pretty good view as well. Can't quite see down as well. Victor says, are you Italian or did you live there for a time? I'm not, and no, I have been to Italy a lot, but I have never lived there. No. Simon Forrester, good to see you. Had my break too. Now have just set on my big screen and just about to start the return leg from Bergen to Gatwick on FS 2020. It's a good day. Oh, enjoyed that. Yeah, absolutely. Enjoy. Marvin, hello from Germany. I'm on my way to become a pilot. Excellent news. I hope you have a great journey, Marvin, and all the best. Yeah, brilliant. Would X-Plane be good for a complete newbie, says Mustang Motor? That's a good question. X-Plane 10 was really bad, I thought, for new people. X-Plane 11 is pretty good. But Microsoft Flight Simulator is probably, although it's not all that accurate, it probably is the simplest. You'll get started quicker. It frustrates experienced simmers because it doesn't quite do things as we would expect. But it does have some tutorials and so on and missions that will just guide you through it a little bit better. But X-Plane 11 has similar things, so it's very good. Yeah, it does take a bit of work to get used to these things, obviously. I had a snack in cargo, but my coffee went cold quickly in the cargo. Yeah, sorry, if you're sitting in the cargo hold, if you couldn't fit into our cabin, I mean, we're back up to 416. That's madness. So, yeah, sorry, guys. If you're any of the unlucky, how many passengers can we fit on this one? I did write that down as well. I've lost my numbers. 350 is a maximum, so there's probably about 70 of you sat in the cargo hold, I'm afraid. It's pretty chilly down there. Well, let's sort that out for you guys. I do apologise. Obviously, the cargo seems to be, as a standard, kept a bit cooler. So, we can give you a proper temperature. There we go. Oh well, that'd be better. Already, look at that. Already warming up. So your tea will last a bit longer now. Right, I've gone the wrong way through the messages. I've read them backwards from the bottom, so now I'm reading down. I do apologise. Happy New Year to everyone who's joined and said if I've missed it, I really do apologise. Seat right behind emergency exits is what Checkpoint likes. Yeah, that's always good. James, just jumped back in after walking the dog. Where in the world are we now? We are, just passing. Well, look at that. We've stormed past Athens. So, got a bit more of Greece to cover. And then there's Turkey. Entering Turkey soon. So how long has this stream been going? 9, 10, 4 hours. So I think we're about to, or we have already just passed the record for the longest stream on the channel. So that's good news. Let's run another onboard entertainment PA, just in case everyone was about to fall asleep.
We will now start our onboard entertainment program. For your comfort.
Why not Microsoft Flight Simulator? Well, we don't have a proper long-haul aircraft at Microsoft Flight Simulator that is modified to the point where it would work well enough, I don't think. But we might do some longer 320 NEO flights in there. That's certainly an option. It's starting to get dark by the looks of it. Yeah, the sun isn't going to get very high this time of year. But still pretty light, pretty good. Andy, H1302, have you been up into the crew rest area yet? No, we haven't done that. We must do that soon. Darian says, sim group flight with 350 passengers in the VR in the cabin. Yeah, imagine that. So there is a game out, I don't know if any of you saw it this year, called, is it called airplane mode, flight mode? And it's where you sit in the cabin. Oh, we're on the wrong screen there. Hold on. There we go. You sit in the cabin and stare forwards, and you have like a screen in front of you that sort of breaks, and they come around and offer you food, but they don't have your choice and things like that. And it does a full like 9 hours. So yeah, that could be fun. If any of you enjoy this, you might enjoy that game. It's yeah, it got quite funny reviews. It looked quite a good idea. Marvin, you're welcome. When can I play Microsoft Flight Simulator? Soon. Yeah, we'll get it on the channel soon. No problem. No problem. Best economy seats in the 777 are released at the back, where you can only have 2 seat rows at the windows, so much more room. Yeah, and that's why I like the 340, because that's 2 seats at the side. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Definitely. Yeah, guys, if any of you are wondering why I'm streaming X-Plane and not Microsoft Flight Simulator, I stream both relatively regularly. There's always content coming on the channel, whether it's, and I do a lot of videos in Microsoft Flight Simulator at the moment, because I've done a lot of X-Plane videos already. So that's why we now stream X-Plane for the different airliners and for the variety of the detailed aircraft we can have fun with. We've got the A300, the 757, but we also do Microsoft Flight Simulator. Group flights where we can all fly together in sort of smaller aircraft, and we did our first 320 stream just 2 days ago, yeah, in the Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it's all here, it's all on the channel. We'll do both. Latest, what does ice look? I'm not sure what you mean, ice look. Joe Vaughan says, when are you due to go flying again in real life? I don't want to be too specific just for privacy reasons, but I will be flying soon enough. Yeah. So within the next couple of weeks, I will be flying. But don't worry, I'll have plenty of rest. That's why I can't, in normal times, I wouldn't be able to... I would struggle unless I had a lot of time off to do a long haul stream like this and such, because it's obviously so time consuming. Is the cargo hold pressurised in this beach? Yes, the cargo hold, Steve, will be pressurised in all of these modern airliners, because it's just simply not economic to try and pressurise an airplane across the middle of the floor. If I show you the sort of the nose on, you'd have to have a bulk all along the floor, and the floor is actually strong, but it's not designed to be. It's not a bulk. I'm getting my words mixed up here. Bulkhead. It's not a bulkhead, the floor, so it can't hold pressure. Thanks for your subscription. If I missed it, I did miss it. I apologise. It did come up, I think. Well, I do apologise. But anyway, thank you for subscribing. But yeah, so the whole fuselage will be pressurised, because it's actually this outer skin that is effectively the bulkhead. There'll be another one built in around behind the radar, because the nose will be composite, so the radar can see through it. It won't be metal. And then there'll be another bulkhead at the back, somewhere here behind the aft toilets. So that whole area will be pressurised. This wing box won't be pressurised, but it will be in here. The gear obviously won't be pressurised. Yeah. So yeah. Yep, cargo hold's pressurised, just a bit cold. So you can carry animals in them. I mean, That's the advantage of being able to warm up the hold with this. Not all aircraft have this, especially short-haul airplanes. But yeah, so animals will go into the hold, and they should be okay. What is anti-ice? A-ice is anti-ice. Yeah. Now, here's something I need to look up. Why have we got an auto mode? What does that do? I have absolutely no clue. Nice, because a lot of modern airliners, I think Embraers maybe have an auto mode even. So the Airbus 320 ice system is actually quite one of the older styles, I suppose. This is quite logo light can go to auto, I think now. We'll turn that on again when it gets dark. I like having the logo always on. But anyway, engine anti-ice will heat the intake of the engines. So now again, I'm just transferring this from the 320, so I could have some details wrong here, but in fact I'm sure I do. But that will heat this intake, just the lip around the engine, to stop ice building up and then breaking off into the engine. And also some, if not all of the wing will be heated along the leading edge, just the leading edge. So we're not worried about ice building up on the top of the wing or the back of the wing. On the ground we don't want any ice there, but the point is in flight it won't build up there, it'll build on the front of the airplane. So that will be heated, and the leading edge. Now on the little Airbus, just the outer part is actually heated, the inner part isn't. I don't know about the 350, it may be more capable. What is amazing with this model is it's actually got a 3D cabin, and I can see my textured seats loaded in there. So considering there's a whole 3D cabin built in, I'm amazed at the frame rate so far. That's incredible. Really good, yeah. I don't know how they've done that. Great livery. I do like this livery. I hope you guys enjoy it. Andrea's feeling better in the cargo. Good. Good stuff. Big Jet TV on the second monitor. There you go. Very good. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. Absolutely. Adam, thank you. Yeah, we've reached 500 likes. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. That's really kind. Amazing. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate it, and it really helps the channel. It helps us get visibility from YouTube, I suppose. Longest stream with 400 plus viewers, impressive. Yeah, I can't believe it. Like I say, I think 400 was a record anyway, until just we had our peak just yesterday. Sorry, 2 days ago with the 320 NEO in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Stand by. I've got to drink some tea now before it goes cold. Lauren says, I need a bit of spoiler to get me on the ground in FS 2020 due to a frankly excessive ground fit. So the 320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is too sensitive in the flare. You'll see it whenever I try and land it, and the same thing happened on the stream. I end up flaring more than I should because it responds so much quicker than it does in flight, and I don't know why it's set up like that. So it tends to be a case of just trying to do as little as possible, just a little bit nose up, and then holding it there to let it settle. Carter Joel, thank you so much for coming along. Good to see you, Carter. Happy New Year to you. Carter has designed some excellent engine mods. For now, I think the 767 is getting the latest treatment from Carter. But yeah, thank you very much for coming along to say hello, Carter. Happy New Year to you. In Ireland, I believe, Northern Ireland. Yeah, great work on the engines, of course. And if we get the 767 on the channel, we'll definitely be fitting your engines to it. Darinaho. Are we there yet? I mean, that blue bar is just crawling along. Yeah, you guys will all have that pink line ingrained in your vision for the next few days, no doubt. I sound like your humanities teacher out here. I hope that's a good thing. Happy New Year, Echo. Good to see you. Don't forget the merch. 6 Point says, yeah, absolutely, guys. If you put in, well, in fact, if you go to the description of the video, there is a store for 320 Sim Pilot merchandise we have available. We've got stickers, mugs, t-shirts, including with the cat featured on the t-shirt as well. And a recent addition is this hoodie. It's a premium, Teespring premium hoodie. So I'm going to try and pin that into the chat. Please work. Please don't break the stream. I'll cry if it breaks the stream. There we go. Thank goodness. Right. Sorry guys, I've gotten way behind on the chat again. 6 hours 20 minutes to landing. Thank you, Richard. Yeah. Is the overlay showing the arrival time? It says 1914, but I think that's a bit optimistic. It's not expected until 1955 in here, but that could be wrong. I could have an error in my arrival. Yeah, we'll shave a bit of time off that, no doubt. No doubt. How did you just go back? Did you just press flight plan? How did you get back to where you were? Interesting. Oh look, Equitime Point, closest airport. Oh, it's not working yet. That's a shame. There we go. Well, that seems to have got us back. Our colleague 10 miles ahead still. Not getting too far away from us. That's good news. Right. Oh, I'm way behind. I do apologise, everyone. Ray Andrews, Happy New Year to you from Cheshire. Your Microsoft Flight Simulators are great for noobs like me. I'm glad they've been helpful. Prepping for a session in the full motion 320. Enjoy that. That'll be great fun. That'll be great fun. Chickpoint, bought a nice warm hoodie. No subscription, sorry. Oh, fantastic, Chickpoint. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Very kind. Yeah, that really makes a difference. The merchandise does support the channel a lot as well, so thank you. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's nice. Post the pictures in Discord if you do get one. This flight is 9 hours 30 minutes, Joshua. Oh, just joined. Where are you at the moment? We're just passing Greece, heading in towards Turkey, just on our left, I think. Oh no, Turkey's in front of us, and on our left. Yeah, we're going to go through South Turkey. Oh my goodness, Ray Andrews, £10 donation. Thank you very much. Ray says, thank you for your very helpful Microsoft Flight Simulator videos. You are incredibly welcome, Ray. I'm glad they've been useful. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you. Thank you for supporting the channel. I'm glad the videos help. It always makes my day when someone comes and says that the videos have helped them. So I really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for supporting the channel with your £10 donation. It's far too generous, very kind. And Jonathan Blood as well, €20 donation, incredibly kind. Jonathan, thank you so much. Thanks for supporting the channel yet again. Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to you, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. It makes... it's just amazing. Thank you so much. You guys are too generous. I always say this. It's so kind of you. So yeah, thank you for coming along, Jonathan, and supporting the channel. And I hope you enjoy the stream. I really do. I hope you're all enjoying it. I can't believe so many guys are coming along to see it. You're all very, very kind. But yeah, thank you to very much to Jonathan and Ray. It's really appreciated. Right, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna have to skip down in the chat. So if I've missed your question, I do apologise, just because I'm falling behind again. Carter has been working on the 330 Pratt & Whitney 4000s, posted in the X-Plane 11 screenshots. I'll have a look. I don't have the 330. Is that the JAR design 330 for X-Plane that you're working on? Jaden is currently flying right now from Madeira to Frankfurt. Excellent, enjoy that. Will we see a 747 stream? Yeah, I don't know. Do people want me to fly a 747? It's not come up, I must admit. The 350 was heavily requested. But there's certainly no reason why I definitely wouldn't. Martin Scott, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Happy New Year to you. I look forward to many great streams in 2021. Yeah, I look forward to it as well. I hope we can get lots of great new videos and content and streams out this year. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've got some ideas that I want to work on as well. So yeah, looking forward to that. I have not flown into India. No, sorry, I have not done India. Even as a passenger. (767) says Lauren, was my first wide body and the same as the 757. I think you enjoy it. Yeah, I might have to try the 76. Yeah, might have to do that. I'm so far behind. Oh dear. Chickpoint's going to post the pictures when they receive it. Excellent. Please do. SM says, replaying your last stream and flying from Bristol to Geneva in flight factor 320 though. Would you consider an IFR VATSIM group flight? Maybe ATC would dislike us for the increased workload. Yeah, so it's definitely something I've considered, and I've been talking about this with Richard V a little bit, because I don't want to make it so that maybe you don't have one of the simulators so you can't do one of the, I don't want any group flight to be where no one can join in, so that's why I do VATSIM on X-Plane and people can fly along, as well as Microsoft Flight Simulator group flights where people can fly along. But the group flights in Microsoft Flight Simulator are a bit easier because there's no, the network is just us in a server, so we can mess around. But it's a bit of a difficult situation on VATSIM. Now I don't think VATSIM would mind, because we did our flight from Bristol to Geneva, obviously, in the, what aeroplane were we in? We were in the 757, weren't we, for that one? And VATSIM dealt with it admirably, yeah. And we all arrived at once. I think it would take a little bit of warning, and maybe I'd have to plan it slightly better. I don't know. But I don't think they'd mind, as long as everyone knew what they were doing and was behaving relatively calmly. I think that should be alright. Fly 24, love the cat tee. I had not seen that. Yeah, the cat t-shirt. I wanted to pin the cat t-shirt into the chat, so that's in our merchandise page in the Teespring store. But it's not showing up for some reason in my YouTube studio, and I don't understand why. Very odd. But yes, I can see the hoodie. That's very kind. Thank you very much for the hoodie, Checkpoint. Sometimes the Teespring store is very fussy about what it would and won't promote, and that stuff has to go in for a review and all sorts. I can't keep up. A350 NEO. Yeah, I've heard the A350 NEO is already on the cards. Can you believe that? Pete White says Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Pete. Looking forward to your streams this year. One of the best channels around for simming. That's great. It's really kind thing to say. I'm honoured, and thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. We'll keep at it. Happy New Year to you, Roger. Captain Bagoff says, have you ever meowed on guard? No. If you listen to the guard frequency, you may hear some meow noises every now and then, but no, I've never done it. I can honestly say that. Close to burn 1/3 of the fuel on board. Yeah, we're getting through it. We're getting through that fuel. Darian says, for the people who can't fly, it's a nice replacement therapy. Good, I'm glad. Yeah, and it's doing the same job for me, to be honest, at the moment. There we go, really picking up that tailwind. That's great, isn't it? So where's our fuel used? We burn 11 tons per side. Brilliant. Jar Designs 330 is on sale. What do people think of the Jar Designs A330? Is it good? On sale though, yeah. Always interesting. When are you going to be back up in the air? Raspberry Raid says, yeah, so in the next sort of, I don't want to be too specific, just to avoid giving too much away, but yeah, I will be back in the air over the next couple of weeks, yeah. How long will it take you to switch to the 350 in real life? It'll be a few weeks, a couple of months of training. There's also a lot to learn from a long haul point of view. That would be oh, it's gone dark. That would be one part of flying the 350 that would be different for me. E-tops and North Atlantic tracks and all these sort of things. Victor Leon Romero says, one question, 2020 was complicated, very complicated for pilots. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. One question. 2020 was complicated, very complicated for pilots. Do the pilots that, because of the pandemic, did not reach the hours they needed to keep their license, lose their license? If you've already got your license, it won't matter. What you'll need to do is, so the pilots who have lost their jobs now, who were already qualified and already flying and they had their air transport pilot's license, they had their type rating, whether it's A350. Well, I can't imagine there's many A350 pilots who are out of work, but I'm sure it's possible. But your type rating is valid until it runs out on a certain time. Now you have to fly and so on in the meantime, but my point is you just need to go into the simulator and keep renewing it. you can do that. You don't need, you won't lose your license. No, you need to just keep revalidating it by going into the simulator and passing the tests and doing a few hours every now and then. Now, of course, if you were to then go back to another airline and fly, you'd have to do some more training, because keeping your license valid isn't good enough. You also have to land so many times within a certain months and so on. So you have to do some landing training and so on. But aside from that, no, you won't lose your entire license as long as you keep it valid. Now, the problem with keeping your license valid is you've got to pay for that if you're out of work, and that's not cheap to hire a simulator and a trainer and do that. So yeah, it's not ideal. My heart does go out to the people who are stuck like that. I hope they get back in soon. I really hope this year things turn around quickly for them, and for everyone, of course. Where did you get the 350? It's from the X-Plane org store. Are you on autopilot? I absolutely am. I really hope so. Or we've gone this far by sheer luck. Yeah, we are on autopilot indeed. Lauren says, I'd like at least a look at some point of the salty 747-8. Oh yeah, there is a mod of the 747-8. Now the 747, I used to fly the PMDG 747 in Flight Simulator X all the time. I had that, I had the Captain Sim 757, I had the Twin Otter, which is something I'm hoping to revisit in X-Plane soon. But yeah, I loved the PMDG 747 400X. So I definitely feel like we could get, well, I feel like we'd have a good chance at managing some flying in the 747. I just hope the salty 747 has fixed some of the sort of aerodynamic issues. Like the fly-by-wire team have worked very hard to fix those on the 320. So yeah. And there goes the £20. So thank you, €20. Thank you, Jonathan, again. Jonathan Blood, happy New Year to you for your donation. Thank you. MH says, wow, this channel is growing so fast. Yeah, it's crazy. I can't thank you all enough for coming along. It's I really didn't think it could grow like this, so I really appreciate it. Did anyone say you sound like Soviet Womble? I haven't heard that before. No, Wayne Grant, no, that's a new one to me. Does Neo Series have problem in landing gears? I hope not, and I don't think so. I haven't heard of that, Aaron. Landing gear issues, no. John Armstrong, where are we now? We're just south of Turkey. Lima Tango Alpha India. Antalya. Obviously Istanbul is way north of us. So we're going to go just south of Cyprus. Our routing will take us down like this, I think. So yeah, that's the first half done. Is it half? Doesn't look like half on the... well, the reason is, it's funny, it doesn't look like half on the overlay. The overlay reckons we're like a third of the way there, probably. And part of the reason for that is, that's Colombo, that's our alternate, I believe, Colombo in Sri Lanka. The way these charts work is it over-exaggerates. It's a Mercator projection. So because the Earth is round, you can't have a square chart like this. So it over-exaggerates a bit. So Africa, this isn't to scale, effectively, Africa compared to the UK. Africa is much bigger than this. So this next leg is actually a lot further than this first leg, even though it looks like it's about halfway. Yeah, it's crazy actually. It's such a difference. Still arriving 1951, 13 tons. Mark C says, how do I finesse my fare, please? I always float or slam into the tarmac. By the way, you turned me into an Airbus fanboy. I'm glad you like the Airbus. Yeah, I mentioned it a bit earlier. You need to just be careful in Microsoft Flight Simulator, if that's the one you're talking about, the simulator you're using, that it's too sensitive, so be careful not to flare too much. So I do have landing tutorial on my channel, both in the Toliss in X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I'd highly recommend, yeah, as Richard said actually, if you watch one of those videos, that should hopefully help you out. Let's Play PC Games that says, anyone had issues in A320 or Microsoft Flight Simulator where the flight directors seem to go wherever they like and you end up banking all over the place just after takeoff? Yes. So you'll notice it in my last stream I did in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I ignore the flight directors. Now we don't ever ignore the flight directors in the Airbus. We should turn them off if we're not using them. but they should be reliable on takeoff. That's just a glitch. So what I had to do was I just climbed normally, following the pitch, but ignored the roll, and then just let it settle down and then put the autopilot in, and it seemed to work out. But yeah, there is a glitch there. Happy New Year to Connie Clayton. Happy New Year to you. Carter says that VATSIM should be okay with it. V1 did VATSIM 1 last night, and they got full AGC cross country in the US. VATSIM usually good at getting controllers if you plan in advance. Oh, that's great. Yeah, yeah. So maybe we should talk to VATSIM a bit. I don't really know how to communicate with it properly. Thanks, Carter. Thanks, Ariel F, for your subscription. My notifications seem to be up and down. I'm struggling to tell whether they're working or not. We have already checked the toilets. Yeah, sorry. Oh, we've got a whole load of subscriptions, you see. It seems to be combining the subscriptions into one go. There we go. Jay, Rohit, Marco, Akdan, Jamie, John, Financial Code, Khalid, Killer, Oros, Saxarian, Utopix, Joel. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know why Streamlabs is doing this. There's no reason it should... Thank you all for your subscriptions, and I'm sorry the subscriptions haven't shown up earlier. They should show up throughout the stream. Critic, love from India. Well, thank you very much. Great to hear you. Thanks for coming along. All the best for 2021 to you. And yeah, sorry for that Streamlabs mess, everyone. Richard is using the TCA stick. Ah, very good. And quadrant. So, Richard V, what do you think of the TCA stick and quadrant for the Airbus? Matteo is out for a walk with the missus and the dog. Catch up later. That is behaving. Yeah, excellent, Matteo. Enjoy. We'll see you later. Have fun in the fresh air. It must be pretty chilly up there in Scotland. Looks like they shot shotgun to make the speaker shells. Yeah, the speaker holes are a bit random. They've done there's a lot of interesting patterning in the 350. I don't know where this star design came from. It's certainly not been on any of the previous Airbuses. It's just, I think they wanted to make it look different. It does make it look a bit more modern, I suppose. A bit more like a, well, let's face it, a bit more like a Dreamliner. Pixar says, would you recommend the A350? At this point, yeah, I got this on sale. I would recommend it on sale, certainly, if you want to fly a long-haul aeroplane, because it's all here. Like, it does work so far, touch wood. Oh, I was about to bang the microphone. Yeah, it does work. You've got these systems. It's pretty much one of the only long-haul complete simulations around, and they've done it's a good job. And I know it's still improving, so that's good news for us. Laith says you're near my country in the Middle East. Excellent. Hi. Are you streaming all the way to the Maldives? Yes, we are streaming all the way to the Maldives. Wrong way says, could A320 fly with 2 first officers, or must there be a captain in the cockpit? There must be a captain. Clearly not on autopilot, there's no inflatable person next to you. Well, there can be. You can turn it on, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend it in this airplane. Alexander Beck, see you later. If I missed you, apologies for that. I have no news about the fly-by-wire A380 model. I apologise. No, I don't have any news on that. So the 330 is flyable, but not great system set. Okay, thanks, Carter. I apologise for notifications, everyone. It's going to do that for a little while now. I really do apologise. GT11RS, for the flight director glitch, talking about Microsoft Flight Simulator here, you need to increase your dead zone on your stick to around 10% or higher. Oh, interesting. Okay. Ethan's Aviation. Happy New Year, Captain. Happy New Year to you, Ethan's Aviation. Can't wait to see the Maldives. Also, what do you think about the 777X? Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to the Maldives, although it's going to be dark when we get there, so we're going to have to go and explore in a subsequent stream. Yeah, 777X, I don't know much about it. Alexander Pasuto will be more knowledgeable on it. Yeah, it looks great. I don't know what the cockpit's like though. Is it like a Dreamliner, or is it like a 777? I assume it's very similar to a 777, just with foldable wings, new engines. Oh, I'm sorry about Streamlabs, everyone. It doesn't record any of them for ages, and then it suddenly just pushes them through. What I can do, I know what to do. I'm just going to turn off the alert box for a little bit, just to give you guys a break. I do apologise for that. I don't know if that stopped the audio. We'll find out. I'm sorry to those who subscribed. It's just we can't have it doing it all at once. Simon Forrester says, "Had my break too. Now have you set up?" Oh, I'm way behind on the chat. What's going on here? Saul Cobb finally caught up to live. Happy New Year, everyone. I have a question about phones on planes. Is airplane mode still necessary? What's with Wi-Fi available and Bluetooth headphones being widespread? Yes. So yes, airplane mode is still required. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are different things. Whereas your mobile phone will transmit a signal. It's trying to transmit a signal all the way to an aerial, an antenna nearby. Whereas obviously Wi-Fi is just trying to go a few meters around you. So they're totally different. Airplanes are certified for certain things. So yeah, you still need to use airplane mode. They're different things. The Wi-Fi obviously doesn't use as much energy as trying to transmit to an antenna. And the main thing is, if you try and use your phone on an airliner, firstly, you're sitting in a big metal tube, and if you read the instruction manual for your phone, I guarantee somewhere it will say not designed for use near metal objects. Like if you're standing next to a big, even in a skyscraper or something, in big metal beams or whatever, then it's not really set up to be near those. So sitting in a round aeroplane with your phone transmitting to try and reach an antenna which it can't reach, it will drain your battery very fast as well. But I don't think it's not really how they're meant to work. So yeah, airplane mode is definitely still required. But it's a good question. Good question. I can see why you'd think that. Yeah. So thanks for asking. Rishab says, I've missed the past few streams because my time zone is just weird. Definitely watch them and like them later. Thank you very much. Thanks, Rishab. Oh, I know why I've gone wrong on the chat. I have YouTube Studio and Streamlabs and I get into the wrong one. That's why it all goes wrong for me. Sorry for that, everyone. Richard said that Richard likes the TCA pack. They work well with Toliss but need a little care setting up on the Flight Factor 320. Interesting. That's good they work well with the Toliss then. Luckily, I don't know if Andy H1302 is still here. By sheer luck, the climb position on these thrust levers in the Flight Factor 350 is exactly the same as the detent in my Thrustmaster HOTAS 4, so I don't have to spend the entire 9 hours panicking that I'm about to knock it into Toga, which I would probably have done if it was in Microsoft. That's good to know they're good then. I'm glad you like them. The Professor, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. It says, on that sim, a lot of VACCs. What's VACC? Have a way to contact them, and you can also request ATC for a group flight. Oh, that's the controllers, is it? Okay. So you can request a group flight, for example. Okay, I must do that. Yeah. 787 isn't doing it for me at the moment. Says Pixter. Okay. Will you ever do a shared cockpit? Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I don't know. I don't know how it would work. I've never done it before in any flight simulator, so it's a bit out of my knowledge for the moment. I'm not going to say no, never. I do like our group flights a lot. A shared cockpit, I don't know. I don't know. Star design on cockpit seats is part of the Virgin livery. I want to say no. I think it. Lauren, I think that star is. This is on all of the 350s. Yeah. Yeah, they don't get to fiddle with the cockpit, the livery. You'll never be able to tell which airline you're in from the cockpit, except for maybe the registration written somewhere. Sam says, I saw you streaming FS 2020 a few months back. What are your thoughts on the 320 implementation using fly-by-wire mods? Haven't seen you streaming FS 2020 of late, prefer explain. Sam, I streamed FS 2020 just a couple of days ago, so yeah. I like it a lot. The new mod has been massively improved, so now the 320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator is usable, definitely usable. Still not Toliss level obviously, but it's very usable and they've done a great job, and the graphics are stunning. And the sounds are great. I know Boris has worked very hard on the sounds and it does sound fantastic. Like the audio on the 320 NEO in Microsoft Flight Simulator is definitely at payware levels of audio now. It's amazing. Lydia says, what's the most memorable flight you've had in your whole career and why? John Armstrong, thank you very much. £4.99 donation. Let me turn the alert box back on. That's why that's disappeared. I do apologise. John, thank you so much for your donation. John says, thanks so much for your enjoyable vids, the downside of which are that they increase my desperation to get back to some short breaks in the med. Yes, yeah. Thank you, John. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel, and I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos. And I absolutely agree with you. When I fly that Air 2000 757 down to the Mediterranean, yeah, I am exactly in the same boat, and I really want to just go and get a flight on holiday as well. But hopefully this is the year, fingers crossed. But thank you, John, I really appreciate it. Thanks for your support. We're not on Project Fly. What's Project Fly? I don't know. Lydia says, what's the most memorable flight you've had in your whole career, and why? I mean, that's a really hard question to answer. The things you remember are probably the days that you remember the very difficult days, because they sort of burn into your memory a bit more, and hopefully because you've learned something from them. But gosh, it's a really good question. I never really think about it. I never really end up ranking the flights in terms of what my favourite may be. I'll have to have a think. About that. I also have to be a little bit careful, because if I talk about specific flights, yeah, I might give away who I work for and so on. Look at that engine. That's a serious engine. No worries there. That makes me feel confident. Like the NEO, it's a good engine size. I don't mind having only one engine on each wing if it looks that serious. Rishab says, I'm hopefully going to start my ATC training soon. I hope I get to provide service to you something. I hope you do, Rishab. Yeah, we have a few people. We've left our Toliss 321 is still in Malta, I think, and the Malta controller passed recently, so they'll be available to hopefully do the controlling when we leave. And the H132 still here. Excellent. Well done, Andy. You're doing well. You're all doing very well. I can't believe how long we've been going. Incredible. X11 simulations. What is your thoughts on the Flight Factor A350? The Flight Factor A350, yeah, so chatted about a little bit about it, but it's great. I'm really impressed, and you know, I wasn't convinced yesterday. There's some bugs in it, but they tend to happen when, well, touch wood, when it starts up. So there is a bug I had yesterday where I couldn't even control any of the altitude or heading knobs, which was really concerning for me, and I really didn't know how we were going to stream, but it turns out turn it off and on again and it worked, so thank goodness. So it's great. This is really good. This is a proper long haul detailed add-on airplane with the systems. I think at one point it didn't even have an FMS built into it properly, and it was released as sort of an early access, so I think it had a bit of a bad reputation at that point, but yeah, it's good. I don't like the default textures it comes with, and I don't understand where they came from. But this is obviously a livery. If you put an exclamation mark livery into the chat, the bot should give you the link to it if you want it for your 350. And this is much cleaner. For some reason, the default 350 liveries it comes with are just covered in filth. Like, they're much grubbier than I would expect to see it. Now, don't get me wrong. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. Something going on outside. Yeah, don't get me wrong. The airplanes do get grubby. They are grubbier than we think. I mean, this would be immaculate, but the flight factor looks especially bad. I don't know if it's just the lighting or something makes it stand out more, but yeah, I think this is when you get a nice livery onto it and you use Matteo's updated cockpit textures, I think it's a really good thing. James Lee says, how's the HOTAS? So I'm not using, so for this flight I'm using Thrustmaster HOTAS for just my sort of PlayStation 4 controller. It's smaller than my, I also have the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog, which I haven't set up in X-Plane basically yet, and I'm nervous of using on a long flight like this when I'm not fully confident with it, because there's so many buttons on it and they go in all different directions, and it took me a long time to set it up on DCS. It took me ages. I might consider just using the joystick. No, that won't work. I need the thrust levers. Yeah, I don't know. I need to work out how I'm going to do that. It also doesn't have rudder pedals or any rudder control, which does make life a little bit tricky at times. So I have to use pedals. But with the way my desk is set up at the moment, I can't. This is very, very complicated and boring story about my setup. But I'm struggling to use the pedals at the moment because of the way my desk is too low, so I need to adjust a few things before I can use it. So Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog is great. I'm using the Thrustmaster HOTAS 4, which is fine, put it that way. Thanks for coming, James. I hope you're doing alright. Alan Story says, hi, I now have the tax side stick and the throttle quadrant. Both work a dream in the Toliss 321, but in the 350 nothing works on the throttle. The side stick is firmer in its travel in both planes. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's odds. That is odds. Filippo, this is X-Plane 11. Jonathan Blood, I was blown away by the audio in fly-by-wire now. Insane how far it's coming along. Yeah, it is mad. They've done a great job. Great job. Experiencing a significant gravitas shortfall, which is a great username, says, would you consider doing a flight from Vancouver to Calgary? Yep. Over the Rockies sounds fun, and going to Canada is definitely on the list. Definitely on the list of things to do. I'm thinking 321 NEO to go over to Canada. I think that could be quite nice. Yeah, stock for the TCA stuff is like unicorns. Yeah. Impossible to get hold of at the moment, which is a shame. So I don't have the Thrustmaster TCA sets, but I hear they're good. They do look quite good. You just can't get hold of them at the moment. Yeah. I got very lucky to get hold of a Thrustmaster Warthog actually, which I used for the DCS streams just because I you really need something with enough buttons on it. But I like the Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog joystick is excellent. It has enough weight to it to feel like an Airbus side stick. It's not, obviously it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. It's the closest I've seen so far in pure joystick weight and so on. But it's very big. It's not practical for everyone, and it doesn't have a rudder built into it, so it's not ideal for everything. Bernard is just starting from the beginning of the stream. That noise when you first enter the cockpit is actually rather terrifying. The plane is clearly haunted. Yeah, it was bad, wasn't it? I can't believe I didn't. Well, I did go in the cockpit, but I didn't notice it at first. But yeah, glad we solved that one. And as you can see, that's another thing. Yeah, just a few of these bugs do still exist. I think it was loading in the mouse interaction and it just got stuck. Marius says, Happy New Year, all the best 2021. Happy New Year to you, all the best to you. Ray Andrews, I'm on pre-order for the add-on pack, but not on America. Yeah, so there's an add-on now for the TCA throttles where you can have the speed brake and flap lever, which that does look good. I've always said I need a speed brake lever in my setup, and I don't have one. I need one so that I don't forget that I've left the speed brake out, which I've done so many times on stream. Raj says, hello, I'm from India. Hello to you, thanks for coming. Hope you're enjoying the stream and Happy New Year to you. John Armstrong says the noise of someone in the toilet knocking to get out because the door wouldn't open. Yeah, maybe. Jamnik says, I want to get an X-Plane for the A350 for long haul flights, but don't know if I should just wait for 350 to come in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it's worth getting X-Plane because you're going to have to learn the whole of X-Plane, like the user interface and setting up flights. It's not too difficult, but I wouldn't necessarily do that just for the 350. No. I would hope it's coming out for 350 soon. I don't know. Did we talk about who's making it earlier? I've forgotten. NKXD, thank you very much. €5 donation. Happy New Year from Athens, Greece. Fantastic. We've done lots of streaming from Athens in Microsoft Flight Simulator in X-Plane twice, I think, or at least twice, maybe more. Happy New Year from Athens, Greece. Really enjoy your videos. Please add more Microsoft Flight Simulator live streams. Okay. So thank you so much. €5, really appreciated. Thank you for donating to the channel, and thank you for your support. And absolutely, we'll do more Microsoft Flight Simulator live streams as well as X-Plane live streams. And as you all know, things are pretty quiet at the moment, so I should be able to get quite a few of those over the next month especially. But yeah, it's clear that there's a desire from you guys for some Microsoft streams as well. But thank you all for coming along to today, because I love flying all these different airplanes and all the different sims. So yeah, we'll definitely get back on Microsoft soon as well. But thank you very much for your donation, and NKXD, very much appreciated. Simple Flight. Oh, I see. Yeah, Simple Flight are working on the 350. Keep looking at that next year. Yeah, it's just we're probably a year away from those things happening, but still, that's not a problem. I think it's fair enough. Raspberry Ray says, are you ever going to do a setup tour? Also, what is your opinion on the Thrustmaster TCA? So as I said, I don't have the Thrustmaster TCA. Other people seem to like it, and I can definitely see its advantage. Setup tour, I keep meaning to do something like that. Yeah, I've just, every time I sit down and think, okay, maybe I'll do that, I have 3 or 4 flight simulator videos in the back of my mind that I want to get done as well. So, and we've had a few, as you guys would have seen, a few sponsorships that we wanted to get included. So, which has been great for the channel. So, a setup tour is definitely on the cards. My setup's changed a lot. I mean, it's totally different to how when I started. Obviously, we've got the new computer, new controllers, all sorts. Yeah. Mad Dog Moody says the Toliss A321 has full SID start implementation. How do you feel about the quality of the basic SID start on the A350? I thought it seems to have the full. It did the full SID out of London. So I'm very happy with it. I must say I thought it was complete now. Have I got that wrong? Oh, 1949. We're making up a bit of time now. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any issue with the 350 SID stars that I've seen, but I haven't flown it much. Someone else will know more. Let's see. Alexander Pasuto says, when we surpass 8 hours, I can't wait to see the title change to short haul pilot tortured with long haul. Yeah, I thought about making a title like that, but then I didn't want to complain too much because I know a lot of the simmers here have done this many times. I'd like to see you join me when I fly from Heathrow to Sydney with a stop in is that Singapore? Yeah, Singapore, says Alexander. Yeah, I can't imagine doing that. But you get some time in Singapore, don't you, Alexander? You don't have to stay for sort of 12 hours. You get sort of a day or two, don't you? But that's a lot of time zone changing, whereas luckily for this excellent flight to the Maldives, we're barely going to change time zone. It's great. How's our Optimum doing? Probably barely changed. What would you be doing right now, Alexander? Do tell us, because it's a mystery. Everyone's asking me what do long haul pilots do at this point, and I can't really answer. So you let me know. Happy New Year, Bobby Fuzzy. Thank you very much for coming along. Happy New Year to you. Alan Story, still waiting for the add-ons for the throttle. No signage yet. Okay. How much time takes to land? It's going to take us another 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 6 hours. There's a 5. Thanks for coming and moderating. Good luck. Thank you very much. Jamnik says, I'll just wait for the 350 for Microsoft Flight Simulator because I don't know someone was making one. Yeah. I think that's fair enough. Get used to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's constantly updating, and if you've got it running well on your computer, that's a good place to be. If you try and learn a whole new simulator, yeah, I wouldn't say this aeroplane is that good. It's not defining for X-Plane. There are other add-ons that are great, but if it's just the 350, yeah, I think it's really good, but I wouldn't spend £60 on X-Plane plus then also the money you're going to have to spend on this. Yeah, that might sound unfair. I don't think. It just depends how much you love the airplane, I suppose. I mean, I'm having great fun, no doubt about that. Beautiful view. That Virgin logo works really well against the blue sky, doesn't it? It always looks nice. Lauren, says I want the Thrustmaster Airbus add-on just to keep my hand on the speed brake while it's out, so I don't forget. Is it really worth $100? Yeah, well, that's why I want to use it as well. What does the expedite button do? Says Mate Varga. The expedite button will, and what they're talking about is, it's moved. They've moved it. I thought it would be here. Where's the expedite button? I've got a meter button. Does that work? Hey, there we go. We can show altitude in meters, which you'll do in some parts of the world. Although I think that changed recently. I think Russia changed from meters. But anyway, that's why that's there. Expedite is normally here in the 320 family, and that would mean that it will target it will go into a very. It's effectively expedite. It's do it as quickly as possible. So if you're climbing and you press expedite, it will go into a thrust climb. So it will go to climb thrust on the engines, and it will target a speed of basically green dot, so your slowest speed, which will give you the highest sort of angle of climb. Same for descent. If you press that, it will target the highest speed and do idle thrust, so it will give you the highest rate of descent, or highest, rate of descent, I'd say. Yeah. But I don't know where it's gone. Where is the X-Flight? Does it exist in this? Is it on the FMC? Don't know. Maybe it's gone. I mean, I almost never use it because you can just do the same thing. It doesn't do anything special because I can expedite the descent by pulling that and winding the speed up. I mean, it's not that difficult to do anyway. Germany got the TCA officer pack from Walmart before they doubled the price. Oh, they doubled the price. Yeah, see, that's the thing this year. Everything's just going up and up in price. Chickpoint says, I prefer sponsorships way more than the YouTube cutting ads. There you go. Yeah, well, hopefully we can get some more sponsorships for the channel as time goes on. Yeah, because I agree, they do. I'm glad you think so anyway. Abraham says the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 source software development kit for third-party developers isn't ready. The entire sim is about to get a complete overhaul with the transition to DirectX 12, and so third-party developers don't want to create stuff now. There you go. That explains a lot. So that simulator, it's just needed so much work. The day it came out, it looked stunning, but there was almost nothing in it I would say was completely ready. The amount of bugs, the fact that you could try and use built-in features and it would just crash or just not be there, it was clearly, I think, just a bit too early. But if it goes to DirectX 12, I wonder if we'll see much better performance, because I really hope so. Flight Simulator X had the same issue where it launched with needing futuristic hardware. But the problem was, by the time the futuristic hardware came along, the game was no longer optimized for it, because it was sort of built last generation. So it still runs badly now, which is a shame. So I hope Microsoft Flight Simulator gets the treatment to get it up and running into a really good modern game. And I think it has the potential to, especially if they're about to transition. That's very interesting. I didn't know that. Thanks for that. Kai says, could you maybe explain how to enter the fuel stuff and the cost index and how to know the number to enter in the MTDU? So you need to go to SimBrief to bring up your flight plan. So I got this flight plan by using the SimBrief website, which I'm sure someone can link you in the chat. And the cost index I leave at auto, so I just set up the flight and let the computer give me one, and it could be 0, it could be 160. It doesn't make too much difference. The higher the cost index, the faster you should go, but you'll burn more fuel. So if I was running out of fuel, if we were going to arrive with not enough fuel now, if I went to that 13 tons, if I lower the cost index now, we should see that fuel and remaining fuel increase. So the actual fuel we need is all shown here. Planned fuel. You've got your trip fuel, which is the fuel it's going to burn to fly from takeoff point to landing in Male. You've got contingency fuel, which is fuel you're not expecting to burn, but it's just to cover changes in the winds that might be wrong from the forecast, or maybe different flight levels, different headings, things like that. Alternate fuel, 6 tons, so that's the fuel to get you from on final approach to Male. If we then go around, we have enough fuel to go around and go all the way to our alternate and make an approach and landing. That'll take 1 hour and 9 minutes, you see there. Final reserve fuel is 30 minutes of fuel we have to have in our fuel tanks at all times. If we think we're going to burn any of the final reserve fuel, which is 30 minutes at 1500 feet, because of course that's 30 minutes, it's got to be 30 minutes, but that can't be 30 minutes at cruise altitude, because what are we burning here? Fuel flow, we're burning 6 tons an hour. So are we really? Fuel flow 3 tons each side an hour, so that's 6 tons an hour. So that would be 3 tons for 30 minutes. So I'm slightly surprised to see final reserve is that low. Actually, I would think it would need to be higher, because that should be at 1500 feet above the airport, not in the cruise. In the cruise we should be burning less. I'm amazed we're burning so much fuel. We should run some numbers here. Total fuel used is 26 tons. gives us 46. So I see. So 73 tons we started with. We've burnt 26. We've got 46 remaining. Okay. We'll do some closer fuel calculations in a minute to check that is working out. We haven't got something seriously wrong here. Yeah, I'm surprised it's so high in the cruise. I really am. Interesting. Anyway, yeah. So SimBrief calculated all this, and I added on some extra bits because I wanted to arrive with extra fuel. It just depends on the conditions. If the weather was perfect on a short flight, then you wouldn't even need to add anything because you've got your contingency fuel. Just be careful as well. Oh yeah, sorry, I should have said that's your takeoff fuel, and then you need your taxi fuel. This should include your APU burn. So you can see if we go to the APU page, we burnt 147 kilograms of APU fuel. So you need to have that loaded as well. So the taxi fuel should include that really. And then that's your block fuel. That's what you load up with the fueler. Hopefully the MCDU was pretty straightforward because yeah, you just type it in. Cost an X250, I increased it there, so that's probably why we're burning a bit more. 370 with a bit of a tailwind, 42 knot tailwind, yeah, over the route. How's the fuel looking? Still thinks 13 tons on board. We require 9 tons, so we've got 4 tons extra, or 5 tons extra, sorry, yeah. Not bad. Yeah, I'm going to have to do some moan maths in a minute to make sure that's all working out. Wonder what the 777 in front. If you're here, Enrico, what are you burning per engine per hour? I'll be curious to know, because in theory this is obviously, I know 777's a bit bigger, but this should be a bit more efficient anyway. A day in Singapore. This is Alexander. There you go. Yeah, a day. Very good. Crossy Moon. Did I miss Crossy Moon? Crossy Moon, good to see you. I thought this was 9 UTC, as in PM, lol. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon to you, Crossy Moon. Thanks for coming along. Don't worry, you haven't missed much for the last sort of 4 hours. Sorry I missed you join there, Crossy. Crossy Moon's very active on our Discord. So Enrico's burning 2,800 kilograms an hour per engine. So, why am I... That's no good, is it? We can't be burning more. I wonder if we've just got more payload on board. We are carrying quite a lot of payload. What weight are you, Enrico, if you have that information available? Kalai, hello to you. Thanks for coming. Bacon Warrior, good to see you. I think Bacon Warrior disappeared a bit earlier. Thanks for coming back. I think Russia changed from meters like last year. I think they're still using China, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Supreme Reality. I think Russia's about to change to QNH as well. They were using QFE. It's yeah, I'm not sure about China. Yeah. Jaden says, do you prefer the 787 A350? I personally like the 350 more, but you. I like being a passenger on the... I can't pick between them. I can't pretend. The 380 definitely wins for me as being a passenger. That's my favourite. The 340 was really good with the 2 seats at the window. If you can have 2 seats at the window for you and your travelling companion, then that's much better. But between the 78 and the 350, I don't really know as a passenger. I personally like the A350 more. Yeah, I mean the 350, the magic is it is an Airbus, isn't it? So I do like that. I like not having a yoke, and I'm sure if I was flying this in real life, not having to sit there with a yoke for 9 hours or 10 hours or 11 hours would be much appreciated. I'm enjoying this though. This is good fun. Jake Morley says, where are you now? We are here. Which is, if I bring up the map, because I'm now officially past anything I'm used to. So we've passed Cyprus. Oh. So this is our route. Now obviously I can't actually read those names, so I don't want to get it wrong. So let's choose LLNV. Nope, nope. This is going to be a real geographic lesson for me. Never Tim. Got some nice long runways. With Tel Aviv approach, there you go. We've used some of these are in Jordan, the Oscar Juliets, I believe. There you go, Alpha India. We've used that in my video on high performance takeoffs. A very old video. I say very old, it's been on the channel a few months. Yeah, we went there and flew some heavy max weight hot takeoffs to show how long a takeoff roll could be compared to a short runway. Yeah. So yeah, we're just going south of Jordan. SDK is software development kit. Thanks, Victor Tango. Thank you. Victor Tango's back as well. Siberian says, something I don't hear a lot of people talking about with Microsoft Flight Simulator is that it's the most approachable sim so far. You can get it for as low as $10 a month, and X-Plane plus 11, or plus the add-ons, plus one plane, sorry, is very expensive. Yeah, and I can agree with that. If you want to get into Flight Simulator, you've never done it before, I think Microsoft will be a good starting point, especially as the small airplanes in Microsoft come with sort of really nice, simple, abbreviated checklists. By the way, just as for planning, we'll divert to Oman if we have any trouble from here. That's a nice long runway. Yeah, for planning purposes, for starting out, yeah, using a light aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator like the Cessna, and then you can go and it's great. Go and fly around in New York or the valleys or something like that and just enjoy it. Yeah, I think that's definitely a good place to inspire people with sort of what aviation is. It just doesn't cut it yet for those people looking to get their teeth into a real simulation airliner. Yeah, but it's true that it is accessible, and it's got, you know, the graphics on the screen are there. You can change the camera without having to learn the key bindings. You just click on it. Obviously, it's nice to then learn the key bindings and make it easier for yourself, but you don't have to. You can get away without knowing it. Whereas when I started up X-Plane, I had to just sit down and learn all this stuff. It took me ages, and I'm still terrible at it. 320 Sim Pilot says, I get terrible FPS on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 on my AMD RX 5700 XT graphics card, but on X-Plane I get average of upper 30s, if not more. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator does push graphics cards, and it's very processor bound. Victor Tango, so I'm running, for those of you with Microsoft Flight Simulator, just for comparison on performance, I'm running the i7 10700K, which when I got it because I knew I needed a fast CPU to stream, and it happened to be quite good value just because of the AMD Ryzens at the same time. But anyway, that's a fast, powerful processor, the i7 10700. Not the most powerful by any means, but it is a fast one. That I am still in Microsoft Flight Simulator with an RTX 3080. I am running it at 1440p. I am CPU bound. The CPU limits my frame rate still, so it's so amazingly bound to the processor. And Flight Simulator X was very similar. Yeah, so in the fly-by-wire mod I go into the 20s on frames per second quite easily, but I can get 60s on sort of high settings normally. But it's the processor really. When I changed my graphics card, I didn't actually see much of an improvement in Microsoft, sadly. Definitely a bit. It allows me to turn on some of the reflections and so on that I couldn't have before, and run at the higher resolution a bit more easily, certainly. Yeah, I agree, Lauren. I think if Asobo had said Flight Simulator 20 was an early access, then it would be a bit different situation right now. Marte says, X-Plane 11 runs way worse for me than Flight Simulator. That could be, maybe you have an add-on. I find that when I was landed in Ghent with my Ghent scenery, it's astonishing. It brought my frame rate into the 20s, which I've never seen in X-Plane. I mean, I'm running at 50 frames a second now with all these screens in here, so it could be that didn't help. Kai, yeah, SimBrief is the way forwards. Visible confusion, Yosemite, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm so far behind the chat, it's ridiculous. In fact, I'm further behind than I realised because it stops loading the chat. Hi from Russia. Hello, I won't get the name right, I do apologise, but thanks for coming along. 340 is definitely Pi's favourite. Excellent. Just returned from the Maldives as a passenger. Very busy airport holds for everyone plane. Fantastic, Pavel. Good to see you, Pavel. Thanks for coming. Oh, I wish I could go to the Maldives. Yeah, my goodness. Oh, Enrico's in the 352. Oh, sorry, Enrico, I missed that. But Enrico is 2,000 feet higher, so that would make sense. Slightly lower fuel burn. Maybe slightly lighter. We do need a water salute to next plane when we arrive. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Alexander, yeah. Happy New Year, yeah, Ollie Rocks Gamer. Oh my goodness, I've made a mess of the chat again. I'm so sorry. What happens is I scroll to read the chat and then it stops loading further down, so I think I'm nearly at the end and I realise I'm not. Yeah, am I dissing the yoke? I can't imagine sitting with a yoke for the whole flight when you could sit like that. No way. Oh, I'm way behind on the chat. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna have to jump to the bottom of the chat. Random failures I hope aren't on, but I've been told maybe they are, but they shouldn't be, just because it would make such a mess of the stream. How much space does X-Plane need? And I mean only X-Plane. Good question. You can actually choose which parts of the scenery you download, I think, in X-Plane. So you don't have to have the whole world downloaded. So you can make it quite small, but I don't know exactly. Estimated time of arrival to Infinite Flight Plane Spotter. Something like 2000 UTC. Maybe a bit earlier if we can shave off some time if we keep going fast. Nikhil Sharma, hello from India. Hello to you. Thanks very much for coming along. Asobo needs to improve drastically multi-threading. Yeah, I can agree with that. Okay, I think I'm getting there with the chat. 789 certainly has the range to compete with the 350-900 and isn't too much smaller. 78000 has slightly less range. Yeah. I mean, I don't think 350 was designed by Airbus specifically to compete with the 787. It was. They originally thought they could get away with just making the A330 and giving it new engines, but the customers didn't like that because obviously the Dreamliner is pretty revolutionary in many ways. So that's when Airbus started this new project, and they gave up on just re-engineing the A330. Now we all know that they eventually did re-engine the A330. But the A350 is a big plane, and it is bigger than the 787. So although range they might look similar, it just holds more passengers. I don't think they're in as much competition as it might have first appeared. In my completely unknowledgeable opinion on it, I'm not a finance or airline expert at all. So that would be my guess. That now I think this is competing with the 777X more than anything in that sort of level. Valdes, I think I can. Yeah. How close is the Toliss 320 and A320 NEO aircraft to actual simulator aircraft used for flight training? The Toliss is pretty good. It feels pretty good. The A320 NEO is not there yet. It's not there yet. It's on the way. It's got some great features, but it doesn't have some of the core sort of physics stuff in it yet because they're still working on it, and it's taking time because they can't fiddle with the autopilot very easily, things like that. The Toliss is very close. Yeah, it's very good. The reality is the real simulators are incredible machines. The real simulators will use actual computers from the aeroplane and so on, so they are amazing. And they are obviously spot on. They are exactly as the aeroplane behaves. So neither of them are neither of them are as good as the actual simulator, but the Toliss is a very good representation, definitely. Jake Morley says, I'm still running into Aerosoft A320 on FSX using a laptop, saving for a PC. Jake, that's great. And until I started streaming X-Plane 11, in fact, I started streaming X-Plane 11 on a laptop, and I was streaming on the laptop as well, but it just started to run into some issues because there's only so many windows you can have open and so on my laptop. But for using it for FSX, it was great. And I used the Aerosoft Airbus, and that was the aeroplane that I struggled with. And then I went and learned to fly the Airbus, and suddenly I thought, oh, maybe I can make some videos to help, because the Airbus is a different sort of beast to the normal airplanes. But yeah, Lee Deemer is running a 2080 Ti 40 FPS with triple screens. Yeah, very good. And that's the weird thing with Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can increase the resolution and it doesn't really change many things. And this is cool. The scenery here is quite different. because the X-plane, the scenery sometimes looks a bit samey, but I definitely feel like I'm not in Europe here. We are just making so much progress here. So much progress. I mean, we're already past, yeah, Oman is on our left. I mean, we've gone over, I mean, didn't really get a chance to see out at the Cyprus. Just looking for it. Just come screaming in over the coast. Mate, Varga, wow, thank you very much. That's Hungarian forint. There we go. I remembered. 1,000 Hungarian forint. Very kind of you. Thank you. Love your videos. Learned a lot from them. Thanks. Also, what's your favourite X-Plane 11 airliner? Ooh, that's a good question. Thank you so much, Mate. I really appreciate your support. Very kind of you, and I'm glad you enjoy the videos. Favourite airliner in X-Plane. Okay. Well, this is the first time I've used the 350. It's growing on me every second. Every time I jump outside into this view and look at it, I like it. I like it a lot. And then I go back to the flight deck and I see all these screens. So this is growing. I like the Toliss a lot. The Toliss is an excellent Airbus. So that I really rank the Toliss A321 very highly. It feels great. It feels great to land. It feels great to taxi. It feels great to fly in the air. The systems work. The failures work, which is amazing. It's an amazing achievement, and especially the way you can set up the screens and so on. But the flight factor 757 might push me over to be my absolute all-time favourite so far. And the reason I say that is because we've also got the Indie Builds A300, which is very good, but I'm just the flight factor 757 has a fantastic system where it's got so much charm to it. When you change these dials in the flight factor, instead of just appearing like that, and then I can just push that out of the way, when you change the numbers in the old 757, that dial springs up and down, and they've modelled that spring, and there's just so many little details like that in it that I really like it. It's got sort of fingerprints on the screens and so on. So probably that. The only thing I don't like about it is the sounds aren't that great on the exterior. They're great for takeoff, but they're just terrible when you fly past. And this has got a similar issue. I don't know why. I just don't think it sounds very convincing, whereas it's no problem when you're on the flight deck, but yeah. So flight factor 75 possibly, or Toliss, they're both up there. Alan Story, hi, signing off for dinner, back in 45 minutes. Good, Alan. See you soon. Are we going for dinner soon? Corrosive Moon says, getting tailwinds, travelling east, 60 knot tailwinds should accompany you. Yeah, we're getting good tailwinds here, Corrosive, absolutely, which is making this, 91 knot tailwind. We must see an improvement on our arrival time. Yeah, we've got an extra ton of fuel saved. This is good stuff. Why is my trim at 32% when I'm on cruise? I don't know. I don't see that being a problem though. Low End Gamer says, have you tried the Toliss 321 NEO package? Yes, we've streamed it as well. So yeah, I've tried the 321 NEO by Toliss. I think it's great, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about it, but there is a beta coming with some extra features which I'm going to try very soon. I'm very excited about, including, fingers crossed, if we can get soft go around. I'm very excited. I'm not sure if I should say that though. But yeah, looking forward to that. There's no model for the 350, that's why Enrique's in this 777. Makes sense. Enrique, you're, you know, I'm sitting here complaining about how long it's taking, but you're being incredibly professional up ahead. Sorry about that, guys. Just sorting something out. Okay, right, back into the chat. Victor Tango says, what equipment do you use for streaming? Oh, that's a good question. Not much. I say we, on the channel, I have 2 monitors. You have to have 2 monitors. It's impossible without, because you just can't tell what's coming out otherwise. And even 2, I sometimes I feel like I need another one, a little small one, just for some other things, mainly the chat. But I changed my setup recently so I can see the chat more easily, which has just helped endlessly. So I would say, so what equipment do we have? I have a Razer Siren microphone, which has been great. I have that mounted on an arm, which I got off Amazon quite cheaply. It's not an official arm or anything, it's just third party, but that's made a big difference. I used to use a headset which didn't have the audio quality. I wasn't always that happy with it. It was totally fine. The biggest problem with the headset was trying to stream with the headset was a bit of a problem because I couldn't mute it very easily, which isn't ideal. You need to be able to mute it quickly so you don't broadcast yourself drinking tea and so on. And then when I did mute it, I couldn't tell when I'd unmuted it, whereas the microphone has this big green light on it when it's working, and then it goes red when I mute it. So that's been really good. So I have a microphone on an arm, and having it on the arm is an absolute lifesaver as well, because it means I can keep my hands just completely free, whereas trying to mount it on the desk was hopeless. Yeah, that didn't work, and it picked up all the noise off the desk. I've got the 2 monitors, and I've got my one. I just run it off one computer, so my computer runs the simulator, runs the streaming software. I don't use the NVENC, the NVIDIA encoder for streaming. If any of you are wondering, I use the X264 because previously, when I set up the streams, my graphics card was the weaker part of the system, so I wanted to lean on the processor more. In hindsight now, I could probably swap over to the graphics card to use that for streaming. But that's about it. Yeah, I've got the microphone, 2 monitors, and I bought a massive Ethernet cable to run to the router because Wi-Fi didn't work. So yeah, that's how we do it now. Bill said, started doing the IR in real life. Fantastic. Doing NDB holds with dip involved. Pain. Yeah. They're now going to hang me. Yeah. The IR is the instrument rating, and that is hard work. That is one of the hardest things you do as a pilot in training. Absolutely. Oh, I do apologise. I've just gone way wrong on the chat. Oh dear. How am I so far behind? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's because I talked for too long. Richard V says, we'll send you down a well-simulated hot chocolate or up to the crew down below. Yeah. Bid. I'm from Maldives. Excellent. Well, we're on our way. Desperate to go and enjoy it. Darian says, what are the procedures for fuel gravity feed in the 320? Essentially, fuel gravity feeds, it just means that if you run out of fuel pumps in the cruise, then you might need to descend because the fuel could cavitate. It might lose a bit of pressure. So pretty much it'll be descending, and don't pull negative G. Don't push the nose down too much. But it's not a big procedure. Not a big procedure. Bacon says, looking good for default train. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, no, don't do that. Kai says, until I saw your tutorials for FS 2020, I had the auto thrust on with toga power and the autopilot never worked, and I crashed into the Gibraltar. Yeah, there you go, Kai. I'm glad that they worked for you. Yeah, the Airbus is it is confusing by its nature. So yeah, it's not. No, it's not. That's completely wrong. It's not confusing by its nature. It's just different. So it takes a bit of time. That's why I did. Yeah, trim at 32% while cruising. I don't think that's a problem. I don't know why that would be. You'd want the trim nearer the back in the cruise. It's a bit more efficient. Just. Yeah, see no problem. Andy Robinson, returning, better jump into the flight deck. Andy Robinson, $24.99 donation, very kind of you, Andy Robinson. Brand new to simming, and I'd be lost without your tutorials. Keep it up and come visit us in the USA soon. I would love to come and visit the USA again, Andy, definitely. I can't wait until that's allowed, and that's very kind of you. That's really generous. $24.99 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. yeah, I'm glad the videos have been helpful. As ever, it makes my day that people enjoy them, and that they've helped with the Airbus. Amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Andy, and Happy New Year to you. And I really do look forward to getting back to America. I love New York. I love Los Angeles. I want to go to Colorado. I've never been to Colorado, and some of the more natural parts of America. New York was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. But I'd love to go and experience a bit of the nature out there as well. I've been playing a lot of Red Dead Redemption 2, and I would love to go and experience some parts of that, although I suspect the Red Dead Redemption 2 map is based on about 5 different areas about 6 hours apart in reality. But right, what else have I missed? Kanish says the displays on 350 really grow on you. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I'm getting used to it now already. It does sound like a UFO. Oh my goodness, this is ages ago, isn't it? Please try the Aramaki. It is much fun speeding low over the ground. Yeah, I should try the Aramaki in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I just wish it was in the. I want it to be in the Microsoft Flight Simulator marketplace. I want to be able to buy my Microsoft Flight Simulator aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because then I don't have to keep looking around to stores and remembering logins and re-downloading if I have to redo the hard drive or anything. I like it all being in the game. So I hope it gets added. I really do. Croatia Marine off to get something to eat. Enjoy. Just Flight are working on the 146 for X-Plane 11. That would be a great aircraft to stream. Okay, yeah, 146. I didn't know it's coming to X-Plane 11. I know they had it for Flight Simulator X, I think it was. Is this the flight to A350 Woody 155? Yes, it is. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm reading through the chat. I'm just so far behind as ever. How do you battle? Just wanted to know. Good question. I wish I knew the answer to that one. NVENC is much easier on the system overall. Yeah, maybe I should swap to NVENC. Paul Smith, very kind, $24.99 US donation. Thank you for taking the time to do the long haul. No, you're very welcome. I promised I would do it. I definitely owed it to the community after promising it. It's for 30,000 subscribers. So thank you very much, Paul. That's really appreciated. Very kind of you. $24.99 again. Far too generous. Thank you so much. It makes such a difference. Yeah, very kind. I don't know what to say. You guys, as ever, supporting the channel so much. So yeah, thank you very much to Paul, and thank you very much to Andy as well. But yeah, far too generous. I hope all is well over there with you in the US, and happy 2021 to you, Paul. Space Cats. Got lots of cat emoji. Very good. Oh, I just heard something changing. Right. I wish there was a proper long-haul aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator, says Rishab. Yeah, I agree. You could try QuickSync, says Mate Varga. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen that. I try and keep as many applications not running as possible, because the amount of applications I run while streaming, and this is why I needed the processor to be fast, was I have to run... I've got my internet browser open to run YouTube Studio, and then anything else. I've got FlyLive Studio, Streamlabs OBS, the timer, Xpilot for VATSIM, and the simulator all running at the same time. So yeah, it's I try and keep it as simple as possible. Hence why I don't have too many scenery add-ons like Xenviro, because if that hurts the frame rate, I am concerned. Yeah. Robbie G, used to work for Virgin, lost my job due to code. Sorry to hear it, Robbie. I hope things get better next year. I really do. Fingers crossed there can be a quick uptake of flying again, and then people will all be needed back. I really hope so. All the best for 2021. Rishab says, I love the 350. My favourite airplanes are 320 and 350. Very good, yeah. 320, excellent. Good choice. Very good choice. I am British indeed. Come visit Boston in the 321 XLR. Yeah, we're going to have to try that out, definitely. I think that's going to be good fun. I think they're still just fine-tuning the NEO XLR in Toliss, but that would be good fun. I wish they would put the extra airports from the deluxe version in the marketplace as well. The upgrade to it's pretty ridiculous right now. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah. This 350 is... Oh, sorry, that's the other 350. Yeah. Is there a good 777 for X-Plane? There is a 777, but I don't know how popular it is. I think it's not too popular. How long is the flight, Carsten? The flight's over 9.5 hours. We're almost halfway. But we're making good progress. We're making good progress. Richard's doing well, keeping on top of the timings. I think we've got over 5 hours at the moment. I think, just about. $320 pilot. Do you? Sorry, Ralph says. Do you also run SimBrief during the flights? No. No, why would I? I have the Cirrus flight plan thing, Lido. So many different names for it. Not there. There. I have this. So, what would be the advantage of running SimBrief? I've never done that. How long is the flight total? 9 hours 30. But we're going to make it a bit quicker than that, I think, given our slightly higher cost index. A320 is great as a passenger. Yeah, A320 looks great. The Bombardier C series is what it was called until recently. Does look really good. I haven't seen it as a passenger. I haven't been on the flight deck, but it does look nice. It does look really nice. And now it's obviously called the Airbus A320. And isn't it two seats on each side, or is it 3 and 2? But either way, I think you get a bit more space than you would. A bit like the Embraer. Looks like Marley will be busy later. 3 from Heathrow and 1 from Athens. Excellent. Oh, Ralph said Navigraph. No, Ralph, I don't run Navigraph at the same time. Yeah, that's a good point. No, I don't run Navigraph because I do run Navigraph when I'm using Microsoft Flight Simulator. So actually, I do sometimes, but in X-Plane I don't have to because I've got the charts in Navitab. Lido's an island in the city. Where's that then? Right. Rakon says, do you want to have a piece of raspberry cake? Wow, that does sound good. Can't wait for the landing. This aircraft is impossible to flare. Yeah, Epic Aviation. I did one little practice landing in it yesterday. There you go, the sun is starting to go down because we are of course flying into the sunset effectively, or we're flying away from the sun, so it's going to go down. Oh yeah, that's a good view. So yeah, I tried to land it yesterday. I've only done one landing in this airplane, in this simulator. One, so don't expect much from that, guys. We do have a nice tailwind today, absolutely. It's doing as well. Dominic says, in real life, do you have your flight plan printed or on the iPad? Depends. Different airlines will have different tactics, but I don't. I've always had it printed in some form. I like having it printed. I can see why it's a bit of a waste, so it'd be good if we can move away from that, obviously, but there are some things it's just quicker to write down using a pen. A320 is 2 and then 3 across. As far as I know, the seats are among the widest in the street. Yeah, very good. Very good. Embraer 175, 195s, 170, 190, all the Embraer short haul ERJ group, they're nice for that, 2 and 2, really nice. What procedures do you use for the A350? Good question. I don't. We've just sort of been carrying on. I used Matteo's checklist for the cold and dark setup. Oh, there we go. Look at that, our shadow from the wingtip. That's cool. Bit of turbulence here, it looks like. Oh, that's quite a lot. That's slightly concerning. Why is that? Let's not look at that. Kai, what's the excuse going to be today? Don't worry, we've got 4 hours to get in all the excuses. So the first one's already set, which is I haven't practiced on this aeroplane. The second one will be, well, someone in the chat has already given me the excuse. I'm really sorry. Who said it? Somebody said it's hard to flare. So there you go. So the chat has given me the excuse that it's hard to flare. So we'll go with that. Harrison says, finishing school this year, good time to become a pilot. Yeah, I'm sure, Harrison, it's not a great time to become a pilot right now. Hopefully things get better soon. And there's Paul's donation going. Thank you again, Paul, for your donation. Really appreciate it. Miles says, did you add the flight level steps? When are you due to move to 390? So we did add... Oh, we can get a bit of a contrail up there. I hope... Enrico's doing okay. We did add the step. We have the flight level 410 step ready to go. I'm working this out now. Perth. There we go. Step outs. But now we've just got 410 at Canip. And it hasn't seemed to make any difference to the fuel. So what I'm going to do is Optimum is 370. We're currently at 370. Recommended max is 405. So I'm just going to stay here for a little bit longer, then I'll go up to 3.9. Yeah, I think we'll go for a lunch break and then go up to 3.9, just because if the Optimum's here, the Optimum's here. I mean, there's no point making life difficult going higher for no reason. Fuel-wise, it's all working out. 14 tons now. Yeah, it's good. We're sorting out the time. Going to be nice and early, I hope. Glorious. I don't know why those wings are flapping though. I hope that stops. I would do a direct. I could just put, there's no air traffic here. I could just put a direct all the way through to the Maldives, but I don't want to do that because on a route like this, we're flying a great circle. So if I bring up the charts, you can watch me talk about something else I don't know anything about. Oh no, not that one. So, a great circle is the shortest point. So on a map, a straight line like this would not be the best route to take. You want to fly a bit of an arc over. It will look like an arc because it's effectively the shortest point, but it won't look like a straight line on the map. So the problem is if I just do a direct from here to Malé, I don't know if I could make it worse. But also you'll go into winds you might not be ready for, or you might not have the fuel for. So you have to be a little bit careful with the planning on a route like this. Slightly different to normal. So in short haul, we just take directs whenever we can, but it might not be advantageous if I went direct to the wrong waypoint anyway. Pi is going. Goodbye. Thank you very much for coming along. Dominic Prince of Flight Plans for Flight Swimming. Very good. Yeah, very good. Ray Andrews says, noob question. I always struggle getting sensible SIDS and stars, especially in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Does Navigraph give you the SIDS and stars info to choose from? Navigraph just shows you the charts, so that's all it does. And that's what I've got here, effectively Navigraph. So let's put in Malé now, which I've got to get the code for. Where is it? Where is it? VRMM. Right. So here we go, Malé International. Oh, breezy, but warm. 27 degrees. Some CBs. Oh dear. Yeah, some bad weather out there. Anyway, so how do we plan our arrival? So have a look for your airport. What runway have you got? And then compare that to the weather. So the weather was easterly. So it's ever so slightly northeasterly. So I'm going to land on 36. This other runway's closed still. So I'm going to land on runway 36. So then, in some aeroplanes, if you choose runway 36 as your arrival, now this is quite a bad way to show you because this airplane is pretty unique in its setup, but effectively you choose your arrival runway. So I'm going to choose runway 36 and your approach. I'm going to do the ILS to 36 obviously. Then you can choose your start, and it should give you the ones for your runway in more modern airplanes. What did we choose? I've forgotten already. Shouldn't have fiddled. Why wouldn't it let me scroll down? There we go. Lima 3 Alpha, I think it was. And you can go to plan view and get a better idea. Oh, there we go. Oh, we can save ourselves loads of time if we do that. Let's do that. How do I view at the other end? If I press that? Oh, that looks much better. Yes, that's a more modern arrival. That DME arc is an old thing. We wouldn't expect that today when you can just use these RNAV waypoints. Right, how does that set us up? 1937. Excellent. Excellent. Progress. Yeah, so some airplanes will specifically just give you the correct arrival for the runway you've selected. But it's a common question, and I really struggle with it. But it's basically you just need to look through the charts and find the ones that match your what you want to do. So we want to arrive onto 36. So if I go to arrival, it's terrible. But without any other flight planning software, I can just look at it and go, well, this one works. You've got to look at your flight plan as well. Where does your flight plan drop you off? So if your flight plan drops you off at Dopdo, then you're going to do a Dopdo arrival of some variety. Then it's just a case of finding which one brings you out at your runway. So obviously these arrivals here are for runway 36 specifically. You can't use this arrival to land in from the north, so we can forget that one. So let's check the other Dopdo chart. And here we go. Dopdo's over here. So Dopdo to Mike 003 earlier. Okay, so that's a good one. That's going to get us to the right place to land on the southerly runway if we were landing on 18. And it's just a bit like that really, just working out which one brings you from the waypoint your flight plan via. So if we go to our flight plan, let's have a look through. It's not hugely obvious on this arrival, I must admit. Lelem. So, Lelem, there we go, that's our arrival then, isn't it? This is what we're doing now, yeah. So I can see on my flight plan to go via Lelem, and then the arrival. So Lelem, then Mike 002. So this is a good arrival to Tekal. Get rid of that. And then I'm going to do obviously my approach. So ILS Zulu 36, because I want to fly the ILS. And that's with the old style transition, the arc, but we don't want to do that because that's not very efficient. Oh, well maybe we'd have to do the Yankee then. It's not going to make much difference. But anyway, yeah, and then that goes to Tekal, which links up. So it's all starting to make sense. I don't think the arc does go to Tekal, does it? Or does it? No, it doesn't look like it does. Yeah, so probably you'd have to fly the Yankee because that waypoint doesn't exist on this arrival on the Zulu. So it's strange that this is connected so easily, but there we go. Anyway, so that's it really. Yeah, a bit of trial and error. Sorry, Ray. It's not a very clear answer, but it's a bit of work like that. Use SimBrief to give you your flight plan, then try and find the arrival that matches your expected arrival. SimBrief will give you an expected arrival, so that can work. But if you have to change the runway, then that's sort of how you're going to have to do it. Lauren is going to hit up duty free in the back of the cabin. Catch you later. Thanks very much, Lauren. Thanks for coming along and chatting so much. Harakon says, regarding your landings, replay function is work in progress, but there are some add-ons that try to provide that earlier to us, coming in next week. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for the replay add-ons in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That would be good. I'm going to have to turn the heating on in my house. The computer isn't keeping us warm enough. If I was running Microsoft Flight Simulator, this room would be too hot to sit in. But it's... X-Plane doesn't seem to push... It's because the heat from my computer comes from the graphics card more than the processor, so the graphics card doesn't work very hard in X-Plane. It's getting dark. Now I don't want to sit here in the dark, so let's turn on some of these lights. There we go. Nice. I like the reflections in the screens as well, that's cool. Very good. Ray will take the subscription plunge. Yeah, Navigraph is very good. Yeah. And SimBrief is free anyway. Balto says, is it theoretically possible to go over Mach 1 in an airliner if you set toga thrust and turn off speed protections? Not in level flight, I don't think so, no. The drag goes up and up and up, and as you approach Mach 1, you'll get shock waves on the airplane, so it's possible to get very close by if there was severe turbulence or something like that. But no. Louis, yo, sup. Hello to you. And he says, Mrs. H1302 has gone back to bed. She's paying the price for knocking back 3 bottles of Prosecco last night, so I have the stream on the TV. Excellent, Andy. Excellent. Yeah, I hope you had a good night last night to celebrate the new year. Too much tech on this aircraft, it's just if its gaming does not compute. From Twin Nights. Yes, it's quite something. It's quite something. Afternoon, Ghostly Demon. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Essex, Germany. No, you're quite welcome to get more sleep. I mean, we've done... my voice is going to run out soon. I can feel it. We're at 5 hours, 40 minutes. It's amazing. The sun's just disappearing on us out the window. It's gone dark so suddenly. Oh, they don't have a dome light on this. They do? How do I turn it on? What's that light do? I don't know what any of these do. Floodlight must just be the dome light, mustn't it? Not sure where it's coming from, but that seems to have lit it up okay. And map lights, not sure what that does. Does that do something down here? I'd expect to do something over there. No. Anyway. Right, so still 10 miles spacing behind our colleague. Excellent. Happy New Year to Essex, Germany indeed. Thanks for coming along. IG style gameplay. Hello to you. In reality, would the pilots decide the star, or would it be ATC or the company? ATC will decide the star, Joe. So the company will send you your flight plan, and it will take you to a certain waypoint, and then air traffic control will decide the runway in use and the star you're going to then fly, and they will tell you, or they'll expect you to know what you're expecting anyway. Yeah. Dome light is too last gen for the A350. Yeah, I agree. David Doyle, good to see you from Alberta. David, thank you so much for coming along. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you. David Doyle's been coming along to the channel for a long time now as well. I hope you're doing well, David. We are, as you can see, how many hours into the flight? 5 hours 40 minutes into the stream. So takeoff an hour. It took us an hour to get in the air. So 4 hours 40 into the flight. In fact, I wonder if I can see the takeoff time. Oh, don't mess around. That's not a good plan, is it? Okay, let's just press flight plan and then not do that again, because I don't know what I was about to do there. It's got some terrain beneath us down here. Most noticeably. Anyway, yeah, I hope you're doing well, David. Thanks for coming along. Siberian says, get some more tea with some honey to keep the voice around. Yeah, I think, guys, I'm going to have to go and take a lunch break very shortly. Let me just see where we are. Thank you all for coming along. It's been amazing to have so many of you here. So this lunch break, I'm going to do 30 minutes. I will be checking back in just to make sure the airplane is here and VATSIM hasn't thrown us off or got us in trouble. But I'm excited. We're getting closer and closer. Let's see if I can find us on my VAT map, though. It's no, I'm looking way in the wrong place. God, we've made such progress. So, there we are. We've got Enrico in front of us, and we've got the Speedbirds 6-1 behind us. Excellent. Speedbird's down at 35,000. We're obviously at 37 and 39 in front, so we're nicely spaced from each other. I'm going to leave it here at 370. We'll step up shortly. After I get back, I think we'll do the step. Optimum is only just above us for now. So sorry, David. Yeah, I'm just about to go for a break. We've been going for a long time. Amazing long pilot. I put that stream on my CV. Yeah. We should put it on the CV. Absolutely. George Trouble, happy New Year to you. Thank you for coming along. Is there a light controller just above the N1 engine N1 panel? No, there's cargo air conditioning. Cabin pressure. Nope. I think that's it. Right, guys. Yeah, keep an eye on it for me. And let's give you guys... What view would we like? You've got engine, wing, tail. So I'll see the most popular one in chat, engine, wing or tail. And I'm just going to set up the timer. Looks like engine's winning. Okay, guys, I'm going to do this is going to be about a half an hour break, just to give me time, because the last break went much quicker than I expected. So again, I'll be checking in, but you guys keep an eye on it. And yeah, engine won the the view competition. See you guys very soon. Thank you so much for joining us this far, being so supportive, and yeah, we'll be back on the stream very shortly in just over half an hour. Hello, hello, hello everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a nice lunch break. I certainly did. It's amazing how fast 35 minutes goes, considering 35 minutes sitting here. Actually, I'm not going to lie, it's going pretty quickly for me. But yeah, it's been amazing how quickly those breaks vanish. So that's that. We missed the sunset entirely. That's terrible timing on my part. It's still nice and light in the cabin, so I apologise if your eyes had adjusted to our dark screen. But yeah, let me change back to broadcast. There we go. Right. Now, dare we look into the flight deck and see, is everything still going? Ooh, those are some pretty bright reflections. Wow. Wow. Yeah, anyway, we're still here. We're still doing decimal 87. Still at 37,000 feet with our colleague in front of us. Excellent news. Looking good. Still got an arrival fuel or something reasonable, I hope. Let's have a look. Flight plan page. 16 tons, look at that. Oh, we'll be there in no time. This is becoming short haul if I'm not careful. We're going so fast. So that's great. Hayden J. Robbins, good to see you. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, good stuff. Right, let me jump into the chat, see what I've missed, and then we'll catch up with everything else. Right, where were we? Yeah, the cat is here. She's now running around the house shouting, so she'll probably make an appearance at some point. Yes, Papa, good to see you. Yes, Papa, our Discord admin. Thank you so much for coming along. Yes, Papa, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you here. Hayden J. Robbins had a busy night with the ambulance service. Fantastic. Well, that's very kind of you. Well, very, yeah, an impressive job. I don't know if I'd have the ability. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. So yeah, amazing. So thank you, Hayden, and I'm glad you had another nap. That is well deserved, no doubt. Joe Armstrong may have had to go to clean the oven. Yeah. Oh, there we go. The cat is going back. Yeah. Cleaning the oven that's a pretty serious task. But we've got a good couple of hours, so you probably have time to get the oven clean before the end of the stream. Oh, here's the cat. I don't know if you can hear it. Come on. Should we get another hello for you guys? Let's see if we can manage. She doesn't always want to. Come on. You say hello? You say hello? No. No, she's bored of saying hello now. Right, I shouldn't do that. Terrible use. Yeah, so what you were looking at was just out of the engine. Let's go back to the tail. There you go. It's a shame. I didn't actually, in my mind, for some reason, think it would go dark so early on in the flight. Halfway through, I thought we'd get a bit closer. Because we are heading south, so we should get a bit more light. But of course, we're mostly heading east, so that's the bigger problem, really. So yeah, there we go. Oh, come on. The kitty cat is causing real problems now. She won't sit down, and is probably going to walk on the keyboard any second, so I'm going to try and restrain her from doing that. Here we go, sitting down. Good stuff. Yeah, stream just over halfway, yeah. And in fact, time-wise, we'll be a bit... The cat's nearly knocked the thrust levers out the way there. We should be even... You know, I know we've been going for 6 hours, but it won't take us another 6 hours to finish the flight, just because it took us a good hour to get in the air and climb up, so a bit longer than that. Right. Oh, I've missed loads of chat straight away. Time Walker, need to finish a meal before time countdown. Yeah, I was doing okay, and then and suddenly I realised time was vanishing. No, don't press that, please. The cat is, yeah, very... oh dear. It's all going wrong here. Right, okay, she sat down. Good news, good news. Alright, you want to sit still? She's been fast asleep. She probably just wasn't sure anyone was in the house. Right, good. So yeah, we made it back in time. Yeah, good stuff. I was a bit late on the last one. We were looking at engine number 2 for the entirety of that. I wonder what the wing view is up to now. Engine, wing, there it is. Ooh, glowing away. Very nice. Yeah, it's a shame actually. We're losing our two big viewpoints. I wonder what... Let's do a bit of an external... Not entirely convinced about that beacon effect on the top. That's a bit excessive. Yeah, a bit bright. What we will do, let's have the logo light on. I'm sure they wouldn't. There we go. Now you can recognise it. Great stuff. Right. Oh dear. Into the chat. What have I missed? What have we got? Happy New Year, Joe Stone. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're doing very well. Good to see you, Joe. Sunset was quick. Yeah, it did happen very quickly. I think the 350 will come to vanilla FS 2020. I assume that if they're making a free version like the A320X that it will. Steve is in South Korea. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, see, this is terrible now because I'm joining in conversations I'm not a part of in the chat. There we go. Right. Oh, thank you very much, Paul Waring. Paul, £5 donation. Very kind of you. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome, Paul, and thank you for your donation. It really makes a difference on the channel. Thank you so much. Right. On an RNAV star that shows 3000T for each leg in the arrival, e.g. the Julian 5 Alpha start for Yankee Papa Papa Hotel. What does the T mean? I know what you're talking about. Let's bring it up. We've got time today. Do I have enough fuel still? How much fuel's on board? Still got 36 tons. So we set off with 70. Okay, 76. So we've burnt 36 tons of fuel. Yeah, 36 tons of fuel. Starting at 72. So that would be 60. That would add up to 72. So we've burnt half our fuel, but we're a little over halfway there. So hopefully that's going to work out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at Simbrief. Anyway, right. Let's answer this. So I don't know if I can answer this one. I really wish I could. The reason is I haven't seen it. Let me just check. And I bet there's people in the chat who do know, because it's not the format of chart I'm used to, is my excuse. So it's for the Julian 5 Alpha Star. That'd been arrival. Julian 5 Alpha. Doesn't really matter. 3000T. There's something I noticed in my last stream. The T suddenly appeared, and I don't. Does anyone know why that has happened? Because I don't recognise it from the charts I typically use, so I don't use Jefferson. So that's a new one on me. Yeah, and it seems to have appeared on loads of them. So if anyone in the chat does know, try turning the wing lights on. It's quite well modelled. Oh yeah, let's have the wing lights. Let's try and keep things visible. Wing lights on. There we go. Does that make a difference? Oh yeah, very nice. Now you've got an aeroplane. Lovely. See our contrail. Oh yeah, what we wanted to do was climb. It was time to climb, wasn't it? Let's go and join Enrico up at 390. It's definitely time. What's our optimum showing us now? If I go to Perth. Right, recommended max is 414, optimum 377. Yeah, it's time to climb. 390 is arms. The traffic is in front, but I think 10 miles away. Over 10 miles away. Let's go. Thrust climb, open climb. Out blue 390. 82 knot tailwind. We are making great progress here. This is good stuff. Right. Yeah, so have we let me jump into the chat. Again, I've missed so many things. Matteo's back. I hope the dog had a good walk, Matteo. Matteo has a lovely puppy. It's been on the Discord as well. Made an appearance. Lauren's back as well. Thanks for coming back. Darren said Tokyo to London was daylight all the way when I travelled it. Wow, yeah. Yeah, I suppose if you do it at the right time, that could happen, yeah. That must be hard work for the pilots. Hi, do you have a video about single engine operations? I'm just approaching after reverse at locked in cruise. I've only done single engine failures in the cruise, but I haven't done any videos on. So I've done managing failure, but I haven't done videos on actually flying single engine approaches. That's an interesting question, actually. That's something that could definitely be done in the future, in particular in the Toliss, where they've modelled it really well. They've updated it quite recently in the Toliss as well to have better handling. There's our last 1,000 feet to go. Loads of extra performance here. I mean, we're right at decimal 87 and we're climbing at 800 feet per minute up to 390. I mean, that's amazing. Such a powerful machine. How did I make this screen brighter? I don't know. Should we do another one? Let's give him another drink service.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments.
Yeah, so sorry, I don't. Enrique Bianchi says, try turning the wing lights on. Yeah, sorry, we did that. Did the wing lights. Right, Jonathan Daniel, if we use real world procedures sim, VATSIM, why do all the charts that the VATSIM divisions offer always say they don't use for real world navigation? That's because they're just not certified. They're not up to date enough. They might be up to date with each other, but maybe not the real world. There's all sorts of reasons. But yeah, no, nothing you see in this video is for any use in the real world. This is all purely entertainment only, obviously. Especially as I don't have a clue really what I'm doing with the 350. This is mostly guesswork. Happy first day of the year to Olive Live. Happy first day of the year to you too. It's very dark in the hold now. Do you have a light switch in the cockpit? No, I don't think we do. I think you know, if you paid for a seat in the hold on today's stream, and oh, we're back to 345. Yeah, so actually you can all come up into the cabin if you're a bit cold and dark in the hold. You're welcome to join us in the cabin for a little bit, but you will have to go back if some more people arrive into the cabin. Can you explain what is the difference between RNAV and ILS and VOR? Vladislav asks. So an ILS sends a signal from the ground. So an ILS gives us a localizer along the bottom here, and it will show us where we are to line up with the runway. It also shows us another version of that for the glide slope. So vertically it shows us if we're high or low compared to the approach path we want. And that's a signal sent from the ground which the aeroplane can then interpret and show you whether you're high or low. Radio signal. An RNAV approach doesn't have that. An RNAV approach has fixed waypoints that are just drawn in space, a bit like what we're following now really. So they're just waypoints that are drawn in space. You fly towards them and you go over them at certain altitudes, and then you start your descent and you check your altitudes at distances to touchdown. So it's purely in the mind of the airplane. The airplane knows where it is and it just lines itself up with the runway, but there's no signal from the ground. There's no double confirmation like that. So it counts as a non-precision approach. It doesn't give you the vertical guidance. You just have to know your altitude at each point on your approach. You have to set that yourself. And a VOR is very similar to an RNAV, except instead of aiming at waypoints, you can aim at a VOR, an actual radio navigation beacon. So if I press VOR up here, you'll see all the different VORs. So for example, we could have a VOR approach based on the LAM. There's one of those in London as well. And you can effectively, that's how you'll travel towards it, and you can point towards it knowing exactly where you are by having it, because that transmits a radio signal, but not in terms of how high you are, just in terms of where you are. So VOR and RNAV are both non-precision approaches, and the ILS is the best one of those. It's freed out. Can't come up to the cabin, can't feel their legs. There you go. That's it. You're going to be stuck down there for the rest of the flight. Steve says, how many dollars for the jump seat in the cockpit? Yeah, it's a shame. Once upon a time that would happen a lot, but nope, never these days. Got two proper seats though in this flight deck, so quite a, I suppose long haul aeroplane. So there'd often be a third pilot sat here for the approach. So you've got one here, nice view, 350, and the less convenient one, although probably quite spectacular because you get this view forwards out of this side window. It's quite nice, yeah. Yeah, so we do have options, but sadly no passengers ever. Oh, there we go, guys. See, this is a good looking flight deck, isn't it? Big aeroplane, big machine. Jari says, hi, I'm new to the channel. Thanks for coming along. Clouds has done a joke. I am new to this channel. Oh dear. Right, the T after 3000 has something to do with the to scale and not to scale areas and vice versa. This is what it said in Jefferson Charts Explained PDF. Right, thank you, Danny. So that would make a lot of sense. Jefferson charts aren't to scale. That is, a lot of charts are. So for example, Lido charts are to scale, and that's would explain why I'm not used to this T. Now, these used to be much simpler. They didn't even show. I'm sure when I first used Jefferson, because I have used Jefferson in the past, they didn't even show the terrain at all. It was just lines. It was a abstract interpretation of what you're going to do, but it wasn't to scale. whereas now some parts are to scale, so perhaps that's what the T represents, that this leg is shown at the right scale. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much to Danny Rubel for solving that one. Cloud says, have you played Roblox? No, never. No idea what it is. Vladislav, no problem at all. I hope that made sense. It's a bit of a long-winded explanation. If you're hoping for my, you know, I will confess that in my videos I do take a bit of time to sort of try and condense the message and find a way to show what I'm trying to talk about. So by this point in the stream, as we pass through the 6.5 hour mark, I may be struggling to get my points across as clearly as you would hope. So sorry for that. If anyone is hoping for some more condensed lessons out of this stream, I think in the second half here it's going to be a bit of a struggle. Oh yeah, the reflections are good, and it's even a reflection of the actual overhead panel. I like that. That's good. Oh, there's a standby compass. That's funny. It folds away on the 320, but they've obviously bothered to leave it out on this one. Compass deviation card. This is showing you, yeah, when the radios are on, the compass is magnetic. It's interfered by the radios. So in theory, if you wanted to fly heading of north, steer 0. But if you wanted to fly heading 030, steer 027. So don't actually fly 030 on the compass. You need to fly 027 on the compass. Now, good luck flying 027 and 030 on the compass. I mean, it is so small and it's a very rough thing. So, yeah, it's that's not it's not a massive concern, which is why it's just written there in tiny writing. Good luck. You'd probably just be happy close enough to the actual heading on there. Joseph, thanks for coming along, Joseph, and very kind donation. Hungarian forints, 3,000 Hungarian forints. Very kind of you. Thank you, Joseph. I really appreciate it. Joseph says, thanks for the entertainment and education you provided for us in 2020. Here's to a very happy 2021. Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate it. And here's to a happy 2021 for you as well. And thank you so much for supporting the channel and for being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, too kind, Joseph. Thank you. And I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos over the last year. And Alan Story as well, £10 donation, very kind. Alan, thank you so much. For 8 hours of streaming from an airline, Captain with all that knowledge is worth £20 of anyone's money. Thank you. No, thank you very much, Alan. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. And yeah, the support you guys show to the channel is just amazing. Thank you both. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Alan. And I hope you both have a very happy 2021. Yeah, I hope this year works out for you guys. I'm hoping it does here as well. Thanks so much. I don't know if this is the highest quality of 8 hours video I've ever put onto the channel. But yeah, it's good fun. I'm really enjoying it, actually. I'm really enjoying it. And I'm enjoying that so many of you just come along and we're just having a nice chat about aeroplanes and cruising along. Didn't have too much else to do. So yeah, thank you. Oh no, we got another message about the T. So Robert says the T after the altitude on charts is minimum obstruction clearance altitude. Okay. And presumably, does that mean it's different? It's the. I just don't have enough access to Jefferson charts to be able to give you a firm answer on that. Jaden M says, "Wow, we're still here. How long left?" Airplane thinks we're going to land at 25 now. Yep, 19:25. So that gives us 4 hours left. Nothing. 4 hours. It's just a normal stream now. Normal 4 hour stream. No problem. We're about to fly over Doha and Abu Dhabi. Yeah. We are indeed. It's a shame the terrain map sort of disappears like this. Where's the... If I go to nav, I should be able to see behind me. Is the Speedbird still coming behind us? Maybe they're just not showing up on TCAS. Maybe they're not drawn by the app. Oh my goodness. Far too kind. Josef Farkas, another Hungarian Forint. Very kind of you, Hungarian Forint 4000. Thanks for all your efforts and infotainment. Happy New Year to all. Happy New Year to you, Joseph. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for supporting the channel, Joseph. It's really kind. Yeah, it's amazing. We have quite a few Hungarian viewers. It's great. We did fly to Hungary before as well. Must go back, clearly. But thank you very much, Joseph. Really appreciate the support. Thank you to all of you there who is just so generous. Thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm so humbled. Oh, Eric as well. Eric knocked 202 and 10. Here's a 2021, which I can see hidden in the coded message there. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, Eric. I've been watching the stream on and off the whole day. Thanks for sharing all your knowledge with the flight sim community. It has helped me a lot. I'm glad it's helped you so much. That really means a lot to me, Eric. Really kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Eric, for your kind donations. And thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being here and watching. I didn't think I would join the stream today and have so many viewers. I'm really surprised that so many people have chosen to come along, and it's just great that so many people enjoy. Oh, let's put that back. So many people enjoy the channel. So yeah, thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Eric. Really appreciate it. Oh dear, this is yeah, you guys just do far too much for this channel. Roman says, I'm new to this, but thank you for the education. £10 donation. Roman, thank you so much for your £10 donation. It's incredibly generous of you. Very kind. I don't know what to say. It's amazing. It's amazing you guys enjoy it this much, and it's like I say. Yeah, brilliant. Thanks so much. Thank you, Roman. Really appreciate your £10 donation, and it will go into the channel. Clearly, we will make sure we get some more content out for you guys. Yeah, thank you very much, Roman. Amazing. Thank you, Olive Live. Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking the time to come and watch as well, though. Absolutely. George Drubble says, looking at the Toliss A321, I noticed that on ECAM bleed page the HP valves are actually always closed. Is that correct on the A320? On the A310, HP valves are open at idle and closed around 40 to 45% N1. Yeah, on the A320, the high pressure bleed valves will open pretty much when you're at idle thrust. So that's on the ground when you taxi in and when you're in the descent at idle thrust. So I'm assuming this is the high pressure bleed valve, which we can see is closed at the moment. But yeah, so it should open. The 320 high pressure bleed valve does open. For those of you who don't know, the reason is there's two valves. We get air into the cabin by taking it out of the compressed part of the engine thrust. So the engine takes in air, squeezes it, then ignites it, and then puts it out the back. And by doing that, it pushes the airplane forward. It also uses that airflow to turn the big fan at the front, which gives us more thrust. But when we want to pressurize the airplane, we take air from the squeezed air, because it's under high pressure, and we pump it into the air conditioning packs, which cool it down and send it into the cabin. So yeah, so it at low thrust settings needs to use air from a high pressure part of the engine to keep enough pressure in the cabin. So anyway, George, it should open at low thrust settings. Vladislav says, could you please explain how to read charts you're using for departures and arrivals in one of your videos? Yeah, okay, charts definitely is a recurring theme here. So yeah, thank you. I normally talk about it in the streams, but I appreciate that I don't talk about it much in the streams, and then if you're watching the whole thing, it might not make much sense. And thank you again to all of you for your kind donations here. Joseph, Mitchell, Alan, it's all on the screen still, Joseph, Farkas, Eric and Roman. Yeah, very kind. Zenheiser says, I know this might be an overly specific question. Do you as a pilot know about any physical condition that would make it impossible or illegal to become a pilot, for example, a previous hemorrhage? You'd have to talk to your... Firstly, it would be up to your authority, so whichever country you're in. and you'd have to there we go, fantastic, passing some big cities now. You'd have to also speak to your doctors there. They'd know. I couldn't possibly begin to pretend to know what to say. So that, just behind us, is that Daman? Or is that, have I got this wrong? No, that's, yeah, we still got the speedboat behind us, and that's Doha. Just going under our right wing, Doha. Wow, what a journey this has been. Still roaring away. The graphics were so good, it's such a shame it's gone so dark. Hayden J. Robbins, a £10 donation. Thank you so much, Hayden. Really appreciate it. Captain, please reach out to me on Discord for any tech assistance anytime. I help with the stream admin. Our operators are standing by to take your calls. So thank you very much, Hayden. Always volunteering help. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your £10 donation and for supporting the channel. And you've been coming to so many of the streams lately. So thank you so much for your support, Hayden. Yeah, really appreciate it. Very kind of you guys. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, Hayden. And yeah, I think we did. Yeah, we did have a quick chat, didn't we, about some of the, I think that was the one we were trying to sort out the clothing sizes on the on the store. S7C says, I get to know so many currencies here. Yes, yeah, I'm always struggling to keep up with the currencies. Speedboat's 40 miles behind Stone. Yeah, absolutely. Single pilot ops if the A350 win. Yeah, we are managing Balmau. Good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Any reason for playing X-Plane instead of P3D or 2020? The reason for X-Plane over 2020 is the aeroplanes are more complete, so that's why we've got a more complete airliner here to fly that I can use some of the systems on, and it pretty much represents an Airbus quite nicely. The reason I don't have P3D is I don't have P3D, and I don't have... I started streaming on X-Plane, and that's where I've been, and that's where my viewers have been, so that's why we don't use P3D. But yeah, I know some people have a lot of invested in P3D and they've managed to make it look very good. But for me, I had Flight Simulator X and I never upgraded to P3D. I just kept it on Flight Simulator X. This is indeed the A350. The pink part at the top isn't visible apparently. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. The information is in that bar at the top. Hopefully for you guys. Parasim, $4.99 donation. Thank you very much, Parasim. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. No message there, or it didn't come through. But thank you very much for your donation, Parasim. I really appreciate it. Again, thank you for supporting the channel so much. I've been saying it so much these last few minutes. You guys have been far too generous. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Parasim, Happy New Year to you as well. Very kind. Lauren says, well, there's a Maldivian airline called Manta Air. Yes, there is. I know, there is. It's the only one in the world. So perhaps we shouldn't have flown to the Maldives. It's going to reveal that there is one who's already got a name far too similar. But yeah, it's pretty appropriate. I think they fly Twin Otters at the moment, I think. ATRs and Twin Otters, yeah. Roddy, I'm back to enjoy the long haul after completing my flight to Luton. Excellent. I hope Luton was nice. Hopefully the Maldives is even nicer. Not too late, Pavel. Not too late at all. We're still working our way there. Not too long to go now. 7 hours into the stream. Heading into the final stretch. $640 650 likes. Fantastic. Thank you so much to all of you who liked the video. That's amazing. Especially, yeah, amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are far too kind. Steve said, did you mention what you had for lunch or did I miss it? Hope you had something good. I had a sandwich with some tomatoes and crisps. So nothing exciting to talk about, I'm afraid. Renegade 334 14, I think that's Australian dollars. Thank you so much. Says thank you and happy new year. Would love to see a Microsoft Flight Simulator long haul when you're ready for the next one. Renegade, thanks so much for your donation. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator long haul. I think, you know, I'm thinking a longer flight in the 320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's probably what I'm planning on. Before I try to wrestle with one of the long haul aircraft in that game, just because I don't know how far along the development they are. But thank you very much for the donation. Really kind, really appreciate it. And definitely more Microsoft Flight Simulator streams to come. Clearly, it's something people want to see. So thank you very much, Renegade. I really appreciate it. Vladislav is in Microsoft Flight Simulator and has an engine fire. Oh dear. Tony Corbett lying in wait in an A320 at Muscat, going to attempt to trail you very slowly into Mali. Excellent. You might want to set off slightly in front of us, Tony. But yeah, brilliant. Let me just check. I'm just checking my map. Muscat is... there we go. Yeah. So we're going to be. We still have a bit of a way out, but yeah. Just make sure you set off slightly in advance of us, Tony. Excellent. That'd be good fun. If 4 of us arrive, I don't think there's going to be space in the airport. They're building a new terminal, but it's taking time. Yeah. Thank you again, Renegade. Thank you for that. Very kind. Float Twin Otters even, says Lauren. Yeah, exactly. Float Twin Otters is featured in the Manta Air. The float planes work in X-Plane 11? I hope so. They did in FSX, so I'm hoping they do here. Rarcon says, why don't you switch the sun on? I would, but I don't want to destabilise the entire thing now. Plus, it's sort of... I think it finishes off the flight well to have made it into the darkness. This is pretty much what long haul pilots look at, I think, a lot more than they look at sunshine. That tailwind, we're really, really lucky with that tailwind today. That's making a big difference. So what does the overlay think? The overlay seems to think we're going to get there a lot quicker than the airplane does. So look. 1845. So air delay thinks 45 minutes earlier. Oh, I wonder why. Are we catching up with our traffic in front? Nope, still 12 miles behind. Perfect. Matteo says, no excuse not to fly Twin Otter from Manta. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking, Matteo. I'm thinking we can take a Twin Otter out and around the Maldives when we get there. Absolutely. Joe Vaughan said, what a great start to 2021. My wife is a nurse in a local hospital on a long shift. I hope your wife is doing very well. Yeah, amazing job to be doing at the moment. Very incredible. So I get to have the 320 sim pilot on TV, a flight sim on the computer. God bless the NHS. Absolutely. All after V1. Fantastic. There you go. Everyone's streaming. This is prime stream time, clearly. Well, I like the 787, but the A350 is growing on me. Yeah, the 350 is growing on me. It is growing on me. Thank you so much, Tayani. Thank you for the great videos this year. I'm hoping to become an engineer on the Airbuses, so it's been great to get the pilot's perspective. That's fantastic. I hope you get to do that soon, Tayani. Thank you very much for your £5 donation. It's really appreciated. Very kind, far too kind. So, yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thank you again for just coming along and watching, but to donate as well. It's just very kind. Thank you. I hope you get to be an engineer soon. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. you'll have a whole different perspective on these things from what I do. When engineers and pilots discuss these things, it's always interesting because we'll have a totally different perspective on a system, and we won't have a clue. Well, we'll have a very slight clue what's going on behind, but the engineers will know every detail about which sensor it's attached to and so on. We'll just know the button isn't working. Lath says, hello, do you remember me? I remember you were here earlier, yeah. Mateo says, float planes work okay, but the anchor doesn't, so it can get quite annoying. Oh, I see, okay. Parasim says, my eyes are bleeding reading the A320 manual and watching all your videos. Thank you for your help and wishing you a happy 21. Happy 2021 to you as well, Parasim. That's really greatly appreciated. Thanks so much. And thank you for your that's 2 donations. So thank you, Parasim. I hope you're doing very well. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, the manuals will do that to your eyes if you do them for too long, just like flying a long-haul flight simulator will. But thank you very much, Parasim. Really kind. You guys are being so generous. Alaska 559 with a $4.99 donation. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Alaska 559. Alaska 559, another streamer on YouTube. So if you want some more aviation content and streaming, certainly more variety than this channel, Alaska does group flights along with Simwings, which will be Dougal McTavish, who some of you will know, and as well Avio Man, who was here earlier, many hours ago now it feels like. But thank you very much, Alaska. Very kind. Happy New Year to you too. Really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your next Simwings group flight goes well. Alaska usually streams those group flights, which are good fun, supporting the Simwings support group. What is total journey time? Total journey time, flight time, around about 9 hours 30. But I think probably 9 hours by the time we land. We'll see. Maybe 9:30. Maybe 9 hours 30. New cruise altitude 39. Yep, we know. Thank you. Is spilling drink on the centre pedestal model? No. No, I don't think it is. John Armstrong's wife also works at local hospital. Fantastic. Yeah, what a time to be doing that. So yeah, all the best to your other halves working in hospitals. My goodness. But it says, my wife also works at hospital. Unfortunately, she isn't today. Dear. Well, clearly you've got out of cleaning the oven, John, I'm assuming, if you're here still. Unless you're just jumping in every now and then while scrubbing. Jahari says, I'd rather Boeing over Airbus, even though Airbus is easier to control. I'd rather the yoke than the side stick. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the side stick you get used to, but there will be a preference thing. There will be people who just prefer the yoke. Yeah, there are some engineers on the Discord. That's a good point, Richard B. Yeah, some real life engineers are available on the Discord. Oh, there we go, Danny Rubel. Oh, no worries. So Paul Waring's probably right. That T is to do with... But why... That altitude... If... This is a confusing one. So, this altitude, this 3000 T, this 2500 T, if that's the minimum terrain altitude, it's just such a different format. Why is that not the procedure altitude? So do they write the T when the procedure altitude happens to match the safe altitude as well for terrain reasons? Because I can see the MSA's 3, so that would make sense. Maybe it just means that is as low as you can go for terrain reasons as well as the procedure. But I don't know. I do not know. Do not listen to me on that. Yeah, interesting. Not something I've seen before. Did our Mali charts have it? No, they didn't. But 5,500 is probably a procedural altitude, whereas the terrain is obviously much lower. And he is currently an apprentice at an unnamed UK company, maybe the same. So that's the first step. Yeah, good luck, Danny. I hope you make it. I hope it works out for you. Random fam, currently on, alright, 12 hours. Please wish me luck. Good luck. The icon is found in Flight Simulator 2020. Maybe a float plane Maldives group. Oh, then there's another idea. Yeah. Which aircraft do you like better? 787. Oh, I missed the question. Or 350. I've not flown the 787 even in a simulator, so I don't know. So for the moment, I have to say 350. Salva Barbas says, is very generous again. €10 donation. Thanks so much. Happy New Year from Barcelona. I think I've got that right. I think I'm in love with that cabin. Thanks so much, Salva. I really appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you for contributing to the channel. It's again incredible that you guys have been so outrageously generous this evening. So happy New Year to you. Happy 2021. And thank you very much, Salva, for donating to the channel. I really appreciate it. Incredibly kind. Very kind. Yeah. I hope everything's well in Barcelona. See, I should know that code straight away. Let me just check. I haven't got that wrong. Yeah, Barcelona. Yeah, I knew. It's amazing. But it's just as the stream wears on, those things are getting more difficult. Thank you very much. Very kind. Air traffic control's back. 13215. Excellent. Oh no, not like that. Right, I better get a pen ready. Jim says, I've never seen the T for GPS routes on en route charts, but never on approach. Okay, I've seen the T for GPS routes. Yeah, it's a confusing one. Right, let me get this right. Okay. And where are we going? Can
Control 370 inbound Canada. Speedbird 61 UAE radar good day. Squawk 1704. Squawk 1704.
It's the UAE radar. UAE radar version 30 kilo, flight level 390 to Canip.
4,000 feet in San
Oh, whoops.
That was 2 at once, break, Virgin 30 kilo, UAE radar good day, squawk 1756.
Squawk 1756, Virgin 30 kilo.
Speedbird 61 identified, flight level
1756, fantastic. Right, let me do that before I forget.
Qatar 2021, you identified 4,000 feet, you are cleared ILS runway
1756.
left, report localizer established.
I do like this box, this is great. Phil Norbeck, $5 donation. Thank you very much, Phil. I really appreciate it. Again, thank you for contributing to the channel. And yeah, thank you so much. Really kind. And I hope you're having a happy new year. Thank you, Phil. I hope you're doing well. Sorry if your message didn't come through. But yeah, thank you, Phil. Really appreciate it. Again, just so generous. So generous. Especially soon you're going to be watching me streaming without even a voice. Paul Waring says, okay, I found the answer to the T question in the Jefferson chart training docs. It reads T placed after an altitude denotes the minimum obstruction clearance altitude. Okay. So on other charts, such as Lido, those routes will show you the procedural altitude and the terrain altitude in different colours, and they'll show them together. Jefferson charts.
Version 30 kilo, report your Mach number.
Mach decimal 87, version 30 kilo.
Version 30 kilo, roger.
I think, yeah.
Right, so let's do 652, good evening.
We've been sorting our own separation out, no problem here. Screaming along at exactly the same. 2.8 burn. Now we're at 390, so that's good.
1717, 652, thank you.
Okay, so yeah. So anyway, so the Jefferson charts obviously don't show you both altitudes as routine, but perhaps if the procedure takes you down to the minimum altitude, it does show you. Interesting. Again, pretty much guessing there. Way behind on the chat now. What's the screen on the left contain? It's like a map, a second ND. The screen on the left, I've actually got it. It should be like this, so it would have charts and things on it, I think, in the real aircraft. And then down here is your FMS sort of flight plan.
Virgin 30 kilo, Mark decimal 87 or less.
Decimal 87 or less, Virgin 30 kilo. 87 or less, that's what we'll do. I know it says 871, but that's close enough.
20
If I go to performance cruise, it should show me my cruise speeds.
Winds variable, 5 knots, runway 12 right.
So different.
You are cleared to land.
50 step outs. No, I can't see it. It's funny, why isn't it? It's definitely flying decimal 87, so why doesn't it show me decimal 87? I don't know. Ultimate 381, we're at 39, so it's good, we're still at Ultimate. Anyway, yeah, so this screen is this screen, sorry, here is usually used for just charts and things like that, but we swapped it over in order to get a slightly more comfortable view in the simulator. Sounds like a real life controller. Yeah, the controllers on VATSIM are always very good. In terms of time left, I know the overlay is showing you 1845 Zulu, but the airplane should have the right time. Oh, we're going for 6 hours 57 flight time. Excellent. It's 1600. Yeah, so this is the right time. So the airplane thinks we're a bit later than that. I don't know who to believe, but 60. That would make more sense to me. Would be 720, but we are.
652, no further ATC.
We have gained a lot of time. We're doing really well here.
Enjoy your flight to the Maldives. Bye.
Oh, did I miss it? I missed it.
Avalanche 652, no further ATC, radar service terminated.
That's for Enrico in front.
Enjoy your flight.
But we'll get called soon.
Unicom 122 select Valencia 652. Thank you very much and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Valencia in front of us. It is fun, VATSIM, just sort of getting controllers at random points throughout the flight. Don't want to miss R1. Yeah, we are making good time, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, the horrible blobs on the consoles, Ray, are sort of trackball, so you put your hand on there and then you move the mouse. So you can see I've got a mouse cursor on the screen, on this screen and this screen. And you would use this sort of cursor thing here. Yeah, I don't know how easy it is to use. It looks quite hard to use to me, but...
Virgin 30 Kilo, monitor Unicom on 22.8, radar service terminated. Happy New Year, have a safe flight, bye-bye.
122.8, Happy New Year to you too. Thank you very much, Virgin 30 Kilo. Back to Unicom. No, not like that, like that. Right, I say I like this box, I'm constantly struggling with it, but there we go. Right, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Right, looking into the chat. What have I missed? I've missed it so much. Corrosive Moon says, I'm so tempted to do a long haul now and go study. Not going to lie, but that's not a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I used to, depending on how much studying, if I had a lot of work to do, then I wouldn't. But if I was just sort of general revision for exams and so on, I used to set up some flights and leave them running in the background. But I don't know, I can't recommend that as a good idea. It's just something I used to do. The W button we found out is velocity vector, VV, not W, which shows us this, the bird. So it's the FPV, is how it's known to us in small Airbus land, but velocity vector for some reason here in big Airbus land. I don't know what the 380 has there. It'd be good. I mean, if Flight Factory have done this, could they not do a 380 for X-Plane? I know Toliss are doing the 340, so if we could get the 380 and the 340 into X-Plane, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? And X-Plane tends to allow you, I don't know, add-ons from previous X-Planes tend to get converted into the new one quite easily. Flight Factor took their 7.5 and converted it to the X-Plane 11, although they did then charge you again for it, which I think was a little bit mean, because I had the Flight Factor for the X-Plane 10, the 757 for X-Plane 10, and it was great. But I know they updated it for 11, but I had to buy it again. It's a bit of a shame. But fair enough. I get it that they work hard on these things. But yeah. So anyway, so if Toliss have put all this work in, maybe if they make the 340, Flight Factor make a 350, and Toliss carry on with or use the same avionics, because these got to be really similar to the 380, then we'll be in a good place for some nice aircraft coming out. That Toliss 340 is really exciting. I really can't wait for that. Let's get rid of those. Captain, still so with the Garmin G1000. I found a PDF online that's been a great help with it. Wish I read it before flying the Caravan. Yeah, I'm terrible with the G1000 still, Phil. Yeah, I absolutely am terrible with it. So if you join the Discord or put that on the Discord, just, yeah, that would be great. Oh, I'm all over the place on chat again. William G4 says, how come we got LS on? I was talking about it earlier, the ILS, and I forgot to get rid of it. Where does it say what frequency you need to contact? I know on VATSIM you have different areas, but I can't find a frequency. So, Danny Rebel, don't worry, they send you a message. So your software, so I'm using Xpilot, they send you a little message and it appears in there. So yeah, so it's dead easy. It's much easier than I thought it would be because I worried about the same thing. But they send you a message with their frequency when they want you to contact them. Trackpad, yes, or a trackball, not a mouse. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's a pad or a ball. I'm assuming it's a trackpad on it. Well, actually, what am I doing? Let's go have a look. It looks like a trackball to me, which doesn't seem very modern. Using I mean, there used to be mice that looked like this. Well, they didn't look quite like this, but they were similar sort of setup where you just had a ball that you would roll around, and they were quite good fun. But they weren't very reliable because they used to get filled with grit and dirt and things. Fly-by-wire should make a 350 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They should. Although I'd rather they make the 350, Connor. I'm all excited. Sorry, 380. I'm happy they're making the 380. I'd prefer to see that first because we have never had a proper 380 in any simulator. The A350 has more iPads on the flight deck than an Apple user's convention. Yeah, it does. It does, and you can guarantee that the pilots will come on and pull out another 2 iPads to go here. Payware. Oh, so the Simple Flight is going to be a payware. Great. Great. If we get a 380 from fly-by-wire and a payware 350, as long as it's decent, that'll be good. I constantly see there's a lot of videos on YouTube at the moment of all the different add-ons available for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I must say a lot of them I don't know what the quality is of a lot of them. The Aeromaki sounds like a good one, definitely something to look at, because of course it does take time. It takes them years to develop these airplanes properly. Steve says, I'm studying while watching, mostly listening to the stream. Strangely, I can't voice help with concentration. Oh well, that's good. I'm glad it serves the purpose. Thanks, Steve. I hope your studying is going well. I hope your exams go well, which presumably is what that's leading towards. Any builds making any builds are making the A380. Is that for Matteo? Is that for X-Plane? That is for X-Plane, isn't it? So that's, yeah, you're right. So we won't see one, probably, I doubt we'll see one from Flight Factory in that case, unless they team up like they did with Step to Sky. Okay, interesting. Microsoft Flight Simulator is getting the 380 by fly-by-wire, so we'll say, yeah, excellent, excellent. Hayden's going to help with the testing, excellent. Please do, Hayden, yeah. I think the fly-by-wire team's amazing, amazing community spirit. Still thinking A220 and Q500 are top of my Microsoft Flight Simulator wishlist. Yeah, a good turboprop would be good. Although, well, you'd have thought the turboprops would be more simple to implement. There's so many of them available in the simulator already. A good Q500 would be nice, wouldn't it? An A220 would be interesting because I've just never seen one. Steve, this is the Flight Factor 350 indeed. There are so many Airbuses, it is easy to lose track, agreed. This is X-Plane 11, Steve, 1975. Rakon wants to take Zebo to Sobo to sort out a 737. Yeah, imagine that. This is indeed the Flight Factor 350. Indeed, indeed. Flight 24 says, a bit late with an answer. From Jepson, intro to nav charts manual. The T placed after altitude denotes minimum obstruction clearance altitude, MOCA. Excellent. Thank you for Flight 24. Yeah. So there we go. Definitely confirms now. It's the terrain altitude. That's why you get that T. Presumably, I don't know what it stands for because it doesn't stand for minimum obstruction clearance altitude. It means that, but it clearly doesn't stand for it. So I don't know if it stands for terrain or what it is, but makes sense. So just, I suppose it's telling you don't go below that altitude. But then how would you do it otherwise? Yeah, very strange to me. Eels 1880. We are still going. We are still going, Eels. Absolutely. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Happy New Year. People still use trackballs, I think. Might be better for wrist health. Interesting. I didn't know that, Steve. So yeah, trackballs are still out there. That is a surprise to me. I really thought this would be a touchpad. That is a long day out, Eels. 1880. I agree. This is a long day out. Although we were saying earlier, not as long as a day. You could do a day on short haul as long as this. Just wouldn't be one sector. Jahari says A380 or 737-300ER. A380. Easy. Easiest question I've had all day. No doubt. Oh, Lath has asked, what do you think I should get for my birthday? It's in 27 days, so happy birthday for 27 days. It must be something for aviation, like a pilot setup, a Microsoft Flight Simulator, or anything for aviation. Goodness me, that's a hard question. That is a really, I really don't know. It's tricky. That's a tricky question. Do you mean for simulators, or in general, or for actual flying? Richard B. Yeah, thanks Richard for answering those questions. Checkpoint says, does the EFB or maps on the A350 also show you where you are on the map in real life? It doesn't on the short haul aircraft, although some have the option to have that added. So it can, not on the star charts. I've never seen. So we know that when I come down here on this chart, it will show us, but I've never seen that. So are these to scale now? I think these might be to scale now. Maybe I was talking nonsense earlier, because at one point they weren't. They used to be just sort of abstract. But yeah, no, I've never seen one that shows you on the star charts, but there are some that will show you en route. So they can do this, and then they'd have your line where you're going. Yeah, those are really good actually. But they've got to connect to the systems. Now in the 350, that's probably quite easy to do. But like I say, I'm not going to fiddle with the charts in the 350 just because it's caused me a few problems in the past, so I don't want to risk that now. It's a shame we don't really get any... It'd be hard for someone joining the street now to even see the aeroplane. See our flight deck all lit up. What's your favourite aircraft? GA liners? Yeah, it's such a hard question. I like being a passenger on the 380. I really like the 380. I've never flown it. I like the 340-600. General aviation, Piper Aerostar. I don't know if any of you know that. That's a fun airplane. Fighter jet would be F-14. I like the Typhoon as well. Those are pretty fun to watch. I've just got so many. I enjoy aviation too much to be able to pick out specifics. In terms of an airplane I might actually get to fly, I'm hoping to fly the Cirrus one day, because I think the Cirrus looks like a really nice general aviation airplane to fly. Yeah. Right, I'm just missing this a bit. Sorry guys, I'm way behind on the chat. Yeah, I can see why trackpads could be an issue. Makes sense, Darren. Yeah. Yeah, the more we think about it, the more we talk about it, the more it makes sense to have the trackball, I suppose. Turtle Kite, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Swiss says, where are we? We are here. Soon to go past Muscats with a colleague coming up to join us, I believe, for the last section of the flight. 700 likes is on the way. Yeah, can we get to 700 likes? That would be amazing. Yep. Thank you to all of you who've liked it so far. Yeah, brilliant. I'm amazed at this, that so many of you came along. I didn't think we'd have so many viewers for this sort of a stream. I really didn't. I'm glad you're all enjoying it. So I'll put that little map down there. I should really have another overlay that includes the map, I think. I'm just not set up. This isn't a long haul channel. We've never done this. But yeah, it'd be cool if we could have a line as well showing where we've been, for sure. Later, 7478 or A380. A380. Alexander Psuto, have you started saying are we there? Yes. I said that to myself a few times during lunch. I've had a few people asking. So Alexander, what would you be doing about now? Because we're not sure. We're not sure. We've just been guessing. Alexander Psuto, for those new to the stream, 777 pilot, very kindly comes along and shares wisdom with us, which is great. John Armstrong says, why are there still VORs and NDBs now that we have GPS? Not all airplanes. So there's you can have GPS on your aircraft, which can help you figure out where you are, but it doesn't mean you can go and do an RNAV approach. So not all airplanes are certified for using the GPS for approaches. So those airplanes will need the VORs still. NDBs are rare, and they're rarely used for approaches as well. NDBs are definitely the rarest, and they're fading, I think, now. Used to see them more often when I first started. But yeah, we'll continue to have VORs unless everything is certified. Because if you're in your PA-28 built 40 years ago, you might have a GPS with you, but it certainly wouldn't be enough to fly an RNAV approach, so you'll need the VOR if you're not going to fly an ILS, especially into small little airports. That's typically why. What's the cargo temperature now? I've kept it nice and warm. 23, 15, 23. I don't know why the middle goes to 23. We're doing our best here for you guys down there, because we're back to having a few people. It's sort of, what's that, 17 of you sat in the cargo hold? Oh no, we'll leave the heater on. Definitely. Bacon Warrior, very kind. £10 donation. Thank you, Bacon Warrior. Stick this in the takeaway fund. You deserve it after all this one. Thank you so much, Bacon Warrior. I really appreciate it. You know, I was thinking of doing almost order the takeaway to come sort of a bit later, midstream. So I think I'll survive. I'll survive through until I cook my own dinner. But thank you very much, Bacon Warrior. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Bacon Warrior joins and has been supporting the Discord and been active in it for a long time. So yeah, thank you very much, Bacon Warrior. Again, very, very kind of you. And yeah, takeaway fund, absolutely. Thank you very much, Stuart Phonics, for the like. Good afternoon from London to Will Devi. How are we doing for like 709? There we go, we've done it. 700, fantastic. Thank you so much. Amazing, amazing. 700 likes. Goodness me. What's also amazing me about this stream, guys, and I'm genuinely surprised, is that so many of you have stuck through it for so long, and I know people are going in and out, which is great, and obviously feel free to, but it's really an honour that so many of you have come to join us for this. I do very much feel like we have an airplane full of our community here. It's great. It's really great. I thought people would. Well, I didn't know what I thought really. I've just never done it, but chuffed. I'm chuffed. Chuffed is the word. Oh dear, Benson G says the Piper Arrow and Cherokees are good fun but boring to work on. Ask me how I know. Oh dear. Is that work on from an engineering perspective? I assume. Goodness me. How long have we been going? 7.5 hours. That's it. Breeze through 7.5 hours. Brilliant stuff. Right. Yeah, thank you again, Bacon Warrior. I'm losing out on the chat now. It's it's all picked up. How much time left for landing? Aeroplane thinks 7:20. So that gives us 3 hours. Just 3 hours, guys. It's just 3 hours. It's nothing now. We're basically there. Start putting your tray tables up. It's all done. The long haul's done. I was so excited. I woke up this morning. I was nervous because this is just firstly the airplane is so unfamiliar to me, but also having never done a long haul stream, it was just something I didn't really know what I was getting myself in for. But yeah, really been enjoying it. And look, even our cabin, cabin's happy. It's great. Simon Clark says, do you get ATC on X-Plane 11 like you do on Microsoft Flight Simulator? I'm using VATSIM, so I'm connected to VATSIM, which is exactly the same controllers and other traffic as it is in Microsoft Flight Simulator. But you can have air traffic control. I think there is air traffic control in X-Plane, but it's just AI. So, you know, if you want to use it, a bit like in Microsoft Flight Simulators, I don't use it at all, to be honest. I'd rather use VATSIM now. But I used to use ATC when I played Flight Simulator X. Alexander, our long haul pilot, our resident long haul pilot, said, what do you do at this point? Just normal chatting things, chatting in the cockpit, checking the fuel quantities, interval timestamps, monitoring the general systems, eating sometimes, getting to crew rests. Yeah, there you go. Crew rest would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, very good. Having a bit of a chat. I mean, it's funny, we all started this and we said, how could we, you know, what are we going to do all this time? Why is technical difficulties highlighted on that menu? That's a bit concerning. Let's give him another drink. I don't want technical difficulties. There's that sign that the simulator's about to give us something. Yeah, so yeah, we've managed to sit here for 7.5 hours chatting away. I know obviously there's 360 of us and not 2 of us, but that perhaps does ease the conversation. Anyway, thank you, Alexander. Yeah, I thought so. There was some debate as to whether the pilots on a long haul flight would not debate. There was some discussion as to whether they would watch a film or anything, but I was pretty confident that wouldn't happen. So glad to see I'm right. Certainly wouldn't happen on the short haul. Shaylen Hobbs says, congrats on 30,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. That's why we're doing it. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Simon Clark does like the 350 cockpit layout. I would bet money that there's no way Airbus will consider a 4-engine version, because this is effectively replacing like the A340. So no, 4-engine aircraft are a thing of the past now. Sadly, it's done. Even the 380, the last most modern one, is not really around at the moment. I hope we get to see it back in the skies soon. But yeah. Yeah, Alexander's the external lights are not great. Agreed. Yeah, I know. It's a shame. This was a really good looking add-on for the whole cruise in the daylight, but it's definitely dropped a little bit. I almost feel like turning off the beacon. Now, okay, I'm going to do this. I thought about doing it earlier, and I thought, no, that's silly. But I'm going to have to do it. I want to find out what happens if we turn off the cabin lights now and make our passengers go to sleep. Look at that, it works! Unbelievable. Okay, that's good. It's just earned a few extra points in my mind. And let's turn off the cockpit lights, which are all down here, I believe. Is that it? Just going on the integral lighting now. There we go. Unbelievable. So that says to me that this Oh, there's a glitch happening there. There's red showing through. That is slightly unnerving. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let's sort that out. Oh, we don't want pedestal floodlight. No, that doesn't do anything. So the floodlight is obviously like the dome light. Yeah, anyway, big kudos points because that did work. Now, why is it all red on top of the fuselage? I don't like that. Or is it just reflection? That's very strange. Anyway, good stuff. Keep it nice and bright in here. Keep us awake. Keep the viewers awake so you can actually see something on the screen. But yeah, I like when these things actually interact. So let's go. Well, I suppose we can go back there, can't we? Pilots will probably get asked to turn off those wing lights. There we go. Have everyone snoozing. Yeah, this is proper flight simulator stuff, isn't it? Brilliant. Let's have a nice dim. That's a bit bright. I'm trying to watch my third film of the flight by now. I probably wouldn't want to have that glaring on my screen. There we go. There we go. Cruising along. No problems. Excellent. Right, sorry, back into the chat. I've literally been playing with the simulator there. Where was I? Lath says, why the A380, my friend? I used to prefer the A380, but now I prefer 777-8. The 380 is just great as a passenger. It's really quiet, and I think it looks great, and I think it's got great avionics and systems, but it's just so quiet to be on. It's lovely, and it doesn't get affected by turbulence. I've never been on a 747-8 either. I don't really see them around in Europe very often, so I know Lufthansa has them. Robert Pilcher, we ordered our Chinese takeaway last night at 17:15. It took over 4 hours. 4 hours? Are you kidding? No way. Oh dear, Robert, that's not good. Maybe I need to order dinner now. 800 next. Yeah, if we can get to 800 likes. 800 likes would be amazing, everyone. Surely, I mean, I'm amazed we've got to 700 because we've had a constant sort of 350 to 400 viewers for the whole stream, which is incredible, by the way. I'm incredibly humbled. But that does suggest that I assume people must be coming back. But if we can get to 800, that'd be amazing. Speedbake, we're going to fly over 1,000 likes. Yeah, that would be great. Those 8 dislikes were people expecting a 2-hour max stream. Yeah, yeah. I can imagine this isn't for everyone. 8 dislikes is quite a lot, but it's one of those things. It's not going to be for everyone. This, I can imagine that. Are we going to the moon? We are. Yeah, we are. It is there. Oh, there we go. Can we see our colleague in front? No, the lights anyway aren't showing. The sunset and night flying in Microsoft Flight Simulator we did the other day it blew me away, especially the sunset as you saw the Earth's shadow. It was so good looking. It was incredible. Oh, let's check. If we turn off this, can I see out? Good, that gets rid of the reflections, so we'll do that for the approach so we can actually see the runway. Steve says, with COVID and all, it's nice to hear a human being's live voice and also talk with everyone in chats. Brilliant. Yeah, and that's why I like being here. It's great to just sort of sit and chat and relax with people enjoying Flight Simulator and aviation, and the Airbus especially. So thank you all for coming along. Chickpoint, just using your stream as my in-flight entertainment, currently en route from Edinburgh to Castro. Excellent. Yeah, please do. Will you be passing over India? No, we won't pass over India, Akash. Sorry. No, we're going to stop off just before then. We're going to head down to the Maldives, just off the coast of Sri Lanka. Steve's just thinking of doing a sim instructor's course. Any you'd recommend? What do you mean, Steve? Which sort of courses are you doing? Shaden says congrats on 30k subs. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. again, I've probably missed a whole load of chat by now. Terrible. Giuseppe Gaming Infinite says the 380 is alive. China Southern Airlines is still flying there, and they plan to keep doing so. Good, and I know Emirates are, so that's good. You should do a 15-hour flight, Sam AD. Well, I thought long haul. This has to be a long. Oh no, I've done it. Oh. Good, we got it back. Though any of you who missed it, I accidentally just went to Toga there, but we fixed it quick enough. I think no one noticed. I shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, I thought about doing a 12-hour flight, but then I couldn't fit it into the day very easily without family and loved ones probably never speaking to me again. So I've gone with a 9 hours. I figured that was 9.5, and also I don't want to go over 12-hour stream, so that means I need an hour to set up, half an hour to taxi in. So we need a flight time of 10 hours basically is the limit, maybe 10.5, just so we don't get ourselves unstuck with YouTube's limitations. I mean, I'm amazed we've managed to get away with it this far. I really am. X-Plane Mobile. Jari is going to play soon. Yeah, X-Plane Mobile is good stuff. I used to use that a lot. I really like Aerofly FS. The best pro blogger 630 says, hey you, £2 donation. Thank you very much. That's very kind. Why is it not showing up properly? That's a bit of a strange one, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Very kind. £2 donation from the best pro blogger. Thank you. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for your contribution to the stream. Yeah, very kind of you. Again, very humbling. You guys are so supportive. Thank you. 1,000 likes would be for the win, definitely. Hayden J. Robbins. 760. Okay, we're getting there. We could do it. If we could get 1,000 over the next sort of 2 hours, maybe a different audience. Maybe as America comes to life over if they wake up. But yeah, thank you very much, the best pro blogger 630. I'm missing the end of the username. Sadly, it's cut off slightly. What have I missed? Baffling Lab says, how is that thing still in the air? Seems like you've been up there since last year. Are you cheating again? No, so far we've kept it honest. We've got 30 tons of fuel still, so we should be landing with 16. Yeah, we're doing well, and we've saved a bit of time. Oh, there you go, step out. Now what about... So, in the little Airbus, I would know quite easily how to change this to show me the fuel at each waypoint. How can I get that to do this here? Don't want to do it direct. Insert next waypoint, delete. No. Hold, no. Airway, no. Overfly, no. Enable alternate, definitely not. New destination constraints. Nope, none of those. Distance track. Okay, yeah, no, it's none of those. Our top of descent's there at 18:55, so we've got the time. So top of descent is in 2.5 hours. Yeah, gosh, nothing is it? 2.5 hours. Moon is looking good in this sim, absolutely. 8 dislikes to 9. Oh dear. Lath says, to be honest, you're making me prefer the 380. Excellent. The more supporters of it we can get, the better. Turtle Kite, enjoy your food. Thanks for coming along. We'll have to take another break soon. It'll be the last break of the stream. Happy New Year to Mad Matuk, or Mad Matt UK, that should be, I'm imagining, 1, 2, 3. Happy New Year to you. It's going to be one of the best streams ever. I have had a look through YouTube to find pilots who fly long haul. They are as rare as hens. It's great to see a pilot who flies in Airbus. Yeah, well, I'm not a real Airbus long haul pilot. That's the. I hope that's clear. Yeah, I wrote in the title, right? Real A320 pilot. Okay, good. So no, long haul is very rare, and it's rare to see the full long haul flight streamed on YouTube. No, I say it's rare. There are streamers who do that. I shouldn't say that, but it's rare for me. I've never done it, so I wanted to give it a go, and I was encouraged by my community, definitely encouraging it. And that's the reason we're here today. But it's been amazing. I've absolutely loved this, actually. It's gone so fast, so fast. I can't believe we're into the second half, thinking about descending. Do you ever use FLS in the real Airbus, or is it a rare feature? FLS? I'm not sure what you mean. I do apologise. Alexander Pasuto says, I'm going to send you a link to a really good representation of the 350 on Discord. Is that okay? And you can show everyone. Yeah, send the link, Alexander. Send it on the Discord. I won't be able to show on the screen though. I don't have that ability. You could post it into the Discord if it's something you think people would be interested in. Yeah, I'll make a complete mess of things if I try and bring Discord onto the screen. That would not go down well. Simon Clark says it'd be great if British Airways invested in the 747-800s. Yeah, I think it's just, I don't think we're going to see many of those either. Fesix says, I also learn not to take every dislike on my videos personally, especially if it's only a few percent. Yeah, absolutely. No, there's nothing we can do about that. I'm honoured that 771 of you have been so generous as to come and like the video. So yeah, if we reach 800, that'll be amazing. So thank you all so much. This is incredibly kind. 747-8 is not for sale anymore. No, there you go. Mike Tender says, I just want to say thank you so much for your videos. They have helped me so much in learning to fly the A320 NEO in FS 2020. Next up, I need to get a microphone so I can learn VATSIM. Yeah, VATSIM it's great fun. Take your time with it. You'll enjoy it. Just don't get too worried about it. There's loads of great tutorials out there. But that's so kind of you to come and say, Mike. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you. And I'm always chuffed when someone's learned something from the videos. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, Richard V, the dislikes are a sign we're reaching a wider audience. There we go, absolutely. 777 likes. We missed 350 likes. I should have had a big moment for that, but we've passed 777 likes now. Late, yeah. If America wakes up, yeah. Sean Maguire, America checking in. Watch the takeoff around 2 AM my time. Called it a few hours of sleep and I'm back for the end. Excellent. That's what I was hoping could happen. Brilliant. Where are we above? We're just heading out to sea. We're getting into our ETOPS range. Yeah. So we do all sorts of checks. I'm assuming Alexander Pasuto would know exactly what we would be doing at this point. I imagine extra checks for ETOPS, or is it just part of a flight planning? Some things are a big deal to plan, but then when you do them, they're not a big deal. So it could be that ETOPS just means carry on monitoring. Some things, like going on a North Atlantic tracks, I assume are a bit more involved because you've got to get to your waypoints at the right time and separation and so on. But we're doing our own separation here. Not at all how it would be done in real life. I think there's the traffic behind us. Brilliant. Brilliant. Fake Warrior, agreed. Normal stream time now. Yeah, absolutely. Not much to go. Yeah, the best pro blogger. Thank you again. But yeah, I couldn't read your full name. That's one of the longer usernames we've seen. There's a drop down box next to out. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo Gamma. Perfect. So here we go. Let's just see if this looks reasonable. So we should start our descent with 16.5 tons of fuel. So explain to me how we're going to land with 16 tons of fuel. Optimistic, I think, but it reckons, I suppose if it does it all at idle, maybe it is that efficient. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't burn much taxi fuel and its final reserve fuel is very low, so perhaps it's going to be okay. Let's hope so. Yeah, that's great. Look at that. Fantastic. Thank you. Good spot. See, these are just a few things you definitely have to learn, and then you could probably do okay with this 350. No terrain beneath us now, out over the water. suppose we'd have the weather showing. Does it have any weather? Well, they're all... Wind that range out a bit. Great stuff. 790 likes. Look at that. Brilliant. We're so close. Imagine if we reached 1,000. Imagine if we reached 1,000. I can't even believe it. Do you fly the NEO on Microsoft Flight Simulator? I do indeed, Llewellyn. I do fly the NEO, and we did a stream 2 days ago on my channel. You can watch us do a live flight we streamed from Dublin to Bergen. That was good fun. I enjoyed that. Stuart says, enjoyed the stream very much. That's very kind. Thank you, Stuart. I'm glad you have. Brilliant. John Armstrong, Control C. Oh, I don't know if I've missed something there. I'm definitely not going to try any sudden moves on the keyboard at this stage in the day. Alexander Pasuto, no worries then. Again, I'm slightly behind. This is not an online server, Laith. This is a VATSIM. We're just connected to VATSIM. Happy New Year to Roman. Can anybody recommend a good safety tutorial for VATSIM? Yeah, there's some people in the chat have much better ideas than me, and I haven't done anything on it yet. AK, great video. I'm glad you're enjoying it, AK. 804 likes. We've done it. Amazing. Thanks so much. Dartux says no trip went sad. No, we did a total one. I did try and download it into it, but it didn't take. It didn't seem to take. Yeah. So what I should have done is gone through each waypoint and written it in, but I just put in the overall component for the whole flight because we've flown the flight exactly as we would. Jari is playing X-Plane Mobile. Excellent. Enjoy. Fly 24. Call sign Virgin 30 Kilo. Just noticed that after 8 hours, so many subs. Yeah, yeah. 30 Kilo for 30,000 subs. That's it. That's why we're here. That's why we got a long haul. Are you playing some VATSIM? Yeah, we are on VATSIM. Climb 410. Oh yeah, climb 410. That step deleted. We totally sailed through it. Optimus 385. Well, actually, oh well, I'm gonna do it anyway. So let's. I don't think it's making much difference at this point because we still got our 16 tons of fuel, but cruise. Optimus 385. Recommend X 425. I've never been up to 410, and I want to see. There's no one above us. In fact, yeah, we'll win now. We'll be the tallest, the highest. Still 12 miles ahead. Thrust come open climb. Now, the only downside of this is that is a fast Mach number. We'll probably start to catch up on Enrico in front. I'll just have to watch out because as you go higher, your true airspeed will be better. You see, for that Mach number, it may mean that we're going a bit faster. Depends. It depends how the Mach number reduces, actually. We'll see. TASA 502. Let's see what happens. Wow, 410. We're going up in the world, literally. It's going to take us 10 miles to get there. Yeah, serious climb, that. It feels almost not worth it because we're 2 hours away, but then you think, for 2 hours, we definitely should be choosing the right cruise level. It's funny. Not made much difference to the timings, but there we go. And this is great. You see, this is really well done. It's all updated to 410. This is a really good aeroplane. It's a really good add-on. I like it a lot. Fuel burns right down to 3.2. Amazing. 3.2 in the climb even, sorry. So we'll see what happens as we get up there. And then we can see the thrust is at 100%. Very unusual. $800 likes, yeah, amazing. Thank you guys so much. 105. Can we make it to 1,000? I mean, 1,000 would be incredible, but I don't want to get too greedy. I think 900 can be a good target from here, because 700 was outrageous. I didn't think we'd reach 700. Spam and Squid said, whenever I fly the A350, I tend to put 5 to 7% of fuel extra, as its burn isn't as efficient as the computer calculates for some reason. There's a way to fix it in the plane settings manager like aero stuff. Okay, yeah. Well, we took extra fuel, exactly. I thought we'd arrive with a bit more than we're going to, so there we go. Yeah, 1,000 likes does seem possible. If you guys can make it, 1,000 would be an absolute Amazing record for us. Here we go through 40,000. This is great fun. What's the cabin altitude doing? It's not even at 8,000 yet. I wonder what the absolute maximum of this airplane is. Again, normally I have on my Wikipedia facts, but I can give you the wingspan if that interests you. It's pretty much double the 320, 64.7. Not even double actually, not even double the 320 wingspan. So not even interesting fact for that. Mateo, thank you. Mateo's doing well. 830, amazing. What is dangerous high oil temperature when flying? It would just depend on your airplane. Mac out star, there we go, leveling off, 41,000 feet. My goodness, we are so high. So we were, okay, 525, TAS of 500. Okay, it hasn't changed. So yeah, because of the Mach number, we're fine. We should be fine. Good stuff. Right. Yeah, oil temperature, if I go to engine, it's going to be whatever this said, whenever this complains. So currently it looks like 165 degrees seems absolutely fine. Yeah, it's just depends on your airplane, because it would depend where the temperature's measured from and so on, all sorts of things. Darkspan, what's the outside view? There you go. It's a bit of a shame really, it's not working out so well. That's quite nice. Could a real life 350 fly BRS to, is that Cancun? Like the Dreamliner? I don't know. It's a bit bigger. It's in fact it's significantly bigger than the 787, the 350. It is significantly bigger. Certainly a 350-1000 is much bigger than a 787-800. 350 in the cabin, 70 in the hold. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. 440 viewers. We've got a huge amount of hold passengers now. Excellent. $800 likes for SimPilot with people travelling in the cargo hold. I'm sure we can get to 1,000. Yeah, I would hope so. That'd be amazing. 837, you guys, it's amazing. Far too generous. Unpopular opinion: 737 Max is safer than 787. Well, that's definitely your opinion, and you know it's unpopular. I won't even comment on that. Getting dark out of the North Sea now. So, oh, is it? Yeah, it's dark out my windows now. It was dark when I started. Tony can't join us up there. Pegged at decimal 81 flight for 370, only 9 knots slower. Oh, sorry, Tony. Yeah, well done. Let me. So Tony has taken off from Muscat and is joining us for the last leg. But yeah, this is what happens. Long haul aircraft just come storming in at the last minute. This is where they come into their own. They just cruise. There's someone down there. Oh no, where are they going? Yeah, someone's flying into. Someone just did a long haul. Oh no, short haul flight. Someone flew from Colombo to the Maldives. But here we go, here's our train. We've got Tony coming in behind. We've got the Speedbird 61. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much to Speedbird 61 and Enrico for flying along with us today. That's amazing. Amazing effort. And thank you all for coming along to watch as well. That's great. That is brilliant. Take a screenshot of the four of us heading out to sea. What a day it's been, eh? Forgot the time watching and didn't cook dinner. Excellent, yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Died 42, Australian $10 donation. Thank you so much. Says, thanks for the stream and congrats on 30k. Have a safe landing. We'll have to rewatch later. Here's my ticket for the flight. Thank you so much, Died. That's really kind. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you've been enjoying the stream. I'm chuffed to bits that you guys have been so supportive. And thank you so much for coming along. And thank you for your donation. And yeah, enjoy your dinner. Feel free to watch the replay at your leisure. It should work. I'm hoping YouTube will allow it to be up as one video. I think there's a 12-hour limit. So yeah, thank you very much, Died42, very kind of you. Window Seat, good to see you. Good evening, ladies and gents, and have a happy new year. Oh, good evening to you, Window Seat. Window Seat, our engineer, resident engineer, Airbus engineer. So we've had somebody who's training to be an Airbus engineer in the chat, Window Seat, who's also Lord P on the chat. But yeah, Diode 42, very kind of you. Have a good dinner or breakfast or lunch, whatever you're having where you are. And thank you very much. Checkpoint is going to Denmark. Yeah, excellent. Hayden's in the hold as well. Yeah, there's a good 100 of you now down there. So the hold will start getting cramped. Is oil consumption model with the 350? Ooh, good question. I haven't been paying enough attention. It was 18 something. I doubt it, to be honest. I doubt it. Although it does have a maintenance option on here, so maybe it does. The cell temperature. If I turn on the anti-ice, does it show me? No, and I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you if that is modelled, I must admit. Still 12 miles behind, doing well. Service ceiling is 43,100. Oh, so we could go even further. 43,000. It's a bit close to the sun, isn't it? But we could do it. Darkspan, we've gone outside already. Yep, we have done outside view. Right, I'm going to have to skip through that. Tom says, any tips for learning air law? I have my first PPL exam soon. Gosh, air law is one of those topics. I can't help you because I know that they've changed the exam style if you're doing your PPL in the UK anyway. But no, I can't think back to any good tips for that. It's hard work, I know, but good luck. I hope you do well. I hope it goes well. I'm sure it will. Rule says, is he flying or is the Christmas lighting decoration? I'm not sure. It does look like Christmas lighting on the outside. I can see what you mean there. So could we go up to 430? I think our recommended max flight level is higher. I can feel a few of us getting itchy now trying to do test pilotsy things. No, 426 is our max. Happy New Year to you, Window Seat. Happy New Year indeed. Have I missed so many things in the chat? Oh dear. I see you over the water. I know you guys are flying together. Great stuff. A few guys on the from the Discord organised their own group flight, I think last night. So those of you who aren't on the Discord, do have a go and joining in there, because they do some great things, and they organise their own group flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator just yesterday, where they flew up to Rovaniemi again. So yeah, it's good fun. Sorry I couldn't make it, guys. I was busy trying to set this up. The best pro blogger is working on Roblox Studio. I'm not entirely aware of what Roblox Studio is, to be honest. I do struggle. Happy holidays to Zvonko3211. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Happy holidays to you. Oh, and we've got Marcus, €5 donation. How's it going? Well, that is quite quite a little graphic to go with that. It's going well. Thank you very much. We thank you very much for your €5 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the support, and thank you for coming along to the stream, Marcus. And thank you for choosing such a fantastic animation. Tom, I'll let you know how my PPL goes. Yeah, good luck to you. I hope it goes well. Grows the Moon says, what's the difference between TAS and ground speed? Ground speed is your speed relative to the ground, but I got no idea what really TAS. Okay, we'll do that in just a second. Inhuman reactions, we did talk about it earlier. It depends. If you're not into X-Plane 11 and you're not going to use it for anything else, it depends how much you love the 350, but graphically and so on, you'll probably find if you're used to Microsoft Flight Simulator, it doesn't quite match up. It's good for X-Plane 11, and it's a great detailed system add-on, but personally I wouldn't get a simulator just for this. But you know, if a great 380 came out in P3D, you'd probably find me in P3D, so I know how it feels. But this is obviously the older simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator is improving all the time, whereas this is very much at its, I think it's at the final version anyway, before we expect X-Plane 12 to be the next version. But this add-on is improving, no doubt, but it's just not up to the comparison of, like, for example, the 787 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's not even close graphically. Systems-wise, it's much better, obviously, but yeah. Right, difference. What is TAS? So, ground speed is 501 knots. That's our speed over the ground. The TAS 499 is our true airspeed. So, this is our indicated airspeed, where it shows up at 260 knots. The reason it's only 260 knots is because of the fact the air is thinner up here. So this is measured by air hitting the front of the airplane. Because it's thin, it doesn't sense as much pressure. It's done on the pressure on the front of the airplane, and there's less pressure up here, there's less air. So that is what it is appearing to be on the pitot tube, which is all you've got in like your Cessna. But airliners have air data computers that then take into account the temperature and your altitude and the altitude pressure and the pressure outside, and then they convert that into your actual speed. So we are moving through the air at 500 knots, which is why, because there's no headwind, there's just a crosswind here, so it's not really changing our speed forwards. That's why our ground speed is 500 knots as well. They match. So that's what they are. If we had a tailwind, the ground speed would increase. So the true airspeed is actually how fast you're moving through the air, but it doesn't affect your ability to stall or anything, which is why we have to fly based on indicated airspeed. You can't fly on the true airspeed because it's, you know, this is a representation of pressure at the front of the airplane, but also, of course, how much lift you can get out of the wings. I've just missed a donation. Marcus, Fonoa Atang, £5 donation. Thank you very much. This is fantastic. Thank you for your work. I'm glad you think so. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming along to the stream, and I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Very kind of you, Fonoa Atang. £5 donation. I really appreciate it. I'm starting to wonder, how on earth did we manage to stream ever for 2 hours? Because it feels like we couldn't do anything in 2 hours. I know most streams are sort of most of my streams average about 3, but I feel like I've just about had time to talk about everything today. 848 likes, we're doing well. Let's see if we can get to 900. SB, good to see you. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for coming along, SB, long time viewer. Thank you very much for coming along and saying so. And follower, thank you again for your donation. I'm sure I've missed some other questions. Sorry, everyone. Diode's off to sleep. Or I hope so soon if it's 3 AM there. So thank you, Diode42, for coming along. Enjoy so much how everybody is participating. I had the privilege to be at the start of the episode, technology, engineering, and the flight. Excellent, George Drubble. Thank you so much for coming along. And yeah, I agree. This is what's always great about this group. They're so helpful to each other. Yeah. Oh my goodness, a €5 donation from Window Seat, our very own engineer. Thank you, Window Seat, for that. They're very kind. It's fingers crossed to a year of more flights, more flying, and aviation back to normal. Keep up the great work. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, Window Seat. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. And thank you for being such a part of the community over the last year as well. Really appreciate it. Window Seat came along and went full energy into the community and on Discord, and has been helping out and sharing lots of valuable insight. Window Seat is an Airbus engineer for us, so incredibly kind of you for taking the time, and thank you very much for your donation. Thank you, Window Seat. Happy New Year to you. A Burnt Nugget, great name, says how long till we land? At the moment, 2.5 hours, 2 hours 20 even, and I reckon we could be even quicker than that. 850 likes, we've done it. 862, yeah, we're getting there, we're getting there. It's on the floor, cost extra, yeah, for those of you in the hold. Yeah. Now, if I hear too much complaining from those in the hold, we're going to have to take some of that heat and put it into the cabin and leave the holds a bit cooler. So I hope there's not too much complaining going on. Do you wish you had the 350 flight deck tech in the 320? I'm starting to. The more I use it, this is nice. I'm liking this system. But you open this, it's like, oh, this is familiar. I do like this. It works. So But yeah, there are some nice things. Oh my goodness, another donation. Ghostly Demon, thank you very much for coming along. £10 donation, very kind. Ghostly Demon says, thanks for creating this wonderful community and for teaching us all so much. Here's to another year of it. Thank you so much, Ghostly Demon. And yes, fingers crossed to another year of it. And thank you all for joining in the community. And thank you for your donation again, Ghostly Demon, of course. It's really appreciated. Happy New Year to you. I hope you're doing very well. Presumably in the UK, £10. But yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for coming along and joining in the community. I've seen you on the Discords joining in. Yeah, very kind. Oh my goodness, I'm missing so many chats. Mate Varga, another donation. Thank you very much. Hungarian Foreigns 400. Can you briefly explain ELAC, SEC and FAC? Thank you very much for the donation, Mate. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you, Ghosty Demon. Thank you, Windows C. Thank you, Mate. So, ELAC, elevator, aileron control, SEC, spoiler, elevator control, FAC, flight augmentation computer. To be honest with you, all you need to know is they're flight control computers. They're different on this, I can see. We've got primary ones. SEC 1. Sorry, just something to sort out in the house here. But yeah, so we've got basically each of those computers. The ELAC controls elevators and ailerons, the SEC controls spoilers and elevators, and the FAC, I think the FAC controls, is it rudder and elevator or rudder and spoiler? Anyway, essentially they control different flight controls. You've got several of them on boards and repeats. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and the idea is they are then the computers that the Airbus uses to control the aeroplane. So if one of them breaks, you've got another one to take over. If you basically only need 1 or even 2, 1 you can fly, 2 of them is better. If you have at least 2 of them, the airplane will be completely flyable, even if all the others fail. And you have 7 on the normal A320, so that's what they are. Yeah. Paul Waring says, are you directly involved in the A320 project? Are you expecting to switch to Microsoft Flight Simulator at some point where that sim surpasses X-Plane 11? I'm not directly involved with the fly-by-wire team. They occasionally talk to me. They're very communicative, very nice. But no, I haven't been helping them. I've just been doing my videos on it, and they've been doing amazing work all on their own. Yeah, so I could not take any credit. I'm not directly involved. They are doing all the work there, the fly-by-wire A320 team. I just get to enjoy their product. George Trouble says, compliments, such a good job, so much fun to get people into aviation. Absolutely agree. Yeah, thank you for coming along. Sorry about that, guys, just sorting something out here. Right. Steve says, how about activating the cargo hold fire extinguishers? Might cool it down. Yes, that would certainly cool it down, but no, we won't resort to that yet. Is it possible to fly holding with the fly-by-wire version 0.5? Not yet, but I'm going to try it soon. But I don't think that's working at the moment. It may be. They update it every day, pretty much. Oh, window seat's got a much better FAC. FAC is rudder trim, rudder travel limits, yaw damping, flight envelope, and wind shear detection, plus a few other things off somewhere. There you go. Yeah. So that controls, for example, the loads of things. But FACs are very important. I do know the FACs are very important. If there's a bump in the runway, there'll be a row of head-shaped dents in the cabin floor. Yes. Yeah. 439. They definitely will. 869 likes. We're nearly there. Nearly at 700. Sorry, 900. How much time left, Tobias? Still 2 hours 15, I'm afraid. It's a normal stream now. How would he get back from the Maldives is a good question, John. Play Metic says, you're an absolute madman for doing this for 10 hours. I'm watching your stream while flying easy from Gatwick to Belfast on VATSIM. Excellent. I hope your flight's going well. Yeah, this was a challenge that we set, and I say I set myself this idea, so I've only myself to blame. But I was definitely encouraged by the community. I would say that. I would definitely say that. The cat is just complaining. The cat does that when she wants to talk. Sorry, yeah, I muted it. I don't know how I muted it. I apologise for that. How far did I get? What was I saying? This is what happens. There we go. Sorry about that, everyone. I don't know what I missed there, muting it. Yeah, we are still going. Jamie FH, yeah. I recognise that name from earlier. I can't believe I muted it again. I've done that before. See, I said that big green light that I've got on my new microphone does help me say new. It's been in a lot of the videos, but I still managed to mess it up. Yeah. Greetings, Stephen. From Sofia, Bulgaria, where I moved from UK. Fantastic, Stephen. I hope you're doing well in Sofia. I've been to Sofia. It's absolutely fantastic. Amazing city. So yeah, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, the reason Richard is saying that is because we've run out of space in the cabin at 415 viewers. So now there's about 100 of us. Well, we're down to about 60 actually in the hold. Yeah, we did have 100 not long ago. I think we're going to have to go for a break soon, just because I'm obviously starting to lose my ability to press all the right buttons. Windows Seat says you'll have to invest in VR. The Microsoft Flight Simulator with VR is a game changer and so easy with the mouse controls. Yeah, that's good to know. It does look really good, Windows Seat. I do agree. And you have the HP Reverb G2, do you now, Windows Seat? I remember you were talking on the Discord about it. Happy New Year. Very kind. A donation of Ron. I don't know Ron. I'm really sorry. Ron 100 from Leonte. Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. That's very kind of you. Very generous. Thank you for your very kind donation. I feel terrible when I don't recognise the name. Let's see. I've got to get that right. Romanian Lou. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Thank you for your donation. And yeah, I hope you are doing very well. Am I getting the name right, Ian? But Happy New Year to you. Thank you for coming along. Very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. Joel's going to ride on the wing. Ian, it's very, very kind. I hope I get that name right. I do try, but is it Ian? Hopefully. Very kind of you. It means a lot to the channel, Ian, and I hope you're doing well in Romania. I haven't seen much from the news from Romania, so I hope that's a good thing. But I know a lot of countries are focusing. The news is obviously focusing on themselves at the moment. But anyway, doesn't matter all that. Happy New Year to you. Thanks for coming to the stream. And thank you for your donation. Yeah, very kind. Where am I in the chat? I can see a lot of questions. Mate says, so 30-hour flight on 100,000 subs. Yeah, exactly. You know it. Maybe we'll do back-to-back. 100,000 subs, thankfully, will be so far away that I can make any wild promise. Was I saying I was going to buy the Holdies a drink? Was I? I'm sure some drinks will spill down there over the flight. George has done a long haul flight on a 321 XLR from Amsterdam to Papa Echo Kilo. Seems like a long way. Amazing low fuel consumption. Fantastic job Toliss did with fuel management and active trimming. Yeah, it's clever stuff. They've really worked hard. So the NEO update is very good. Yeah. 877 likes. We're getting there. Nearly at 900. It's possible. Lich Feeder has been here the whole time now. Amazing. And John Armstrong. I mean, loads of these names have been here the whole time. Thank you guys so much. And there's another donation. Let's Play PC Games. Thank you very much. £4.99 donation. Been watching from the start. Really enjoying the stream. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so chuffed that you guys have enjoyed it. I really didn't know what to expect, but that's great. It's as long as you guys are enjoying it, that's what it's all for. And thank you so much for your kind donation. Let's Play PC Games. Really appreciate it. Baltage says, hi, do you have Instagram, and if not, will you make one for the channel? I don't have Instagram, and no, I don't see myself making one. I don't know what I could do with it. I really wouldn't know what I was going to post. I'm not allowed to post pictures from work, so as you can probably imagine. Lath says, what does a captain handle? Throttle, direction of a plane, gear, flaps, brakes. What does he handle? The captain and the co-pilot, or the captain and the first officer, both do all of those things. You just swap over. Yep. You move the controls, you land, you take off, all those things. Captain would do it, and so would the FO. Would you recommend an SSD for flight sim? I only have an HDD. I don't know. Some more technical-minded people would know better. I have an SSD, I must admit, which does help for the loading times. Sorry there guys, I am still here, I promise. Stephen White, I love your channel. You taught me how to fly the A320 right from the beginning. Fantastic, that's really great, Stephen. I'm really glad to hear it. Thanks so much. Window Seat says, I had a nice job at work the other day. I changed my first sharklet. Oh wow, what happened to the old sharklet? It was a good 8-hour job removing it. Panels of disconnection from within the wing, 8 bolts holding it on, all sealed. Wow. I didn't know you could remove them that easily. I thought they might get cut off or something. What happened to the old sharklet, out of interest, if you can tell us? Get an SSD, you will notice a difference on everything. There you go. So, sounds like an SSD is the way forwards. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, see, I was talking nonsense and everyone says you need an SSD. See you later, Jahari. Got to go do something. See ya. Thank you very much for coming along. Thanks for joining so much of the stream. Homero Felix says, my FS 2020 keeps broken when I try to do flights with the 320 NX on most planes. How do you feel about FS instability compared to X-plane? I'm very frustrated because I learned so much with your channel, with your tutorial. So, yeah, I agree. It is frustrating. That's why I was avoiding doing a stream in FS 2020 for so long. But we managed the last flight. You know, we did a whole flight from Dublin to Bergen. We had different weathers. We went from day to night in the modded airplane with delivery. I think it's improved a lot, the stability, I must say, because I didn't think that wasn't even possible not long ago. What don't I like about the stability? I don't like the way Microsoft updates the simulator and the mod breaks. The mod is how the Airbus... No, the mod is better than the Airbus should have been provided to us, the default 320. But the default 320, it wasn't a case of missing features when it launched. Sadly, it was a case of broken. Everything was broken in it, and that was more frustrating. I don't mind if they don't implement all of the statuses page and things like that, but it was just a shame it was so broken, whereas it wouldn't capture the RLS and all sorts of really bizarre things. It was just really confusing to try and use. So the fact that the mod has made it usable, it's a bit frustrating for them to then constantly break it when they update it. However, I completely understand that not everyone using Microsoft Flight Simulator is flying the 320, so they can't delay the updates just for us. We're one part of that community, so I get that, but that's it. So that's my thoughts on the stability. I wish they would just let the mod get fixed or get some warning before. Now you guys can probably hear the cat complaining. Okay, she might be complaining for a little while now. Inbound says, can you do a shout out to Barham, Adam and Alan? We are flying around the world and watching your tutorials eastbound from Luton and have made it to the Caribbean. Fantastic. Well, there's your shout out. Thank you so much. I'm glad the tutorials have helped, and enjoy your flight around the world, especially if you're doing that in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That must be pretty spectacular to inbound there. So yeah, Barham, Adam and Alan, thanks so much. And yeah, good luck to you. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it works out. Window seat, talking about the Sharklet, says it was a big job. It wouldn't fit in my car. No, I bet it wouldn't. They're about 6 feet tall, aren't they, the Sharklets? So just got red tagged and sent for repair. The ground crew hit the back end of it. Towing. Oh, goodness me. Knocked off 2 static discharges. Yeah, wow. That sounds expensive. Hayden J. Robbins doesn't think the quality of the stock planes of Microsoft was acceptable. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, we can see the wing. Yeah, should have had the wing lights on when I left for the last break. In FS 2020, our cottage is an office block. Yeah, John Armstrong, yeah. It does have problems like that. But it's pretty good, the fact there's even buildings in the right place. Giuseppe said there's no way to update the default 320 without breaking the mod because the mod piggybacks on the default. The more the mod will become independent, the less it will break. I see. There you go. Very good. Thank you. Interesting stuff. Giuseppe from Twin Flight. That's the magazine, I believe, or the magazine website. But honestly, there's been only one case in which the mod was broken for more than a few hours. That's true. The mod is usually fixed almost immediately. Almost immediately. Mike V, sorry if I missed it. Good morning from Texas. Great, yeah, I thought the Americans would come later on, so do please like if you're new to the video or you've been in bed. 885 likes. If we can get to 900, that'll be amazing. Definitely a new record by a long shot, so yeah. Oh, I think we got 1 subscription. We could find a whole load of subscriptions. Oh no, here we go. Okay, sorry, I'm going to have to pause the alert box. I'm really sorry for this, guys. Thank you for your subscriptions. I'll read them out, but the notifications just run for ages. I don't know why the bot does this. So let's go. El Sukara, Shiva, Sam, Vanares, Gay 152, Falcon 7275. Oh my goodness me. Jakey, Schlager, Juicy Boy, XD. No, Juice Boy, Juicy Boy. Daryl, Leslie, Captain Jake, Marvin, Novak, Sikila, Imadze, 2012 Ford Fusion 4-door sedan, Marius Monsen, Sanket Chafra, Joyti Sharma, Lee Kent. Oh, Peter Novak it was, sorry, yeah. Right, where were we? We've got RS Turbo 50, a few cars. Phil Sky, Jonas Carlson, Tyron Dingle. Mostly musical virtual trains and planes. Mostly musical virtual trains and planes. Brilliant. Lee Kent. Where did I get to? We did Phil Sky. L, of course, Gaming 97. Grafton 2011. Roberts. Cedric. Aviation Simulation. There's a good name. Strong name. Brody Perlman. I might miss the first name there, but we'll go with McGurk. And Sean Wilkinson. Thank you so much. Kai, yeah, if you could like the video, if all those new subscribers could like the video, that would do us really proud. Ludicrous. 891, thank you very much. Yeah, we're doing really well. God, I think we could do 900 pretty soon, any second. Well, we're still going. We are still going. Well, absolutely. Alan Story, thank you very much for your support, Alan. 889 likes, 101 to go to a record 1,000. Yeah, imagine 1,000 likes. That would be unbelievable. 2012 Ford Fusion 4-door sedan is an excellent name. I can agree with that. For the last Microsoft Flight Simulator update, the fly-by-wire was fixed over the night. Yeah, it's amazing how quickly they do that. And I don't know how they diagnose it. Incredible. It must be so difficult. How many hours left? 2. 2 hours left. Stream has been running for 8.5 hours. Insane. Madness. Isaac Chen, good to see you again. Says, I saw the departure before going to sleep. Just woke up. Nice stream. You're very welcome. Yeah, you could have had a full 8 hours sleep. Actually, you must have had about 7.5 hours sleep. 892. We're getting close now. $898. Any second. 2 more likes. Who's going to be there? Who's going to be there with the 900th? Has Discord been active? I haven't been into Discord. 899. The last moments now. This is the last few seconds, hopefully, as an 899 liked video. Oh yeah, Discord has been quite active. 900, there it is. Thank you so much for the like, whoever was there, who generously donated the last few likes. And thank you to all of you who've been donating throughout, donating of course, but also for liking the video as we go through. Really appreciate it. Richie Rose is back, great to see you. 900, we've done it. 900 likes. So can we do 1,000 before landing? Imagine 1,000 likes, which would be, yeah, amazing. What a day this has been. What a day. 914 already. 915, guys. Amazing. How are you guys doing it? Thanks so much. It's been 900 for ages here, says Robert. Oh dear, yeah, there could be a bit of a delay. Thank you very much, Essex. Yeah, I often forget to like videos when I'm watching, so I don't like to push for likes too much, but it's a bit of fun if we have a chance to break our own record here. 1,000 likes for the win. It's 1,000's becoming possible. 80 left to go. Thank you so much, guys. Oh no, the likes have suddenly dropped. What's happened there? Disaster. Oh no, back to 924. I don't know, I'm getting some delay here. Oh, the alert box is gone. Sorry, let me bring that back up. JSOD777, 12 euro donation. Thank you so much. Been lurking for a while. 15 years since my PPL, but thoroughly enjoying your informed tips and banter in these vids. That's great, JSOD777. That's really kind of you. 12 euro donation is greatly appreciated. Thank you for helping the channel. I'm glad you've been enjoying the video. Happy New Year to you. And 15 years since your PPL. I hope you're still getting to enjoy your PPL. But yeah, very kind of you to donate. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. I'm just going to jump into the flight deck to make sure we don't run out of fuel. Yeah, very kind of you, Jason. JSOD. So I think I hit Jason a few times there. It's getting late. 16 tons. Yeah, we're still doing okay. Still got 25 tons. Brilliant. Catching slightly on our colleague in front. Thank you, Jason, though. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Oh, we might find him. No, it's doing it again. Thank you for subscriptions to Daniel Woon, Young Woon, SSK123, Moulders 1000, David, Frederick, Tudis, Waitman, Paul Waitman, Adrian Bew, Mashamaro, J Bob. Oh my goodness, moving too fast. Tien, Kaba, James Woods, Kim Chung. Oh dear. Alex, Hugh, Gregor, Big Z, I really apologise. 10 hour single pilot ops on the 350 outstanding, Baumau says. Yeah, we're doing well. Single pilot 350. Although I must say we've got colleagues in front and 2 behind who have done very well as well. Discord has been really busy, loads of new members, but there's plenty more anyone else who'd like to join. Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. 924 likes, 928 likes, amazing. Thanks for your subscriptions. Matteo, 19 knots of crosswind on landing at Malé. Oh no. Yeah, it's been quite strong winds. That's not what we needed. I needed 5 knots and calm after all this. Yeah, sorry about the Streamlabs, everyone. I don't know why it's getting into this habit of just dumping all the subscriptions at once. I do apologise. Captain when he drinks at 1,000 likes in the hold. We'll see. We'll see if the hold earns it. Have you ever flown to Sofia? Says Stephen White. Yes. Yes, I have. But I've worked for several airlines, so yeah. Don't read too much into it, but I have flown to Sofia. It's yeah, really great city. Michael Brown, thank you very much, Michael Brown, for $1.99 donation. So grateful for these videos and the channel. I'm much better sim pilot thanks to this channel. That's amazing to hear. Thanks so much, Michael Brown. Yeah, brilliant. That's so good to hear. I'm so glad. Thank you so much for coming along to the stream and for donating towards the channel. I really appreciate it. Apologies again to you and to JSOD777 for the notification not coming up, but it's just, as you can see, Streamlabs is misbehaving a bit. But really appreciate it. $4.99 donation. Thank you very much, Michael. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for coming along. I mean, I can't believe how many of you have stayed for so long, or gone and come back again, or anything. Be careful, she likes to float. Yeah, I very sensitive in the flare when I tried to land yesterday. Get the landing excuses before 1,000 nautical miles, never mind 1,000 feet. Yeah, I suppose we should do that, really. So, landing excuses today. Nighttime, in the dark, so we're not going to have any lights around. And it's a real thing. It's called the black hole effect. When you land on an airport, and I promise this is real, I'm not making this one up. If you land on a runway at night where you haven't got any lights around, you lose context. Oh, there's our colleague in front. Fantastic. You lose context of the flare. It's harder to judge because you haven't got the sort of, if you had lights and cities around, then you can see the ground coming up more easily and the perspective and distances make more sense. But in a black hole, it's quite hard to do. So that's first excuse. Second excuse is everybody has told me that this plane is hard to flare, so that's a great excuse, I think. Right. George says, you know, it always is fascinating after a long haul flight. You step out of the tube into such another world. Fascinating. I've enjoyed so much. Yeah, it is amazing, and I agree. I love it. 1,000 likes and coffee plus donuts for the holdies. Maybe, yeah, maybe. If you're feeling generous to the holdies. 132 likes. It's all happening. Best Pro Blogger, how long of the flight left? We're looking at under 2 hours. Andy H1302, £3.59 donation, very kind of you. See what I did there? Thanks for all you do. You're very welcome, Andy. Thank you so much. That's very generous. I thank you for, again, being such a part of the community, Andy, and for watching all this time. And yep, we see the 350 900 there. Really very kind of you. As I always say, you know, donations aren't required. The channel will still be here, but it is hugely appreciated. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, Andy. Thank you. I hope you had a good New Year, Andy, and I hope your driving is going well. I hope it goes well over the next few months. Anyway, I imagine you're a bit like us in terms of the sort of rules that you need to keep your businesses running. Black hole effect. Yeah, pull the other one. No, I promise it's true. Dunning-Kruger effect. Oh, I don't know that one. Definitely, I haven't thought of that. If I can use that as an excuse, though, I'll definitely be happy to do that. So there you go. Bath's just giving us another one. How often is autoland used in real life? Rarely. Only if it's actually foggy, or some airlines like pilots to practice them regularly, so they'll do a couple in a month. Some airlines don't do that, and you just have to do it when you need to. So you'll do them in the simulators at least once a year. You'll do it in the simulator, and then if it's low visibility, but in good weather, no, because autolands they're not easier, because you have to focus in, you have to monitor the airplane very carefully. Everything's sort of last second. If it goes wrong, what do? You need to have all of this briefed and sorted. So it's definitely much more common to autoland. There is a video on YouTube that suggested that pilots always autoland, and it's wrong. They don't. Airliners don't always autoland. Especially, you have to have a certain number of manual landings recorded. So, for example, you have to do typically 3 within 90 days, things like that. So, if you're flying a long-haul aircraft, they don't do many, because if you think there's 3 pilots on this airplane, only one of them is going to get a landing, and then they'll probably fly back in a few days. So it's actually quite hard to get all the landings in. So they can't be auto-landing all the time, because the pilots just won't get enough landings. They'll have to go into the simulator all the time. So no, it's very rare. I'd say the ratio is probably on long haul, I don't know. On short haul, 1 in 50, maybe not even that. Mateo, very kind, £5 donation. Thank you, Mateo. Here's to a great 2021. Amazing stream today. Can't believe how quickly it went. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe that blue line is getting filled in on the top. Thank you very much, Mateo. You've been a huge support on the channel the whole time, and one of our diligent moderators. Thank you, Mateo. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well today, Mateo. But yeah, I can't believe how quickly this has gone either. Thank you for being here for so much of it. All the moderators, in fact, as well. It's very kind. And thanks, Richard, as well. He's been working very hard in the chat, I think, for the whole time almost. So thank you, Richard. And the H132, just like you, our industry is taking a hammering this year. It might end up in the checkout. I hope you do all right, Andy. I hope it works out for you. I really do, as we get into the spring. Sky Ranger, yeah, we started this morning 9 AM. But yeah, thank you very much, Mateo. Very kind of you. Thanks for your £5 donation. I promise the Twin Otter is on my radar very carefully. Hayden says the Dunning-Kruger effect is cognitive bias in which people with low ability at a task overestimate their ability. Right, I can't use that one as an excuse then. I won't get away with that. Very good. Still in the air, Sky Ranger. We are still in the air, but we're getting there. I keep flaring too late and too gently. Yeah, the heavier aircraft, you do have to flare slightly earlier, I would imagine. So I'm going to plan on landing it like a bigger 321. John said, yeah. Oh dear. I heard that planes have to have more distance between them when auto landing. Yeah, exactly, that's true. The reason for that is when you're auto landing, you're going to be using the ILS system. The ILS transmits a signal down the runway. So the localizer is actually sent, so you land and the localizer is on the other end of the runway facing you. So if you're trying to do an auto land but the plane in front is still near the runway, or still on it even, just in front of you, then they will actually cause the interference in the signal, and that will mean the auto land doesn't work very well, or it may even fail. That's why you have to have extra protections around the runway. That's why everything slows down. Yeah. 943 likes. We're getting there. Yeah, we are getting there. Gustav Lance, again, very generous. 100 sec. Thank you so much. Happy New Year, and thank you for your wonderful and educational videos. I have learned so much. Do you have any plans on making a video reading the arrival charts? I struggle to find info like MDA. Gustav, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. And I'm glad you've enjoyed the videos. Yeah, again, as I've said all day now. I'm sorry for the people who've been here the whole time, but I have to say it. It makes me chuffed to bits when I find out that people have learnt from the videos and it's been helpful. It really, yeah, it makes me very proud of the whole channel. And you guys are a huge part of that, of course. Do you have any plans on making a video reading arrival charts? Now, this has come up several times today. In fact, more than I realised it would. So that could. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, definitely, Gustav. Thank you. That's a very kind donation. Thank you very much. definitely a highly requested topic at this point. George Strubber was involved in certification for autoland on the A310. Wow, to certify 100 landings in succession, and we did. Amazing. I mean, auto landing is incredible, and it can, the 320 it can do it in a crosswind, and I'm sure the 350 can as well, to some extent anyway. But yeah, amazing. Tom says, have you seen the conspiracy theory going around about jet engines being powered off compressed air and not fuel? What do you think? Well, that would be, I wish that was true. Imagine if you could just run off compressed air. Yeah, that'd be good. Are you landing in the dark or daylight at the Maldives? It'll be dark, Pascal, I'm afraid, but we will revisit the Maldives soon. We're going to have to go and enjoy it a bit. 1,000 likes. We're getting there. Come on, 52 more likes and we could do it. Thank you again, Gustav, for your donation. Very kind. Very kind. Your PC must be running so hot by now. Have you tried cooking an egg? No, it's doing okay. It's definitely warm. I'm not even going to try and look at the temperatures because I'll probably break something. But it's doing okay. My X-Plane is limited by the processor, so the graphics card, which is the bit that gets really hot, doesn't really suffer too much. And the processor, it does get warm, but it's liquid cooled on a radiator, so it doesn't reach anything silly. I don't think, anyway. But I'm not going to check. I'm not going to check at this point. If it's still going, we'll leave it alone. 956, we're getting there. Is it live time, Captain? We are live, Toga, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. It's been live time for a magic 8 hours, 45 minutes now. I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow. We are landing in 1 hour 40. Happy New Year to Nazaruddin. Happy New Year to you. Happy landing in Monday. Thank you very much. I look forward to it. I hope you're doing well. What exactly is autoland in the first place? Does an ILS approach is already an autoland? No, an ILS approach guides you to the runway and then we turn off the autopilot to land. But in an autoland, we leave the autopilot on and it does the last part of the landing. Yeah. 451 viewers. Amazing. Litchfitter, I've learned a lot from your videos, especially excuses for low power landings. Absolutely. Black hole effect. I promise that's true. You can look that one up. Only joking. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. Thanks for coming along for so much of the stream. 958, yeah. 964. You guys have been far too kind. 51 to go now. Yeah, you've all done so well. I'm sure there's several accounts going on here. Thank you, Mr. Lewis 161 YouTube. Congrats on 38. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I can't believe we're here, but that's why we're doing this. The seat will be getting a bit uncomfortable by now, I imagine. Getting a bit fidgety. What do you think of FS 2020? Says Jonathan Daniel. I think it's great. It just, if you're flying the 320, please do use the mod. And if you're doing VFR in small airplanes, it's unbeatable. Steve Marriott says, can't believe none of the camera crew have bought you a coffee yet. Bing bong time. Yeah, that's true. They haven't been very attentive.
Still here, Captain. And still no new information for you.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's all we're going to get. They're still going fine. 464, my goodness. 971, we're nearly there. I'm going to have to go for a short break in a minute, guys. The last break before we make our descent and approach into the Maldives. Can't believe we're nearly there. So where are we descending? Top of descent is at 1857. Oh, it's still over an hour, actually. Oh my goodness. I think we'll just stand up for a bit, stretch our legs here. $36 more likes. Yeah, madness. Toga says, awesome stream. Happy New Year. Hope you had a good start to the new year. Looking forward to the channel's continued growth. Yeah, thank you, Toga. Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for coming along and supporting the channel. Yeah, brilliant. So many of you have come. It's amazing. Autoland kind of works in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but not really. Yeah, I agree. I've got a video on my channel actually where I try it. Abraham says it doesn't do it the way a real 320 does. The fly-by-wire team are working on it as part of the new autopilot. Oh, are they really? They're going to improve the autoland and the fly-by-wire mod. There you go. Amazing. Amazing. Traffic Nab says may have to append that call sign heavy if we get many more passengers. Yeah, we will. 462. Yeah, we're going to have to. Clouds, I'm back. Good to see you, Clouds. Thanks for coming back. Oh dear, Lauren's been here for the entire time as well, I think. Maybe took a short break. Nicholas gets absolutely right. Pilots require unlimited amounts of coffee. That is very true. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Tea, tea, tea. Gravox Jr., how can I get this game? Well, if you want X-Plane, you can get that on Steam, and then the A350 is from the X-Plane org store, but it's expensive. This is an expensive add-on plus the expense of the simulator, so yeah, it's quite pricey. Pascal says, I really need to upgrade my computer to run these games easily. Yeah, they're very processor heavy, as we were talking about earlier. Yeah, so it does require a bit of a processor. Certified Dynamite says, is it me or are some speeds in the flight plan KS and some Mac? Yeah, good point. I'm surprised these should all be Mac numbers until we descend, and then they'll convert like that to speed. So that is interesting. That does surprise me slightly. Alexander Pasuto says, I'm going to do a short haul flight on Vatsim with my son to teach him a bit about aviation. Where would you suggest flying in Europe from Heathrow? Oh, good fun, Alexander. A flight that will teach you lots about aviation, if you want to fly over some mountains, would be down to Milan. Milan de Narte is a nice airport to fly to. Quite straightforward, coming from the south. Or Venice. Venice is nice, you get to fly over the Alps and then do a landing there. We've done that a lot on the channel. But if you want a shorter flight, because your son, I don't know, your son may not be that interested, that's quite a long way, then you could just go and have fun, fly to Jersey. That's pretty close to London, pretty good fun. Pascal says, Lauren is a die-hard. I was here in the morning lurking but had a long break. Yeah, Lauren has been going well. Thank you for sticking with it, Lauren. Okay guys, I'm going to have to go for a break now, just as we set up for the final stage. So let's see if we can get a view working. I think we had engine, but I don't think wing is going to, I think engine looks a bit better, and I think we can leave it there. So let's do a 15-minute break now, and then that should hopefully see us set up for the arrival. So let me get that set up. So we'll be back on the hour. Thank you so much for coming along. I'm going to put the time on the screen as ever. Thank you all, and we will see you very soon. Yeah, I can't believe it, and thank you all for the likes, the donations. It's blown me away, and we'll be back soon for our arrival. Thank you very much. Hello, hello, hello everyone. Very warm and welcome back to the stream. I hope you've all had a good break and got tea. I've got another cup of tea ready to go now to get us through our last home stretch. As you can see, that blue bar is almost completely filled in. So that's brilliant. So let me get us back to the broadcast, and hopefully this is all working. Let me check. Yeah, that looks good. And join there. See what I've missed in the chat. First of all, actually, see what I've missed in the aeroplane. Still going. Still got our traffic in front. 41,000 feet. Still working. Have we still got fuel? 21 tons of fuel. That'll get us there. Looking good. Right. What did I miss? What did I miss? There's so many things I'm sure I've missed in the chat, but thank you all so much. I can see 994 likes. We're getting there. That's amazing. So thank you to all of you putting the work in to get those likes up. That's really appreciated. Thank you so much. This is already completely record breaking for us. And I can see, I think there's been a... What have I missed there? Hold on. Stand by. Okay. Yeah, great. Yeah, I won't be able to go back all the way through the chat, so... I do apologise. I can't see anyone tagging me, so that's good. So great, guys. Thank you so much. 1002. We've done it. That's it. We've done it. We'll give it all a little clap. Thank you very much, guys. I can't believe it. 1,000 likes. That's ridiculous. It's amazing. Thank you so much. And it's so nice to know that that the videos are appreciated. I can't believe it. Back down from a cup of tea in hand, and we sail through 1,000. Thank you, guys. It's amazing. I mean, I know it's just a bit of fun, but it is fun, and you guys have just, this has been surpassed my wildest imagination, this channel. The whole year it has, actually, but this stream has just been such a joy. It's, like I say, gone so much quicker. 1,015 likes. Look at that. Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone, for your work, and I know you've all been putting effort in to get there. Yeah, thank you. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Time Walker. I'm not even going to read out that message, Time Walker. It's far too risky. I'm not saying that at this point in the stream. Jaden M just landed in Frankfurt, taxiing to gate Alpha 19. We're doing well here, Jaden. I hope you enjoyed your flight. Will James says, I'm a new viewer, but your tutorials have been an FS lifesaver. Brilliant. I'm glad, Will. Thank you so much for saying so. And thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. 1,028 likes. Amazing. Brilliant. Peer UK, welcome back. Welcome back to you. Right. Richard V still here. Richard V, thank you so much for putting so much effort in for the whole stream. Really amazing. And thank you to Matteo as well. And I think Liz, I'm not sure, Liz isn't here at the moment, but yeah. Goodness me. Still 400 viewers. I know. 447 viewers. You guys. I don't think we've gone below 300. In fact, I can see, what did we get to? Our lowest, we got to 289. And then it's gone up and up again since then. So our low point was at the 3 p.m. mark, which would have been 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours into the stream we reached, which, to be honest, is already a higher number than we normally get. So thank you all for coming along. Amazing. 1,032 already. Alexander Pasuto says, ready for the return leg after this? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, the return leg will be significantly longer, although we are creeping into that headwind now. We definitely are. Top of descent, 1858. Got an hour to go. Oh, perfect. Time to just set up a nice, gentle arrival, following our colleague. Christos, because I'm late too bad. No worries at all, Christos. Thanks for coming. Adrian, my friends, can't believe I spent hours sitting in front of my simulator and now I'm not even flying myself anymore. Yeah, superb stream. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I've absolutely loved it. Let's hope we can finish off on a high, get ourselves down into Mali. We shall see what I manage. Steph K. Ra says, thank you for your work putting the videos. You teach me the Airbus. That's brilliant. Thanks so much, Steph K. I'm really glad they worked for you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to Will James as well. Cabin is full. Yeah, cabin is full. We've got 100 of you back in the hold. I'm keeping you warm still. I'm being very generous. I'm sure we'd have done some more cruise checks, by the way. I mean, I have not been following any official procedures here, guys. This has purely been me sitting here chatting to you, basically. It's just been an excuse to do that. Let's go for cruise. Well, I don't want to hear any complaints when it's 23 degrees. I think that's just fine. We'll keep it slightly warmer in the flight deck for ourselves. This is live weather, not active sky. This is just the weather built into it. Speedbrakes didn't stand a chance. Yeah, 1033 now. Ridiculous, amazing. Thanks so much. Happy New Year to Stubbecker 99. Just flying Budapest to Copenhagen on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Great. I hope that went well. Sounds good fun. Liam is currently on FS 2020 flying Orlando to Los Angeles. 200 miles to go. Brilliant. That's a long old flight. That is a long flight as well. 4 hours, 9 minutes in. Yeah, I was going to say. That is a serious flight. Aristocrat, good name, says, good to finally catch a stream. Shame I wasn't around to wave when you flew over UAE. No problem. We did get a little hello from a controller who controlled us for a few minutes, so that was great fun. But yeah, thank you for catching the stream. Alexander Beck, hello again. Fly 24. This is historic. Yeah, this is one for the books. I'll remember this. I'll remember this next time I set a long haul challenge. No, of course not. This is. Again, I couldn't have enjoyed it more. Absolutely brilliant. Still got some fuel left. That's good. That's all we need. So, it's so satisfying seeing that blue bar reach all the way across. Very happy. Can we get some food, please? A bit hungry in the economy class. Okay. We can sort that for you. Have another drinks and light meal. There is no option for a full meal, it seems. It's just not allowed. So sorry about that. Adam Story, absolutely. Thank you for the 1,000 likes. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Adam, for working so hard as well to get there with Richard. But thank you all for liking the video. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Hope I'm not late, says Kai. No, you're not late, Kai, don't worry. Time Walker, what did the LS button do? LS up here, this is just to bring up the ILS scales, basically. That's what it does, really. Brings those up, so we'll need that for the approach, just like we do on the little Airbus. Thank you very much to James Marden, £10 donation, very kind. Great to see you getting to 1,000. Look forward to the approach and landing. Thank you very much, James. I really appreciate it. And £10 donation, really kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for watching for this long. Thank you for 1,000 likes. Can't believe it. Feels like yesterday we were saying we were excited because we got to our first 1,000 subscribers. So yeah, it's been amazing. And so many of you have been here for so long as well. So it's just great. Can't believe it. But thank you, James, for your £10. It really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. It is crazy to see us at 1,000. I agree, Jack. Yeah, I agree. Save the date. 1st 2022. Checkpoint having dinner in business class. Excellent. It is dinner time. It's getting to dinner time. A banana for the hold. Right, I'm starting to hear complaining. So let's just calm everything down in the hold. Let's sort that temperature out a bit. There we go. Alexander Pasuto will watch the landing. Excellent. Matt Vargo says, what are the 5 buttons above the screen on the MCDU for the A320? Are you... You mean these? These aren't buttons, these are little status lights, so they're just there to warn you of various problems with the MCDU. They're not really used by us. Yeah, you won't see them. They're not buttons, they're just little lights that would come up with the warning. That's all they're for. Tom, for every like he gets, Sinpad will fly another minute. I got to test the endurance. Yeah, we could do that one day. That would be an idea. Every like we can move ourselves another 10 miles further forwards. €50 donation. My goodness, incredibly kind, with a fantastic choice of animation, a fireworks. So definitely a New Year related animation. That's incredibly kind. €50 donation. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the video. And yeah, very kind. Really appreciate it. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. You guys are just far too supportive today, as every day. But thank you very much. Very kind of you. Great animation. That pair seems to get around, have a bit of fun in his life. Definitely. €50, my goodness. Thank you. Wow, yeah, I agree. Enrico, who's flying up ahead, sees the descent on the MFD. Oh, that must mean ours is coming. There it is. There's that down arrow. We've still got time. To chat. Turbulence may trigger a full-blown mutiny amongst the holdies. Hayden, back up to quick break. Yeah, we got to 1,000. Can't believe it. Thanks very much, everyone. Angel says, where are we now? We are out over the Indian Ocean. This is amazing. Temperature down there, presumably getting up towards 30 degrees. Let us check that. There we go. Look at that journey we've come on. Amazing. Amazing. The last little leg now, basically there. Martin L, Sec 25, very kind of you. Martin says, hello from Sweden, looking for bus landing. Oh, no, we've got our excuses in for the landing already, but thank you very much, Martin. Very kind of you. We'll do our best for the landing, but I can't promise anything. I've only done one in this aeroplane. That's my excuse. That's another excuse ready to go. But thank you very much, Martin. Really appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the video. Happy New Year to you in Sweden. Hope you're doing well there. I've been to Sweden many times. Love it. Danny Roble says, I've watched the whole stream, which is also a record for me, from the taxi race at the beginning to flying over Munich, a little over the Alps, over Greece and Italia. Yeah, enjoyed every second. I'm so glad you've enjoyed it, Danny. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Martin, for your donation. Really appreciate it. Again, I'm not sure who R is. I don't know if R's been in the chat, but thank you very much for that 50 euros. Really appreciate it. Yeah, amazing. So many of you have stuck it out for so long. Lewis Timms, I'm doing well. How are you? Virgin 30 Kilo is the flight, indeed. We'll bring the plane back to Heathrow. Not our problem. We'll be on the beach in the Maldives before we have to worry about getting this plane back anywhere. Not a problem. Excuse counter 2 or 3. I think we're up to 3 excuses at least. Flight sims are amazing, John. I do agree. Yeah, they are. They are. We are still going. So is my city, says Akash. Excellent. Gary K, thank you very much for your £5 donation. I enjoy your channel. I've learnt a lot from your Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 A320 videos. That's brilliant, Gary. Thanks so much for coming to say so. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you, and thank you for your donation. It's yeah, very generous, and thank you so much. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for coming to watch the stream, and thank you for watching the tutorials on the channel. I'm glad they've been so useful. I really am. It's amazing. You know, you never know when you put something up whether anyone's going to need it. But yeah, fantastic. I think we've lost. Where's our moon? It must be up high by now. There we go. Donald Hoskins, we are still going indeed. Pentalika says hello. Hello to you. GCG says, thank you for entertaining me this whole day. Thank you. Thanks for coming along. I'm glad it's been entertaining. Hello everyone to Sergeant Steve. Hello. Thanks for coming. Yeah, hour left probably. Still going strong. Still following our colleagues. Right guys, I'm just going to have a sip of my tea. Hold on. Well, I don't want to hear any more complaints from the cargo hold because, you know, I put it down. I'm just going to put it back up a little bit, and then hopefully that will stop the complaints because, yeah, you know, there's passengers above you trying not to be disturbed at this point in the flight. They're all getting tired. They're trying to fall asleep. They've been on the airplane all day. They probably travelled before to get to the airport. So yeah, we'll have no more complaining, please. Well, how are we doing on the range to our colleague? Good. We've gained a bit of distance. That's good. That should work out. Okay, it's getting to that time. I need to start thinking about setting up the arrival. An excuses bot. Yeah, excuses bot would be good. I need a bot that can make the excuses for me, all by 1,000 feet. Stephen says, on a real long haul flight, would you have had a sleep by now? Yes. Yeah. I would have. There would have been 3 pilots at least. But remember, this isn't obviously as well. Yeah, I know this is just me, but I've been able to just walk away and take my breaks. But yeah, in the real plane, you'd have 1 pilot off on a break, 2 pilots flying, and that pilot on the break would get a good few hours. So, yeah. Basic Germany sitting here for over 4 hours and got nothing done. But worth it. I'm glad. It's great to hear. We have heating in the hold at the moment. Captain Sweden. Yeah, exactly. You can have a bit of heat for now. 500. So we're back to 150 of you in the holds. A real sudden climb. Checkpoint says, not sure if you answered my question, but how do you find out the ATC frequency when en route? Yeah, so you typically gets transferred over and over. If you were to go out of radar range like we are now and then talk to someone else, then you'd probably have it on your flight plan. But if you're talking about VATSIM, purely on VATSIM, then they just message you. Yeah. Now I don't want to give the flashing effect again. So sometimes they'll show you as you cross into, there you go, so you enter the Brussels FIR on our departure, and then you would work out Ljubljana FIR, and then you could find the frequency on your en route charts. But that's not really something we do much on. Yeah, we don't do the en route charts on Avitab. I don't really know how to get to them, to be honest with you. Obviously I know where they are when I fly normally, but they would be on the en route charts if you needed them. But if you're flying short haul, you typically don't ever get that situation because you're always being transferred from one controller to another. Nice emoji used from Fly24 with Assassin, yeah. Happy and safe 2021, Donna Hoskins, to you as well. Rakon likes to complain. Why do the 350s have no shower room and where is the bar? Yeah, so that's the 380 luxury only, I'm afraid. 350 doesn't have the space for it. It's a shame, I agree. It's too shitty on the wing for Mark C. This is the Flight Factor 350. Yeah, I don't think we have any actual 350 pilots here. We have some long haul pilots, but no 350. If you want the livery to Derbosaurus Rex, put an exclamation mark livery into the chat and the stream bot should give it to you. Yeah, it's a great link. 505 on the A350 social distancing, anything difficult. Yeah, yeah. Shared cockpit with flight data sim or V1. Yeah, I mean I don't have any contact at all with V1. I haven't spoken to him. I've had some contact with flight deck to sim, absolutely, but again I don't know the shared flight deck possibilities. I really don't know how they work. It's beyond me. Every step of this is always beyond me. I'm always working one step behind, that's for sure. I didn't know what Discord was until I had people in the comments saying, are you going to set up a Discord? And the H1302 went to eat dinner, came back to see 1,000 likes. Yeah, we made plus 1,000. Alexander Pasuto says, we were talking about you and me doing a shared cockpit at some point. Yeah, I can't figure out how to do it. It seems complicated. Agreed. There is one for Microsoft Flight Simulator apparently. So I didn't know. I thought the Microsoft Flight Simulator were going to add it as a feature, but I don't know if it's done yet. I remember FSX used to have it quite easily implemented. It was great. Yeah, Bjorn Pilot's on YouTube as the 350 pilot. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Stretch your legs, get a coffee, top of descent. Yeah, we're getting there. Let's find that out. Because these things come up quicker in this airplane just because it's going so much faster. It's surprising to me. 320 miles. So that's it. It's about to be on our normal range. So it's definitely time to get ready. I'm going to have to stop looking into chat for a minute, you guys. Waiting for memberships. Yes, Hayden. Yeah, so I appreciate I haven't got around to memberships or roles on the Discord. 2 things I need to do this year. But yeah, thank you, Hayden, for the thought and for your support. Appreciate it. I'd love to see share copy of flight that just did me. Yeah. Again, I just don't know if it's possible. Let alone whether a flight sim wants to do it. I don't know. Oh, so Asobo are working on the concept of a shared copy, but it's on the backlog. Presumably like the replay as well. I'd like to see replay added soon. Pilot said it was first class, so to hear. Andy Bryant, my goodness, £50 donation. That's ridiculous. Far too kind. Thank you so much, Andy. I really don't know what to say to that. That again, far too generous. You and R earlier, just incredible. £50 donation. It says, I've been with you since about 9 o'clock. Thanks you for reigniting my passion for aviation. £50 well spent. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And that's really amazing to hear that watching me sit here struggling with a 350 for 9 hours has kept people enthusiastic about aviation. Amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I don't know what to say. Yeah, 50, throw me away again. Thank you, Andy. I'm just chuffed the stream's been good for you. And also, thank you for sticking with it since 9 AM. But yeah, the donations go all back into the channel so we can do more things like this stunt, which is beginning to feel like. So yeah, thank you very much, Andy. Thank you. And I say stunt, of course, in the terms that just the concept of hoping this would all work for so long. Yeah, it's so kind, Andy. Thank you very much. Your shovel follows your flight. Good memories. Excellent. Replay's coming in January as an add-on if you can wait. If you can't wait for built-in. Okay. I'm worried about any add-ons just because I'm worried that Microsoft will update it and then break it or something. That's my nervous. I get nervous like that very easily. Oh my goodness me. Goodness me. Dara Dermody, a €50 donation. Again, far too kind. Dara, thank you so much. Thanks so much. Dara says, thank you so much for streaming and sharing your flight experience this year. Here's for a great new year flying. I mean, Dara, that's far too kind. Thank you so much again. I don't know what to say. It's amazing. You guys are just so supportive, and everyone's been so supportive since this channel started up, which has been amazing. But yeah, that's just incredibly generous, Dara. Thank you so much. Again, it will go back into the channel. And yeah, I can't tell you what else to say. Thank you so much, Dara. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I'm assuming you did. Thank you. Yeah, thank you again, Dara, Andy, and R. That's incredible. Amazing. Thank you very much. Mondolego says, hello, I joined at the start, then fell asleep since it started 4 AM here. Yeah, very good. Well, we're nearly there. The rats are in the hold. Yeah, there are. Yeah, Richard V's. When we started the stream, there was a scratching sound in the aeroplane, so we had to restart, but possibly rats around. Yeah, Hayden, these donations from everyone. I mean, thank you all. Thank you all for coming and watching. Thank you all for liking. We may even pass 1100 before the end. And thank you very much for the donations. I don't know what to say. Yeah. To Dara and Andy and amazing, and to everyone, the whole stream. I'm going to start mumbling my words soon. I'm struggling. 45 minutes left. Yeah, that's it. There's A5. Good to see you back. Still here, going and back. Excellent. Giuseppe's Gaming says, if you're willing to review the add-on, I'm fairly sure that your audience and competent add-on devs will be willing to provide them for free. Yeah, we've done one review. We did a review of the smooth track head tracking. If you guys want to see more reviews, do let me know. I don't have any. There's maybe some. I'm hoping to review some scenery soon, actually. But I'm not in contact with the developers otherwise. Although Toliss did. No, that's a lie. Toliss. We are in contact with Toliss. Have helped us out with the NEO. They gave us access to the NEO, so I could show you guys, which was great before the mod came out. So yeah, so Toliss have been very good with us as well. Thank you, Shado. That's very kind of you. I hope you're doing well. When we get to see the black hole, you'll see it on final. I'll make a big scene about it just before 1,000 feet. Don't you worry. Right, guys, it's far too much generosity going here. I'm just going to have a bit more tea before it's cold. Oh, and Enrico got the smooth track. I hope you're enjoying it. I think smooth track I use it every time, especially for DCS. This be a quick turnaround, Jim M says. Very good. Not quite SFE for all pilots, Victor Zango. Not quite. Illuminex says, is there a way to get the MDA-DH information? Good question. If you know the landing elevation of the airport you're landing at, if you're doing a Cat 1 RS, it's usually 200 feet above the runway, so that would be a DH of 200. But they're usually available. If you go online, most countries have free services for this. It's just not as integrated as Navigraph. So if someone in the chat can help out, I know lots of people have lots of different methods to get this information. Donald says, would he fly the US if I get 100,000? Who knows? Who knows? 100,000, imagine. Can you imagine? Giuseppe, thank you very much. Yes, thank you for your email, Giuseppe. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I will get back to you soon. Thank you. Simon Clark, hello. Happy New Year. It's a culture shock. Okay, let's get this set up. I'm not going to have any excuse for not being ready today, and I've already left it too late. So apologies, guys. I'm going to be slightly absent from the chat. I would normally try and do both, but today obviously is a bit more difficult. Now, luckily, really nice arrival here. Let's go to plan. Let's zoom in and scroll. Oh dear. Mark C, thank you very much. Incredibly generous again. A £25 donation. I've learned more about the A32X in the past 4 months from this channel than I have in 4 years. You're an excellent tutor. That's amazing. It's such an honour to hear that. Thank you so much. Might have to start streaming myself to pay for all the add-ons and stuff. I'm now buying COF RTX 3090. Wow, goodness me, Mark. Well, enjoy your RTX 3090. Fantastic. And I've got the 3080, which has been very good, no doubt. But yeah, thank you so much for your donation. I'm sure that'll be fantastic fun when you get onto it and enjoy your streaming. But yeah, thank you for your £25. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad, just again, so glad the videos have helped you. Again, very generous. Very generous. My goodness me. London to Sydney for 100,000 subs is in order. Yeah, A350 900. Yeah, there you go. We could do London to Sydney, but I would have to sleep on that one. I don't think there's any other way to do it. If you get to 50k subs, sorry, when you get to 50k subs, you need to do something super special. Yeah, okay, 50k can be the next milestone for sure. But remember, guys, we grew from 1,000 to 25,000 very quickly. But 50k will be it will be a real mission. There's no guarantees of 50k, but we'll keep working. We'll keep working. Keep the content coming. Yeah, thank you again, Mark. See, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you again to all the donations. Happy New Year to you. Right. Okay, guys. Scroll. Let's scroll through here. There's LEDM. From LEDM. How can I do this? If I do that, as many screens as possible on screen at all times, please. LEDM. No, that's the wrong way. This way. Down to Mike 052, above 5,500. That's coded in. See, I think the full stars are coded now. Then the decel point, all as normal, TechAL, and then into the ILS. So we're just going to do that. I don't think there's a controller in... oh, I'm pretty sure there's not a controller. No, although there is a VRMF center. So we may get some control. Anyway, that's the current plan. Alternatively, we'll work it out. And then we're going to fly the ILS. Standard ILS from... Yeah, it does work from TechAL. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we're going to do the Yankee. So I need to change my ILS to the... no, what have I done? Runway 36, ILS 36 Yankee. Via, none. Star, none. Right, does that work? Let's scroll through that. LEDM, Mike 002, TechAL, which officially is the right one. Platform altitude low, 2,000 feet. So they're going to be aware of that. And then from 2,000 feet, we're going to descend at 6.3 miles. No surprise there. So standard 3-degree ILS. Elevation of the runway just 6 feet. It's barely above sea level, like most of the Maldives. Yeah. So that is something really very unusual. Normally it's at least 30 feet in Europe anyway. So yeah, except for Amsterdam, of course. And down we go. If we go around, which looks like it is coded. Is it? Well, it's in there anyway. 410. And then Ankem. Go around, come straight ahead to 4,000 feet, track 002 to Erdit. Maybe not, maybe that's wrong. Not sure. Anyway, it seems to go to Ankem for some reason. But we won't worry about that. We'll just go straight ahead, join the hold at Erdit if we need to. I'm not sure how to do fixed info in this aeroplane. I'm not sure if it's working yet, because I know it's not in the flight factor, but no, this is Toliss, so Toliss do have some of these things. Anyway, there's the approach, low MSA, no problem there. So I'm looking forward to this. Should be nice, just fly downwind, in and around, fly the ILS. We'll do it all automatics. Here's our MDA. Are we a Cat D aeroplane? That is a good question. I don't actually know. Perf. Approach. So let's put in some of this weather. Start to work it out, because this is definitely out of date by now. Still a crosswind. Still easterly crosswind, so wind is 070. 18. 27. Oh, the dream. QNH 1010. Minimum at Barrow. So what's our approach speed? VLS 133. Oh, I'm going to say we're a C then. I think we could be a C. I'm pretty sure the A380 is a Cat C in terms of approach speed, I think. So let's go for 240. Flat fall. Transition level 130. Well, we haven't got an ATIS, so we'll work with that. Okay. Now, question. Oh, here's the go around phase. Great stuff. I tried this yesterday and the ILS did not tune. Does anyone know why? Navade. Let's check it. I do not know why. 1087. See, it's tuned completely wrong and I don't understand why. So I'm going to change it now. But the little Airbus automatically tunes it. I can't believe the 350 doesn't. In fact, I'm under the impression that in a little Airbus, and I can't change the course. And it says slope 3.1. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why? Does anyone know why this happens? Should I put in the ident instead? No, I think that's the only thing we can change. So anyway, hopefully if it's tuned, it won't matter. And we'll bring up the LS later on as we head down. But yeah, if anyone knows, I had that happen yesterday. It doesn't seem to tune it on its own. Right, coming up to big go. So this is a nice approach to fly after a long flight like this, I must say. Cat C, yeah, it is Cat C, yeah. So those different, the reason for these are planes with higher approach speeds, because they've got more energy as they come through minima, they have to have higher minima in case they get too low in some airports like this one. The magic of these modern airliners is that they probably have lower approach speeds than some of the small short-haul airplanes, but older ones, so this plane has a really good approach speed, not dissimilar to landing in a 320, you know, because it's got that huge great wing with the excellent flaps on it. Yeah, so there you go. Right, after we've landed, oh yeah, we need to set an auto brake. So what is the runway length? 9,274. 3,200 meters, but the landing distance is less because of the inset threshold. Now I really don't know what the 380 pilot would do at this point, but I see we have runway condition. Oh, is that doing anything? Oh, it's moving across. I can change it to braking action. Auto brake armed. Right. Well, what auto brake is armed is my question. Auto brake low. Can I change that to high? I sort of feel like I want high. Let's go for 3. So, see, you can see it can change runway condition. So the A350 can calculate its landing distance required based on the weather it downloads, the airport in its database, and then it can also take into account any failures it has and then calculate it all for you. It's amazing. On the 320, when we have faults, we have a lot of time calculating landing distance manually from paper down here, but the 350 can do it all itself. It's an amazing piece of kit. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it should auto-tune. I agree, Matteo. I don't understand. But anyway, at least we've remembered today. I wrote down a list of things I need to remember, actually. So the dials all worked. Got the wing view. Yeah, the RNS was the big one. Yeah, I don't get it. And if I go down here and go to nav, RNS, 1087 course 120. So it's got 107, but it should be 002. I mean, I can't believe you have to tune it. I really can't. Does that change it in there? No. Stop pressing it. That's the lesson here. It should work anyway. No matter, we should be visual with Pappies. Weather is lovely. So, towering kilometers actually is not that great. Overcast 10,000, so that's fine. Scattered 1,700 towering kilometers, so be a bit careful of that. 27 degrees with showers of rain around. So a little bit of weather in the descent. No terrain issues. So weather will stay on our PFD. Absolutely. Still got time to our descent. Brake 3 is armed there. I think they have the option to brake to vacate as well, but that's something I don't fully understand. Richard V says, I remember the early streams when there were about 20 or 30 of us. It feels like ages ago, but it wasn't that long. Yeah, that's so back in sort of May time. I remember my first stream, I think we had about 12. And then we got to sort of 18. I remember that. So yeah, it's been amazing. So thank you all for coming along and supporting it. Really, that's what it's down to. It's sort of you guys, isn't it? But yeah, thank you very much. Derbosaurus Rex would like some tutorials on helpful tutorials on flight plans. Good question. Yeah, I don't know if I've done a full flight in X-Plane. I've just done the streams, so maybe someone has some good ideas for you. Sorry, yeah, no, I don't think I have anything ready to go there. But I'm glad you're enjoying it anyway. Hopefully, I mean, if you watch my videos, you could piece a flight together probably, but my videos are also, I appreciate that's half an hour per topic, so that's a few hours per flight. Jahari, glad you enjoyed it. 27 degrees, I can only dream. Yep, absolutely. 165 of you, my goodness. Thank you all for coming along. 1,081 likes. If anyone hasn't liked, please do. We've already broken our record on this stream, so it's amazing anyway, but thank you very much. Oh goodness, I'm behind on the chat now as ever. Have you flown the A350? Says Simon Clark. No. Sorry, A330. No. But the A330 I feel would be, I mean, it's the same type rating, so A330 pilots are allowed to fly the 350. As we all know, Bjorn Pilot flies both on YouTube. But curiously, it is also possible to fly the 320 and the 330 at the same time. I don't know if you can fly the 320 and the 350. That would be interesting as well. I don't know. Let's get a descent PA going, I think. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we start our descent, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position.
Derbosaurus Rex, thank you very much. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, sorry, I can't end with the complete flight, but like I say, I've got loads of videos and X-Plane videos and Flight Simulator videos, so they might help with individual parts.
Until we are safely parked at the gate. We hope that you found our flight enjoyable. We would like to remind you that cushions and blankets are to be left in your seats. Thank you.
Mateo remembers the first stream. Yeah, I think Mateo and Richard V have both been here since before we did streams. The first live stream, yeah. Thomas is now descending down to Miami with 321. I need to watch your tutorials for this plane. Thanks for those. You're very welcome. Very welcome. Thank you very much. Hayden started watching just before Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, so that would be August, obviously. Yep. Been such a change. Imagine the chat at 100,000 subs. Yeah, can you imagine? Madness. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're about to start our descent. What a flight. How long to touchdown in the Maldives? Not long. Half an hour. No, it's got a bit worse actually. The winds are fighting us a bit here. 45 minutes, I reckon. Yeah. I say I reckon. That's what the computer's telling me. It's not. That's all I can base it on. What is the... Yeah, so the overlay is a bit more optimistic just because it doesn't think we have to fly the arrival. I don't know why earlier it said 1800, but yeah. Dara says, do captains tend to get paired with first officers, or do you fly with different people all the time? No, you'll never get paired. You'll have one captain, one first officer. As long as they're qualified, then they'll just fly. And like I said, if you're in a small base or a small airline, you'll have more chance of flying together regularly, but it won't be paired unless you ask for it, I suppose. In a large airline or with lots of airplanes in one base, then you won't fly with the same people very often. It'd be very rare. Hello from the Russian Simmer. Hello. I won't be able to get the name right. I apologise, but hello. Thanks for coming along. Richard V. Yeah, it is nice. So many of the old guard are still about. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for sticking with it for so long. And thank you to everyone for coming today as well. I mean, it's just amazing. Liam is on final approach to LAX. If it wasn't for 320 videos, I wouldn't know how to do this. No, you're welcome. That's brilliant to hear. Enjoy your approach. We're so close now. We're so close. Point of descent appearing. There it is. 120 miles away. I would like a progress page, but destination page. What does that do? Nothing. Don't fiddle. Don't fiddle at this point. Oh, we could do one of these checklists. Descent preparation. Weather obtained. Landing. Elec? What? Barrow ref preset. Ah, okay. Preset. So what that's talking about, I think, is you can press that, set the barrow ref, and then press it again to go back. But you've got to be very careful if you do that you are back on standard. It's easy to forget it. But I don't normally do it. However, I will do it today just because it's so fiddly to click with this. So the QNH is 1010. So I'm going to... Look at that, flown all the way from London. Barely different. and then I'll put it back to standard, back on standard. Great stuff. Ecam status and memo check. So what one should we press? Cruise? That brings up the cruise page. Well, there's no status message, so I assume that's it. Looking good. Check the cabin. Suspiciously empty. They're all in the hold, clearly. I don't know what that wheel does. That is a mystery. I do have the guide. Guys, I thought today I would sit here. I have to read through the entire manual that came with this just to talk about something. I can't believe that we've got this far without having to do that. So sadly, a lot of these systems remain a complete mystery. We'll have to save them for our next long-haul flight. Anyway, yeah. Approach data we've done. It says position nav base page. Check. So, I mean... nav aids. Tune for FMS1 nav. Tune for display. There it is. Okay. It's got the right course now anyway. That's an improvement. Cat 1. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Auto brake as required. On short runways use 3 or higher. So we've gone for 3 just because I want to be really sure. And I'm going to have to turn around. Anti-ice as required. Complete. Next. Descent checklist. So at 10,000 feet, we're going to turn on the lights, seatbelts, FLS, data check, barra check. We can do all of that. Appa Pi, thank you very much. I'm studying to be a pilot. Your videos gave great insight into the industry. You've really been the only place I've seen flying this year. Yes, there's not much flying on, but thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you for your donation. Very generous. I'm glad you've been enjoying the videos. As I always say, these aren't for any real world use, of course, but yeah, I hope they've given you some extra fun and information and entertainment over the year. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Indian rupees, I believe. We do know that one. I think our very own Swappy has used those before. So very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, not much flying going on at all. So all the best. I hope you get to be a pilot soon, or whenever you want to. Thank you, and Happy New Year to you. Mateo says some airlines FCOM say to preset the arrival QNH on standby items before descent. Ah, yeah, the stamp. Of course, that's what it's talking about. Can someone convert it? 2980. I'm sure that would still be able. You could have this in QNH. Oh, there we go. It's Pascal's, obviously. So that's what I mean. This is a good add-on. It is a good add-on. I've got to say that at this point because the stuff just works. You just go to it and it works. I mean, I don't always know what I'm doing with it. I really like this system now. This clicking on things. I was so nervous of it at first, and now it's so much easier. It's amazing. And being able to type in, I imagine the real pilots can just type in on this kneeboard. So if you're just clicking with the mouse, type, click, type, that must be good. That is a good system, surely. Let's not accidentally click anything at this point. Yeah, we'll go with break 3, I think, just to keep ourselves happy. So exterior lights, seatbelts, FLS data, BARF, all to come. Right. Let's leave that checklist ready to go then. That might help us out on the landing. Marcus Jan PL says, a very generous €5 donation. Thank you very much. Thank you for the flight today. Keep on the good work. Really enjoy it. You're very welcome, Marcus. Thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you for coming and supporting the stream. This has been a really amazing experience for me. I can't tell you. Thank you. Thank you, Marcus, for your €5 donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. Glad you enjoyed it. Landing elect should be landing LF, says Paul. Yeah, could be. Which should be on the pressurization page if it's anything like a 320, which it isn't. But landing elevation 4, there we go. It's got it right. Just above sea level. What does that mean? I don't know what those numbers. Oh, those are the different areas. Okay, yeah, let's not look at that. That was confusing me. I was worried about the temperature then. 24, 23, 23. Yeah, very good. What is interesting is in the cruise page. Oh, no, bring it back. In the cruise page, it only has 2 cabin temperature sections, whereas even the 320 has 3. Sorry, even has the 320 has two. When I'm talking about, it has the cockpit and the two in the cabin. So it's just interesting that even on a longer airplane like this, they haven't bothered to increase it. I suppose why? Why would you want different parts of the cabin, different temperatures? It's very rare. It's not like there's two people on the airplane or three. So you may as well just have one, I suppose, or two in this case. But yeah. Yeah, no, thank you very much for your donations again to Marcus and thank you. Whoa, this mod has the kneeboard. Got to get now. Yeah, it does. It has the keyboard on the tray table. Turtle Kayak. Absolutely. Thanks for coming along all day again as well to you. Sam Harrison, we are about to start our descent. What a moment that descent's going to be. No, I always do that. There we are. All these beautiful, beautiful islands. Male's on the North Atoll, or in the northern part. I've written down some facts about Male. Let's go. Let's go. It's called Velana at the moment, I think. International at the moment. It's on an island north of the Male Atolls, and it's the first airport there in 1960. The first flight in was by the Royal New Zealand Air Force in a Bristol freighter aeroplane. It's got a waterdrome adjacent to it, obviously, because that's where all those seaplanes go, and what's something I'm hoping to explore soon here. Now is a second bigger runway being built, which there is a case of an airplane landing on it actually. So if I go to our charts, so this second runway is being built, not ready for use yet, with the east apron, and somebody landed on it. Yeah, because you can see how close they are, but it has happened. I wanted to have a parking chart, please. Parking stands. Right, let's see if we can fit 3 long-haul airplanes in. This could be tight. So we're going to land, and we're going to be up here. We're not going to do remote parking. We'll come back down to the main apron. So this could be tricky. So Enrico's in front of us in the 350 as well. I don't know if 10 miles will be enough separation. I might slow down a bit. I'm going to slow down. I think we need more miles between us. I think 12 miles, it's just not enough room. Almost at 20. I'm going to slow down to 0.80 for a bit, just to build in some space, give us some time. I want a good while because I don't want any pressure. I don't want to go around. So I'm going to slow down. So to my colleague behind, in the there's a speedbird behind us. I think it's best if you could slow down as well. There's our little group almost at the Maldives. Oh, we've lost I think we lost Tony. Yeah, we were a bit too fast. So Speedbird 61. Oh, Speedbird 61 has overtaken us. If I set the TCAS to below, there they are. Right, so I'm right at the back. Right, I'm definitely slowing down. Let these guys land first. So I need to build in. I'm only 10 miles behind Speedbird. How did that happen? Speedbird. What? Speedbird 61. What aeroplane are you in? 777-200s. Doing the Boeing proud by completely undercutting us there. That was an incredible achievement. I didn't see that one coming. It's gone off to the side to overtake us. Doing 447 knots. Right, okay. And they're even lower. I didn't see them because my TCAS was still set to above, so I missed it. Right, we'll take it nice and slow. So we look it up, he's just behind me. Yeah, Enrico, yeah, I saw that, yeah. The maximum altitude of the 350 we found out earlier is just over 43,000 feet, I think. Alfie just landed into Milan. Brilliant, well done. 200 feet of visibility, minus 49. Not sure if Microsoft Flight Simulator just wanted to be full chaff. Well done. Yeah, they do get some fog in Milan. The hold gets more heat than first class. So. Yeah, we got the tray table checkpoint. Yeah, but only for the first officer in this airplane. I like that it lights up even, and I think the individual keys work, but I don't want to press it. I haven't used it before, so I'm not pressing anything, ideally, if I don't have to. Captain Bagoff says, relax, you'll reach your 100,000 subs goal. You can, you will. Keep up the good work. We'll be here when we reach it. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Captain. Yeah. Again, it's not the be all or end all, and I wouldn't even say 100,000 is a goal. It's just it's just one of those things that we all end up looking towards, isn't it? But no, I've absolutely loved it, and I just cannot believe we're here at 30,000, and we're slightly above that now, I think. Where are we at? Yeah, almost at 32, almost at 30. I mean, that's madness. It took us so long to get to that first 1,000. So thank you very much, guys. That Speedbird has, yeah, completely undercut us. So we overtook the short haul Speedbirds at Heathrow when we set off, and now we have had our payback, no doubt. No doubt. So let's build in some space, because this could be a congested apron. Aviation Adam says, would you consider changing from 320 to 350 in real life, or sticking with short medium haul? No, I would definitely. Yeah, I would love to try long haul, and I'd love to try the 350. I like short haul as well. I love it a lot. But I haven't done long haul, so something else to try, isn't it? Darren's had dinner. Yeah, hopefully a few of you had. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just sorting something out. How long to landing? Not long. Not long. Sending in just 20 miles. Yeah. I think the Speedbird has slowed down. Hey, J. Robin says, due to the catering situation on hold, some of the passengers have been eaten. I hope that's okay. Well, you know, if you have to make room for yourselves, that's how it would be, as long as it was done quietly. How much fuel did you load for this flight? Simon Clark says, we loaded 72.9 tons of fuel, which is not bad, really, is it, for an airplane of this size and a length of flight like this? Okay, we're not losing compared to the Speedbird. Let's, I don't know what to do except speed up and overtake. No, we can't really, because we were going slow anyway. I think we'll just have to stick to this. Maybe we'll enter a hold on final. Not on final, but on the downwind, once we judge the arrival. A bit better. Saqib says, just came from dinner. It's 11 PM here. Excellent. Thank you for coming along. We are almost there. It's been an epic journey, this. I can't believe it. I can't believe this. Yeah, amazing. Don't think I'll be able to speak tomorrow. Cloudy day here. We're going to have to sadly descend in through the cloud. I was hoping for a nice clear evening. But X-Plane does very nice cloud effects at night, certainly. Aker says, is that engine rev rate realistic? Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's the thrust. So the top is the thrust. So it's only changing a few percent in N1, 10% N1 changes there, maybe 20%. Yeah, that's quite quick. I don't know, I've not flown a 350. We're going to have to slow down a bit more here. We're just too close to each other. The cat is doing fine, Donkey. Yep, the cat is fine. You're going to butter it, Captain? I really don't know. I doubt it. It'd be nice if it was. Yeah, I agree. It would be nice. But don't worry, guys. We are going to explore the Maldives in a stream soon. We will find a way to explore them in proper weather, having made it this far. What a flight. Yeah, buttering the 350-900, I think it's quite a... My excuse is already made. I mean, I've made the excuses. We'll do them again on final, just to remind you guys, don't worry. Right, top of descent, decelerate message. Which is funny, that message is gone from 321 NEOs. It now says... top of descent, pass... Oh, it says something different. I've forgotten now. I've not seen it before. But decelerate is slightly older style. Anyway, I know what it means. It's time to go down. We know it's safe. Push, thrust idle des. Now here's the thing, we're never going to catch that vertical profile because we're going slower. Oh, there's the cat. No, not that way, not that way. The cat is about to walk on the keyboard. Okay, success. Come on. Come on. You going to say hello? Hello. Hello. She's getting good at saying hello. Right, so because we're going slower, we'll never catch. So I'm going to have to put the speed back to manage speed now. And it's even going to accelerate faster than that. There's just no way around it, or we won't be down in time. Let's bring up that chart. So the cat has joined us now for the most inconvenient time, as she's on my lap. Oh dear. Right. Well, what am I going to do? No way you can say no. Yeah, there's no more traffic. I think 5,500 feet is going to be safe. Ooh, good point. How do I do that on this airplane? There it is. There it is. I think Toliss really has the best interaction with the FCU in an Airbus. They've really come up with a good way of doing it. I don't think Flight Factor are quite... Well, I don't think this is quite as good. Right. Oh, that was it. There we go. 5,500. Okay. So yeah, we're going to be high on profile now because we started off slow and we started off late. Well, okay. Now it's already managed to make it back. But we're still only 10 miles behind the aircraft in front. It's not going to be enough. Not going to be enough. We've got the Takeoff on below. We're way behind Enrico, I think. Who I can't even see now. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Yeah, the emergency cat always. Don't you think FS Labs is better than Toliss for Airbus? I haven't used the FS Labs. The Cat 1 landing, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, there's a couple of planes down there. Already. There's an EasyJet. Okay, so yeah, we've got a bit of gap to 652. Speedbird 61, if you're in the chat, feel free to keep the speed up. Yeah, we are now using managed descent. We are indeed. We'll get down and then we'll just have to sort this out later on. What I might do is extend my downwind and then use heading to bring it in and round. No problem with terrain to do that here today. Yeah, the mandatory emergency catching point, absolutely. It was a deep meow, yeah. And an in-flight shower, very lucky, very lucky. Lauren must have got the first class seat. What a day, 8 hours of streaming. London's to Perth next week, yeah. We're up to 10 hours, the stream's been running for 10 hours, 14 minutes. Madness. Like I say, we've got to get it under 12. Lath says, hello, back, about to do 19 hours flight London-Sydney. Well, enjoy that, Lath. See, I told you, I was impressed with this length of flight, but I knew there'd be streamers and simmers who do much longer. 630 viewers, madness. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the video. Do please give it a like if you are enjoying it. It does help us, but we've already broken our record today, I must admit. 1100 likes, yeah. Toliss 87, sorry your message got deleted by the bot, it's just a bit of a spelling error in there. But Toliss 87 had breakfast in front of the cockpit preparation, after dinner tea for descent and landing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry about the it misinterpreted cockpit preparation. The bot does get upset about these things. Jake H is speedbird 61. I'll speed up as high as possible. Perfect, thank you very much, Jake. We are following you in. So we're going down to an altitude, so by now I should have done that. Is it 101? I thought we did 1010. Oh no, 1010. There it is. Alfie, thank you very much, Alfie. £5 donation, very kind of you. It's been an amazing educational stream and in-flight entertainment for myself. Been here since 10 AM. Thanks for the brilliant flight. Thank you, Alfie. Very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your £5 donation. And thank you for sticking with it for so long. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I have too. It's been an absolute pleasure to sit and chat with you all. So thank you so much, and thank you for your donation, Alfie. It really, really helps the channel. Happy New Year to you. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. 648 viewers. My goodness. I'm going to struggle to keep up with the chat. How's the hold doing, says Mertzgard? Yeah, how is the hold? I've been very generous. The rear hold's been a bit unlucky. I can increase... They can have a bit more heat in the rear hold to keep them happy. Right, let's get... we should have already done the start of the descent, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that use of all electronic devices during descent and landing is prohibited as it may interfere with the navigation equipment.
Aviation Adam, careful of the air rack. Apparently there's some problems with the latest air rack and the A350, which is why I haven't updated to it for today's flight. Paul Waring says, please shout out to my friends James and Jonathan Backhouse, who are also watching. I told them to smash the like button. Thank you very much, James and Jonathan. Thank you for watching, and thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Paul, as well. Happy New Year to you, Alfie. Happy New Year indeed. How much longer for the flight? Joshua Carter says, well, look at that bar on top. We are so close now. This is it. You know, you'll be getting a tray table away. You'll be getting excited. Go and join the 40-minute queue for the toilet now, because that's where everyone's going to be, aren't they, as soon as they felt the airplane start the descent, as we get ready to arrive into the Maldives. Imagine. So we're going to land, and then, you know, there's 667 of us on board this airplane, so there's going to be a bit of a queue at passport control, because that's probably that's more than a 380 you can carry in. So we're I don't know if the airport will be set up for it, but what we're all going to do is go and join in the queue. you'll all be first, obviously, because I've got to sit here and turn off the airplane, and then you can go and take your luxury speedboats to your 5-star hotels and sit on the beach with a pina colada, and maybe go snorkeling, see some manta rays, and have a great holiday. Can you imagine? Stubacker says, what cabin crew are you using? No, that's just they're just PAs that play. There's no actual, this is just built into the sim. It's the same audio stuff that they have on their Flight Factor 757, pretty much anyway. I don't think it's anything specific to the 350, but I don't know. Queued passport control indeed, Grace. I mean, I can imagine there would be. Toliss 87, Happy New Year to the best ever streamer out there. Very kind. I mean, that's an honour for you to be so kind. Thank you very much. In case you're in that shoe, yeah. Thank you so much, Toliss. I really appreciate it. How are we doing on separation? Thank you, Jake, for speeding up. It looks like it's working out. We're all downwinds. A few people there for the landing, ready to go. Can't believe it. Going to pass through 10,000 feet soon. So beam the airfield. I want to be sort of 7,000 feet, but we'll be below that, I think. Is there a level off? Oh no, we might not be actually. Separation's still pretty tight. We're coming pretty fast. Still only 10 miles. I'm going to have to extend my downwind. That's what I'm going to do, because it's going to be pretty crowded. Title kayak, sadly the toilets were not modelled in this airplane. We did check. Saber, good day to you. Thanks for coming along. Outside view. You got it. You got it. Look at that descent angle. No messing around. I think we can turn on the landing lights now. There we go. Glorious. What have I done wrong? I fiddled. I pressed the wrong button. I was pressing F2, which is what I use in DCS to change camera angles. There's a flyby in the descent. Ooh, getting some stuttering now. That's not good. That's probably to do with so many clouds. The kneeboard does cancel out no touch, I'd say, but sadly the kneeboard just doesn't work on this side. That's the only shame. I want to put it away actually. There we go, just so I don't accidentally press anything on it. Oh yeah, we need to go to QNH on this side. 1010. Right, let's get the seatbelt signs on. This is all happening. 10,000 feet, exterior lights set, seatbelts on, FLS check, BARF check. Great stuff. Next please. Descent rate, descent monitor, rate percent adjust, speed brakes as required. Weather on EFIS is required, holding pattern is required, so holding could come into it now. Good luck on landing, thanks very much. Yeah, I've got my excuses ready, don't worry, don't worry. Don't need luck when we have excuses. Does the way system show it? The way system will not be in the flight deck, it'll be in the cabin screens anyway. So I believe anyway, they certainly wouldn't on the 320, they're not in the flight deck. 10 miles, I mean 10 miles. How long is it taking us to cover 10 miles? Not long enough. Into cloud we go. Does auto mode do anything? Does anyone know? I don't know if that's modelled and I don't know what it does. So I'm going to put the engine anti-eyes on because I don't trust it. Just to make sure I'm 100% certain something will happen. Jade and them, good to see you back. There's a lot of viewers. Yeah, thank you all for coming along. 690. Can we break 700 viewers as we attempt to squeeze 3 long-haul aircraft into Male at exactly the same 10 minutes? Dalaman, thank you very much for your kind words. Dalaman, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you, Dalaman, and thank you for your message. Yeah, very kind of you. I'm just so glad, so chuffed that you guys have enjoyed it. None. EOS 1880, none at all. FS Turt says, hi pilot, I started watching at the beginning of your stream, about to attend dinner, now in the middle of night, just got home, amazing, you enjoyed the long flight. We've only taken three breaks, total of, I don't know how long our breaks have been, but yeah. Oh, that's true, we don't need the anti-ice, it's static, total air temperature plus 16, no, don't need that. You're right, I forgot how warm it is down here. I'm so used to winter now. Raymond Noodles, I did not forget about you. I do apologise. It's been a busy chat. We've reached 702 viewers, so yeah, I do apologise. I'm not used to this level of chat rate, so sorry to anyone I've missed. Simon Forrester, it's raining here. Simon's sitting in the ground in Mali, so oh dear, that's not what we wanted. Although it's 27 degrees, so I think we'll take the rain and 27 degrees. Let's put on the ILS on both sides. Still just 10 miles, although I'd say the two in front need to be a bit more careful because you guys have got not much space between you there. I'm going to extend my downwind and then come back in via takeoff. Let's see if I can figure that one out. Oh my goodness. Gary Brownlee, £10 Nation, thank you very much. Another great stream. Good luck with the landing. Thank you so much, Gary. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for coming along and watching with us. And thank you for contributing to the channel. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Okay, lights are dimmed for landing in the cabin, as you can see. Excellent. Gary, very kind of you, Gary. And I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. And again, we don't need luck, we just need excuses. Making cocktails in the hold. Apo says, I think 350 and 380 have an option in the auto brake system called brake to vacate, which can slow you to vacate at the selected exit. Yeah, they can. Thank you very much for your donation. Very kind. Again, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And thank you for contributing to the stream. But I don't think we have that feature working here today. Now, I'm not an expert on the 350 by any means, but yeah. But thank you very much to Gary and her. Thank you. Can we take your seats? Yeah. Before landing, should we do that one?
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you at our destination. The local weather is very nice.
Oh, no.
Degrees centigrade. The local time is 10 past 12 p.m. In a few minutes, our aircraft will safety.
There we go. In a few minutes. That's the one we wanted. Right. Well, we passed the beam. Can't see it. Let's sort out this lighting so we can actually see outside. There we go. I still think this is too low. Right, doing two PAs at once is not ideal, is it? Dear. Andy Robinson, $9.99 US donation. Thank you very much, Andy. Very kind of you. We can't applaud, but hopefully this will work. We really appreciate you doing this. But no, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys coming along for so long. Really kind. And thank you for your donation. Really appreciate it. Andy Robinson, very kind of you. $9.99 US donation. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. Very kind. Right. Yeah, we're going to have to go downwind. Heading. There it is. Speed, vertical speed, heading. Let's wind that vertical speed right back. And let's activate the approach phase. Let's hope we can do that. Perf. Approach. Descent. Activate approach phase. Confirm. Speed's coming back. Downwind we go. Now, I do not know how to do my extended centerline like I would. Oh, course in and out. I'm not going to mess around with that. I'm just going to do a direct to TCAL. I'm not going to mess around because I don't know how to do that. I'll probably mess it all up. Right, so here we go. Sorry if I missed the chat now, guys. Okay, holding pattern. We're not going to do a holding. We're going to keep flying because that's better. Check this menu. Normal procedures. We're doing a precision approach, which is an ILS. Initial approach. Seatbelts. Approach phase. Positioning. Manage speed. Speed brakes. Next we need arm approach. FMA. Check that. Flaps 1. Yeah, fine. TCAS. Tara. Yeah, it's on Tara. Seems the same as a 320. Eric. Excuses procedure apply. 50 knot donation. Thank you very much, Eric. Okay, absolutely. It's time for the official excuses list. So we've already had several people in the chat, and thank you, Eric, by the way. Very kind of you for your 50 knot donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind. Thank you for supporting the stream again. So excuses for today. We've got obviously 350, which I've only done one landing in, so that's the first excuse. The second is going to be it's hard to land because everybody who's done it already said that in the chat, so we'll definitely use that. Thirdly, we're landing on a runway in a black hole, which is an excuse, despite some protests from the people in the hold who don't get to protest. So yeah, it's going to be a black hole, which means what that means is, and it really is an effect. If you have a runway in the middle of the sea like this, where you can't see the lights around, like no city lights, no road lights, things like that, it makes it harder for your eyes to judge the landing at night, because we rely on our peripheral vision, things like that. So that's a great excuse. I think I can definitely use that, and I don't think it's fair to try and take that away from me. So I will. I will indeed. Thanks, Mateo. Yeah, true. Yeah, could use the Toliss MCD, but what we're going to do, we're going to extend. We're just going to give ourselves lots of room. I can see the aircraft in front, 700 feet below out there. We're going to stay level at 5. And then when we go to Takeoff, we'll descend to 4, and that'll be us in on the ILS. The India Mike Lima is identified, 1087. Let's just check that on our charts. As we head down here, 1087, India Mike Lima. It's got a DME, obviously. Great news. Paul Waring says, the downwind track and final track aren't parallel and converging. Do you need to make some room for your turn to final? So I've got a video on radar vectoring about that, but no, that's a 10-mile range ring. So I'm 8 miles to the side of Takeoff. You can see that there. So my turn round will be no problem. 8 miles is plenty of room. You can turn from 90 degrees. You need about 1.5 to 2 miles at this speed to turn. I can't believe we're clean and flying at 190 knots. That's good for a light, small Airbus. So that just shows you how that massive wing makes a big difference. So we can still go clean, which is great news for us, really. Less drag. Marty Vargas says, just land with your eyes closed, no issues with the black hole effect. Yeah, good points. Good points. Yeah, can you imagine? Okay. We're 26 miles out. I think it's time. Let's hope everyone in front does a good job. Let's do it. Direct to Takeoff, please. That's not worked. Why has that not worked? Why hasn't that worked? No problem. Luckily it has sequenced properly. But let's just turn ourselves onto an intercept heading for the localizer. So the localizer is pretty much north, so 30 degrees is sort of your typical maximum intercept. So let's do 030. That should turn us in. Yeah, strange. I knew I'd have trouble with the directs. That's why I didn't want to try and do the centre line. But that'll be no problem to intercept at Takeoff. 5 miles, 5,000 feet. We need it to be at least about 17 miles out. With 30 miles out, loads of room. Yeah, landing with the right skills would solve the black hole effect indeed, Mate. Set nav not heading. Yeah, no, the direct should take over. It should. It should, if you were to do it. If it's anything like short haul. I did this yesterday and it worked quite easily, so very odd. But no problem. So we're pointing in now. Let's arm that localizer. Press lock, lock blue. And now you can see we're on our intercept heading. So the only thing I could do is I could use this MCDU to draw out that centre line. If we went from Takeoff, and let me just make sure we get the right reciprocal. This does feel like cheating a bit. We don't need to do this. Don't make life complicated. Leave it alone. We're just going to intercept the ILS, and luckily it has sequence to Takeoff, so that's fine. So let's descend down to 4,000 feet, so we're not left too high. That's safe over the water. Do a vertical speed and pull. 400 feet per minute. See, this is great. It's a really good add-on, this. Apologies to the chat if I'm missing it. We said we'd land a bit earlier, but I've just given us loads of space to let the aircraft in front vacate the runway. and Malay traffic. Virgin 30 Kilo, intercepting the ILS for landing runway 36, currently 25 miles south. If my voice doesn't crack, which is a result of talking for 9 hours straight. And he says, for the landing excuse, how about landing the 350 Virgin? Yeah. Oh dear. Fly 24 on the edge of your seat. Excellent. 772 viewers, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Now I'm hoping we'll see the localizer appear on the scale at some point. I would normally expect to see it, even at 23 miles, just so I get some idea it's going to do something as we get closer. I'm a little bit surprised it's not. Let's go to Perth. Approach. Got the minimum in. We're doing a flat full landing. Yes, definitely. Okay, good. I should have mentioned that. Crosswinds from the right, no problem. 5,000 feet out, 22 miles. We're still fine on the altitude. 777 views as well. Gosh, it feels like a minute ago we were at 777 likes. So thank you all for coming along and watching. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Still 07012. So it's dropped a bit out there. Okay. This might not work. Why can't I see the ILS? What is going on? What is going on? Let's take ourselves to Takeoff first. I would expect to see it pretty soon. I mean, it should work. Localizers typically work out to 30 miles, no problem. Oh, Lockstar. There it is. Alright then. Lockstar. Let's get that first stage of flap out. That's the one. I think it's just slats like in the 320. I like that you get it down here on the PFD. I think that's great. And both pilots get it. Yeah, very good. Yeah, just the slats. We will do a replay later, so any of you who want to watch this in all its glory. There's those slats out. Good stuff. I still think the seat position's too low. I think you'd really be somewhere there. That looks a bit more normal to me. Toliss says, can you imagine landing a 350 with 700 people looking at you in a real car with no pressure? Yeah, exactly. 700. Deary me. At 18 nautical miles, it will catch the ILS. I see. Is that a limitation in X-Plane, Mr. Espresso? There is no LS ident. There is. We've got the IML. As long as it displays that ident there, that should qualify.
Actually getting into some issues to get through the taxiway. So apologies if we hit any tail of the parked aircraft.
People trying to squeeze in onto the ramp. I look forward to what we're going to find there, but luckily we're the last one, so we can spend all the time on the runway we need to. Seat position is an excuse. Yeah, that does qualify. We're before 1,000 feet. No problem there. Let's outstar. Let's not forget what I forgot last time. Arm the approach. And second order pilot, which does work in this add-on, which is great. There we are. We can see the runway. God, can you imagine? 27 degrees. You'd feel that heat out there. It's currently 18 outside the airplane at the moment. There's the wheel page, but we don't need that, so let's do that. Right, here comes that glide slope. Let's get ready. We're going to have to put in the go around now, shoot into the window, which is still 4,000, which is pretty good, so that's where we're starting from. Let's put out some flaps, so next stage of flap. I mean, this plane, amazing. Flap 2, and we're already down at 170 knots, just flap 1. So it's got slower speeds here than our 320 does. How much fuel have we got? We wanted to land with 16 tons. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't work. 15.8. Although, having said that, we did fly a bit further, to be fair, to the aeroplane. So there's glide slope start. We've got our 4,000 feet going altitude in. 12 miles to go. 4,000 feet looks like a sensible glide slope. Now, this is the black hole effect, where it's just sitting there with nothing around it. All you've got is runway. I don't think we've got any pappies. Lots of arrival aircraft though. Right, I haven't assigned any button to the maximum braking, so I'm going to hope that the auto brake does work. And we've gone with auto brakes 3. Yeah, so hopefully that works fine for us. 800 watching, my goodness, 810 viewers. Thank you all for coming along. Yeah, we've just flown here for 9.5 hours. We started at 9 UK, so it's been a 10.5 hour stream to this point. But we're finally on our final approach now into Mali for the Maldives, for some lucky passengers to go and enjoy their time. The VV button is velocity vector, as I found out only on this stream thanks to my viewers, and it shows us that. It shows us our angle over the ground. So we don't need it for this. That would be used if I was flying a raw data ILS. 320 has some small wings. It does really. It's funny, the 320 does seem to have proportionally smaller wings than this aeroplane, and certainly smaller on the 321 by comparison. Mega stream, says Lee, are very kind. Thank you very much. Right. Okay, here we go. Now this is a lot of pressure now. Let's hope we can get this right. Let's hope I remember the button for... did I write it down? The button for reverses? I think it's always different on all my different add-ons. I did write it down. I've lost it. Oh well. We'll have to make do. 8 miles. Thrust is right back. Have we got our lights on? Okay, position checked at 2,500 feet. That makes a lot of sense. QNH1010, it needs to match the radio altimeter, which it does. Great stuff. Good. Well, we're going to deal with that shortly. I think let's configure. It's been a long flight and I don't want to miss anything. Gear comes down. There it is. After all that time sitting in the cold, hold. Flaps to 3. Flaps to 4. There's our landing config. It doesn't seem to go to green in this. It appears like it does in the Airbus, but there we go. And let's announce it. Great view outside. Love the night water effects. I love the X-plane at night. Looks great. Okay, we're at 1,700 feet, 5.5 miles. That makes sense. Mali traffic, Virgin 30 kilo. Final approach to land. Runway 30, 5 miles. Is the runway clear? I think it is. Got someone watching. Got the Valencia made it in front of us. Well done. And the Speedbird 61 made it as well. Where are we going to fit? My goodness. Got an Emirates. Oh no, there's a car. Off the runway car. There we go. I think that seat needs to be a bit higher. I think we'll go there. Look at those water effects. Fantastic. I do have a Lua script for the water, I must confess, guys. This isn't the totally default water. I tell you what we do need to do. We need to arm those ground spoilers. And we need to put on the nose wheel lights. So gears down, flat fall, spoilers arm, cabin ready, signs on. Okay, there we go. Right.
1,000.
Stable visual. Let's go for it. I think I've got the right button assigned for the autopilot. I think I can leave the PFD there. Oh, let's see. Let's see. No, we're not enjoying the beautiful view, but we will in the future stream. This is just a teaser. Here we are arriving into Mali. We'll go and enjoy it properly soon. Landing inhibits arrived. That means it won't give us warnings that aren't related to landing, so it will hide them to make sure we're not distracted. Autopilot off. Here we go. Fingers crossed. It's very sensitive in the flare, this add-on. It's not an excuse. No, the excuses have happened already.
500.
And now I'm just not doing anything. Haven't touched it yet. Yeah, X-plane does good things at night. The only problem with X-plane, you'll see in a second, the glide slope is just too sensitive on final approach. So there we go. It's going to disappear beneath us.
300.
And then it shoots up above us. So let's just try and aim towards that visual point. Landing lights lighting up the ground now.
Minimum 200.
Keep it at 2 whites, 2 reds. You might hear the joystick creaking. Wind is from the right, so must remember that.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Oh,
10,
too much flare.
10.
Hold
10.
it there. Bit of rudder. There we go. Try and keep it on the centre line. Reverse us out. Oh no, come on, go left. There we go. Well Well, that's not very good rollout, but there we go. 70 knots. So as ever, me trying to fiddle with the reverses. Thank goodness. I can't believe it. What a flight. Auto brake's doing a great job there, actually. That's much more intense than I imagined for the braking. So let's take over with manual brakes. Glorious. This is X-Plane at night. Top notch. Now they probably would go to the other end, but let's sort ourselves out. Oh, we're going backwards. Let's put the thrust forwards. Now I don't know if they would do a turnaround on the runway in Malé. I somehow doubt it. I'm not sure we would fit. I'm not sure we'd fit. Thank you all so much for coming along. This has been a real journey, this stream. I can't believe it. Let's see if we can turn around on the runway. I'm really humbled by all the support that you guys have shown, and thanks so much for all the support on the channel. It's been an amazing journey. Is that going to work? I'm really not sure if this is a done thing in long-haul aircraft. Yeah, thank you so much. The Best Pro Blogger 63, and the rest of the name disappears, but thank you so much. £2 donation, very kind. So how was the landing? Did it work out okay? Thank you to everyone who's come along and stuck with it for the stream and just popped in and out and said hello. Thank you for those who've supported. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the likes. I can't say thank you to you lot enough. It's been amazing. You know, going onto the internet, we don't really know what we're getting ourselves into, and to have so much positivity and joy from the community over and over again this year has been amazing. And it's made this year, it's given this year such a nice highlight, really, compared to what it could have been, and I can't thank you all enough for being a part of that. And yeah, we'll do plenty more of this in 2021. We will get some good content out for you guys, and yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you. It's amazing. Right, let's go and park up. Let's go and have a look at the replay, and let's get our APU up and running. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe that's the first long flight I've ever done in any simulator. We're just going to find a stand now, which may not happen. That is the busiest I imagine this place has been for a long time. There's nowhere to go. We're going to have to take the general aviation apron. We're going to go here. We'll give ourselves a special apron. First stream of the year indeed. Yeah, what a way to spend the 1st of January 2021. And hopefully we can carry on like this. Just enjoying aviation, and yeah, thank you all. Waiting for the 30-hour live. Mate Varga, thank you very much for your donation. 400 Hungarian forints, very kind of you. Thank you, Mate. Thanks for supporting the stream today and being here for all of it. Yeah, we'll see if we can get the 30-hour 787 non-stop flight going. Let's get all these lights off. Okay, yeah, we're just going to squeeze on here. Sven, thank you. I won't manage to say goodbye to everyone. I really apologise. Thank you all for coming along. But there's just so many. Look at all these aircraft here. Amazing. We're just going to park straight in here. No problem. And we need it to stop, please. There we go. Right. No, not that one. Landing light can come off. There we go. My goodness. The APU is available. Let's shut down. Oh, what a feeling. Chris Passenger, very welcome. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I won't get through the names. I can only thank so much. Thank you to the moderators as well. Thank you to Richard V and to Matteo and Liz05 for just coming on for the whole day. But thank you to all of you who've been here the whole day as well. I really appreciate it. Richard, thanks for the stream. Special shout out to the holdies. Yeah. Look forward to locking you all in the next stream. Yeah, great fun. Thank you so much, everyone. Right, let's go and do the replay. I'm just going to take a screenshot to commemorate this moment. What a moment it is. Oh, that beacon can go off now. The engines are pulled down. And time to disconnect from VATSIM after 9 hours. Thank you guys for flying along as well. Let's go and have a look at the replay. One of our shortest ever taxi-ins. We're famous on this channel for having ridiculously long taxi-ins. Okay. Now it is, of course, at night, sadly, but no matter. Oh, there's that noise that we had from earlier. Let's go to our runway view. We didn't. I don't think we floated. I think we didn't float a ridiculous amount, a normal amount. This is for once. You can see a bit of that crosswind on there. So we'll do this replay, and then we'll have another replay from the passenger perspective. 10 hours is insane. Yeah, this has been an almost 11-hour stream now. 10 hours 50. Yeah. My goodness, I can't believe it. I thought we'd run out of things to say after a couple of hours. I can't believe we've been chatting all this time. Elliot Porter for CHF. Check for it. Is that? Oh, thank you very much. Though, very kind. 10. Congrats on your first long-haul stream. Oh, we're just gonna. Let's just. I'm busy talking. Let's do it properly. Says congrats on your first long-haul stream. Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much, Elliot. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thanks so much. Happy New Year to you. Right, here we go then. How did the landing go? I think it went all right. Just a serious amount of crosswind. And when I was faffing around trying to get to the reversers, that is, yeah, quite a lot of drifts. It's hard to judge the drift from the flight deck on this one, I must say. Oh yeah, that's a heavy aeroplane. And then sorting it out here. Good, the main wheel stayed on the tarmac. Success. Bernie Powell, you're very welcome. Mike Turner as well, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. Okay, I wonder if we should do a tower view. We don't normally do a tower view, but it's so close here. No, it's just got to get through the lights. God, that would be a fantastic moment, wouldn't it? Touching down in the Maldives after that flight. Oh, that was great fun. Absolutely loved it. Thank you so much, guys. I didn't know what to expect today. I was quite nervous before this stream. It's been an amazing joy. Thank you all for coming along and making it so much fun. And yeah, here's to the next one. Right, let's set ourselves up. Lots of lights out in the water here. Let's get the outro music by Fly24, special rock edition of the outro music. Also available on Fly24's channel. So if you do like the music, do visit Fly24's channel. He's done lots of music for us here, and it's all absolutely excellent. I really like it. I think we're going to have to go for the engine view on this one. Right, that's about 1,300 feet. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Again, thank you to the moderators. Thank you to you flying along with us. Thank you to those who've liked, subscribed, who've joined in today. Thank you for those who stuck with us the whole way, and thank you to those who flew along and all those who donated. It's just so kind. I really appreciate it. It is time to go home. Time to have some dinner here. So let's give you guys the outro music, and I'm going to say thank you so much for watching. Oh, let me get the right music. There we go. And there we go. Thanks so much for watching. You guys keep safe and well. We'll see you in 2021 many times over, I hope. And do look after yourselves. I hope it's a good year for us all. And thank you again. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.